the sovereign of the desolate sands. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426 Turboprop Engine. December 11th, early morning. The sky was clear, the heavy snow had just stopped, and everything in Zijing City was white. In the study of Chori Mansion, the enamel clock struck the time of C. Hong Fan copied a new article on the theory of approximation of real variable functions, put it together with a reply letter to Bu Xian's, and then took a car to Xingsheng Hall. For today's lunch, he prepared the best wine and gifts in advance, and invited Gu Taining, the commander-in-chief who was in charge of the military affairs of Zijing's. But this meal was not for Hong Fan himself. Wu Hongling has been in the position of Tiki Ci for many years. Although she is diligent, she is not outstanding. She originally only focused on training her daughter and did not have many ideas. But since Hong Fan was sent to take up the responsibility of the second team, her test scores have skyrocketed for 2 consecutive years, and she has unknowingly far surpassed her colleagues. At the end of the year, the position of deputy director in charge of the state's Guantuang Lishi happened to be vacant, so Wu Hongling began to think about seeking a promotion. Thinking of her limited ability and connections as an orphan and a widow, she had to ask Hong Fan to take care of it privately. The Xiangwen Lishi is an armed force on par with the Tiki. Although the individual force is weaker, the number is larger. There are more than 50 Guantuang realm warriors in Zijin alone, who are responsible for the arrest and disposal of crimes committed by warriors below the level of Hunren. There are naturally many competitors for such a powerful position. Fortunately for Hong Fan, there are few corners in Liangzhou today where he can't do anything. After December, the merger of Xiananxing and Tuangayan Villa progressed in full swing, and the fact that Zhu Hanren praised Hong Fan's talent and introduced him as a close friend was known to everyone in Liangzhou. Considering that only a month ago, Hong Fan and Chuloi smashed the Tuangayan Pavilion, the great contrast between the Zhu family and the past even gave rise to rumors such as Jinhei Chisha has a background of Tongshan, and is not of the Hong family's bloodline. The lunch took most of an hour, and the table was full of people talking happily, and more than 100 taels of silver worth of fired jade were consumed. In the afternoon, Hong Fan went to the Hangwu Academy and spent 400 points of military merit in exchange for 2 Fens Hong pills. This pill is made of the liver and gallbladder of the strange beast Jilfen. After taking it, it can greatly increase the affinity for the innate spiritual energy of the fire element in a short period of time, and is used to assist the peak of the pure and the heavenly and human sympathetic warriors to break through. Every day when the wind and snow blow, the new year is approaching. Aunt Liu went in and out every day with Teo Hongliov, purchasing the festival gifts to be brought back to Jinhei according to the list. Hong Fan was busy for a year and was about to take a vacation, but he suddenly received a visiting card 2 days later. The 48th ranked Xianjia Ozu's Hong Jinduan Chu traveled to Zijing and made an appointment to compete for the ranking. After being on the list for a year and a half, this was the first time he was challenged by someone of lower rank. Duan Chu practiced a bamboo cloud sword cannon and was famous for his exquisite and sharp swordsmanship, and was best at catching flaws. Unfortunately, Hong Fan was not the kind of warrior who could counter any move he made. He started with a restriction of the desolate sand realm and the killing of the blazing tide. In less than 2 minutes, he used a fire jade to force Zhu's Hongjin to admit defeat. Everyone then knew that Chisha had switched to practicing the fiery explosion cannon. On December 15th, a long team of more than a dozen carriages left Chori Prefecture in the early morning and embarked on the journey back to Jinhei. Half a month later, the sound of firecrackers for the new year drowned the land of Kyushu. Hong Fan was not in Jinhei City for the past year, but Jinhei did not stop because of his absence. Gao Jingsha practiced martial arts diligently and entered the Hunren realm in August. Kui Yudang and Hong Shi became fathers one after another. The latter wasted the cleansing marrow pills in the past 2 years and achieved the Xiaowu realm at the end of the year. Zhang Sun had intended to marry his only daughter to Hong Sheng, but the 2 young men opposed it. In addition, Li Xingfa, the former leader of the Wudan cavalry team, who had always been privately supported by Hong Fan, also entered the Hunren realm. After obtaining permission from all parties in Jinhei, he gathered the scattered Li clan members and started a new life. On the first day of the new year, the Hong clan ancestral hall. Hong Fan handed over 2 Fence Hongdan and the Earth God weapon Red-Faced Swanee to Hong Wu. In this way, including Hong Sheng and Ming Shen, even when he was away, the Hong clan could gather nearly 3 innate combat forces. The 31st year of Zheng, the 10th day of the first lunar month. Jinhei, Taishan lineage. The wind dragged its steps and staggered between the mountains. The light blue sky wrapped around the rocky peaks, and everything was covered with snow, trembling in the belly of the atmosphere. At a pass that may have never been trodden by anyone, Hong Fan stood against the wind, and the 4 turbine engines shaped by the desert sand at hand were roaring red and hot. At the exhaust port, several stones the size of a human head were blown down the cliff by the jet, and it was difficult to find an echo. After the suicide method cannon came out, speed became the biggest shortcoming in Hong Fan's martial arts. The original preferred solution was the pulse detonation engine, but he had tried it many times in the past few months, and it was extremely difficult to make progress due to his current realm. So, as a second choice, he turned to the piston turboprop turbojet turbofan technical route that he was most familiar with in his previous life. After taking this step back, Hong Fan lay back in his comfort zone and felt that the sea and sky were wide open. At a speed of hundreds of kilometers per hour, the wind resistance of the blades is not too large, and the propeller with the highest propulsion efficiency is still the first choice. As for the drive structure, there are 2 options. One is the piston, and the other is the turbine. After several test comparisons, the latter one with its simple structure and stable operation. From turboprop to turbofan, the general structure of the turbine aero engine is actually the same. The core is nothing more than a 5-level system of intake, compression, combustion, turbine, and exhaust. The difference is the number of turbine stages and the source of propulsion, propeller or fan driven by the turbine, or directly by exhaust jet. After several attempts, everything went smoothly. Soon, there was only one problem left. After changing the energy input link from combustion to fiery heating, the power of the single machine could not keep up. Quality is not good, so we can only increase quantity. The sand wing took shape, and Hong Fan took off against the strong wind in the valley. The 4 turboprop engines on board roared at full speed, and he rose 100 feet in an instant. The cold wind was like a knife in his face, and the blades hit the wind like thunder. He could no longer hear any sounds of nature, but only knew that he was getting faster and faster. It was much faster than the maximum speed of instant step. In a dozen breaths, Hong Fan brushed past more than a dozen peaks, crossed dozens of miles, and finally left all obstacles behind, hitting the dreamlike white wilderness. Deep in the sky, black clouds lay like a dam. Hong Fan pulled up to meet it, like a red-hot blade cutting through the iron dome, and saw the setting sun locked behind it turned into golden spring, pouring out waterfalls of sunlight towards him. A moment later, Hong Fan enjoyed all the freedom and collapsed exhausted on the top of a wild mountain. Maintaining the sand wings and 4 turboprop engines at the same time brought great mental pressure, and also drained all his blazing fire essence in a short period of time. But no matter what, the result was gratifying. If the general killing method is to add multiple things, Hong Fan's sand and fire mixture is like multiplication. With the innate 2-in-1 panel, he piled up a speed of more than 600 kilometers per hour. This not only surpassed Duan Xianan in the past, but also surpassed most of the Yuanzi warriors. Innate 2-in-1, my speed and destructive power have caught up with the fighter planes of World War II, but if I want to drive a Gundam, what realm should I be in? Hong Fan muttered to himself, and fell asleep in the protection of ice, snow and mountain wind. Chapter 427 Indifferent. On the 16th day of the first lunar month in the 31st year of Zheng, Hong Fan returned to Zhaijing alone ahead of everyone else. In the next few days, he first opened the door of Xiananxing with 2 strings of firecrackers, followed up on the progress of Wu Hongling's transfer, and finally personally sent the prepared birthday gift to Xianpeng Mountain. After everything was ready, he ate several farewell banquets invited by others and decided to go to Shenjing within the month. In a blink of an eye, it was the 25th day of the first lunar month. After the rainy solar term in Zhaijing, the temperature rose to around freezing point, loosening the snow that had accumulated on the city wall for a winter. In Chaori Mansion, Feng Qing, as the leader of Hong Fan's guards on this trip to the east, led 8 Guantong realm subordinates to carefully check all the carriages and equipment. The daily necessities that Hong Fan was used to using were classified and packed, and neatly stacked in the side room. In fact, with the prosperity of Shenjing, It is not difficult to buy any items, but confidants are different. Even martial arts masters cannot split thousands of people, and there must be times when they need people. In the afternoon, the sky was dipped in blue and the clouds were dispersing. Hong Fan was planning to set off tomorrow morning to avoid Aunt Liu and the others who had returned from Jinhei, but he was suddenly summoned by Su Guinian. There is urgent military information in the west of Shengzhou Valley. This was the first sentence Su Guinian said after he entered the governor's office. Hong Fan was confused at first when he suddenly heard the name of an unfamiliar place thousands of miles away, but when he saw Su Guinian's serious face, he knew it was not a joke. When did it happen? He sat down at the table and asked. On the 17th of the first lunar month, the insect tide attacked along the Yijiang River, and on the 20th, the vanguard troops arrived at Til Pass. At this time, the eldest princess happened to be organizing the Shanghai army in the pass, and immediately reported the military information, and received the order to defend Shenjing the next day. Su Guinian finished speaking in one breath, and seeing that Hong Fan came in a dusty state, he took the porcelain pot from the air and poured him a glass of water. Who would have known that only 3 days later, the princess' urgent letter arrived again, bringing back the bad news that Til Pass had been breached. So it was the news from 2 days ago? Hong Fan nodded at first, then was confused. I remember that the border of Shengzhou is 4,000 or 5,000 miles away from Shenjing, and Shenjing is more than 2,000 miles away from Zijing. What postal route can be so fast? It's not a postal route, it uses Felian, which is commonly known as the dragon bird, Su Guinian replied. This strange beast has a bird's body and a deer's head, with a wingspan of about 10 feet and weighs 30 or 40 kilograms. It is not only fast, but also recognizes people and roads. It can fly nearly 1,000 miles in an hour. It only takes half a day to reach Shenjing from Shengzhou Maoyan City. It is worth the same weight of gold. There is such a fast strange species, Hong Fan said in surprise. 30 or 40 kilograms of gold is about several thousand taels of silver. He can't afford it now, but it will be easy in 1 or 2 years. It's not that rare for Fail Yong to come. We have always tamed them in our Xiangwu Academy. They also brought the news this time. If you are curious, you can go to the aviary in the state after we finish talking about business, Su Guinian continued. His tone seemed to be a little hesitant. Hong Fan was about to ask why he was called here, but he suddenly woke up. The admiral just mentioned Maoyan, he asked anxiously. Yes, Maoyan City is adjacent to the Yijiang River, and it is outside the Dahua Pass. It is the front line of Shengzhou's border defense, Su Guinian replied immediately. Hong Fan was solemn for a moment. Although he had never been to Shengzhou, he had also taken a general look at the relevant geography. This state is in the southwest corner of Dahua, connected to the 3 counties of Huaiyang in the north and Sanzhou in the east. It is divided into 2 parts, east and west, by the Sagan Mountain and Kingshang Mountain, and connected to the left and right by the 50-mile Broken Heart Valley created by the martial saint more than 1,000 years ago. East of the Broken Heart Valley, the Yao River runs through the entire area and flows out to the sea from the Food Heartless realm, which is very prosperous. West of Broken Heart Valley, the border is adjacent to the Zerg, and the terrain is barren and mountainous, with the Iron Frog, Flying Swallow, and Thunderfire passes lying across it. As an important frontier town in Shengzhou, Maoyan City is not only the place where Gan Deshao had been stationed for many years, but also the hometown of Gu Yixin. Admiral, what is the current situation of Maoyan City? Realizing this, Hong Fan was restless. First of all, the city must have been broken, Su Guinian sighed. I don't know the specific news. I can only say that according to the reply from the princess, the Zerg tide is so fierce that it is not safe outside the Feiyan Pass in Shengzhou. In addition, Hong Fan, in fact, the order of the mountain chief was delivered along with the military information. The original words were those who received this order from the Purple Ribbon Tiki should immediately set out to help Shengzhou. Even if they save 1 person or kill 1 enemy, they will be meritorious. Otherwise, they don't have to return to Shenjing to see me, he said carefully, a little embarrassed. Although you have promised the headmaster that you will go to the capital to take orders, you are not yet an official Purple Ribbon cavalryman. Strictly speaking, you have no obligation to obey the orders from the capital. In short, whether to obey the orders is up to you. Hearing this, Hong Fan immediately understood where Su Guinian's hesitation came from. It was a dilemma to risk his life to resist the insect tide and to suffer the consequences of not obeying the headmaster's orders. Su Guinian knew that Hong Fan would leave in the next 2 days. If he used his authority to suppress the news for a few days, he would be able to miss the order perfectly and solve the dilemma. But if this news reached the headmaster's ears later, it was hard to say what would happen next. I understand, and I have to thank the Admiral for the message. Hong Fan thanked him solemnly. Su Guinian showed a puzzled look. The Admiral doesn't know that my brother Gu Yixin's hometown is in Maoyan. He returned home early after finishing the work in the 3 counties of Huaiang last year. Now he may be trapped in a siege and needs a helping hand, Hong Fan explained a little and asked again. Also, according to the instructions of the headmaster just now, does it mean that Sheng Zhao will gather more than 30 Purple Ribbon innate warriors in the near future? As far as he knows, most of the Purple Ribbon world riders are strong people in the same realm, and the energy that can be burst out when dozens of them gather together is beyond imagination. I'm not so optimistic, Su Guinian shook his head. When a warrior enters the innate realm, it can be said that he has entered the hall, so the Purple Ribbon warriors have always taken tasks and acted alone, especially those outstanding warriors who target the masters on the evil list often chase thousands of miles within 10 days, so how can they get the order at this time? According to my estimation, it will be very lucky for the headmaster to notify 10 people before March. Hearing this, Hong Fan pressed his hands on his knees and did not respond for a while. The room fell silent. Just when Su Guinian was getting impatient, he heard Hong Fan asking him solemnly in a suppressed tone. Why didn't the headmaster order the Admiral? Su Guinian was stunned. And there must be a commander in the Sheng Zhao Martial Arts Academy, and perhaps dozens of local Yuanzi, even if they all live in the prosperous places in the east of the valley. How long will it take to fly from Hongdao City to Maoyan City? These questions have been stuck in Hong Fan's mind for several years, and Hong Wu's explanation at the time never convinced him. A mere flat-haired beast only needs half a day to cross half of Dahua, let alone the heavenly martial saint? Once, he thought that the upper echelons of Dahua did not care about the casualties of the lower echelons, but now it seems that Guan Qimei obviously cares. Duke Zhuang once told me that the foundation of Dahua is in the upper echelons, not in the lower echelons. If the defense of the border and the interests of the people are in the lower echelons, there will be no merit. Hong Fan took a deep breath and said quickly. I thought I was awake at that time, thinking that the amount of territory occupied by the human race may not be due to people's hearts or national strength, but just the casual words of the gods. But Admiral, this brings up 2 more questions. First, if the gods have an agreement, why do the alien races come to harass? Second, the territory is lost and the people die in vain. Zulong may not care, Zhao family may not care, but don't the Yuanzi people who were born and raised in this state and county care? Before, the Snake people came to Jinhe City violently, and the Yuanzi generals in the Liangzhou camp didn't care? Even if they didn't care, Lord Wuzhang had experienced war and displacement when he was young, so he was indifferent. Why doesn't everyone do this thing that is obviously a piece of cake? Hong Fan asked the questions in his mind like a machine gun, and asked Su Guinian silently. How could the latter not understand that the everyone in the question naturally included him? It's not that I don't want to go, but I can't go. After a long time, he answered. Why? Hong Fan asked reluctantly. The hall fell into a longer silence. Su Guinian stared at Hong Fan, hesitated several times, and finally turned his eyes away. Hong Fan, if you can establish yourself in martial arts in the future, you will know, okay? Hong Fan nodded solemnly. If so, please send a message to Shenjing for me, saying that Hong Fan has received the order and will go to Shengzhou immediately. After speaking, he stood up and strode away. P.S. Happy National Day to everyone. There was a week in the past half-month when I had a lot of things to do, and I didn't have any ideas or writing, which led to less updates. I feel that I can write more in October. Chapter 428 Footprints. 2 days later, it was the 27th day of the first lunar month. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight shone on a rock somewhere in the leeward area. The warm and distant touch gradually lifted up the deep-lying consciousness. The crossing of boundaries was like the bursting of bubbles. With a popping sound, the consciousness became clear instantly. There was a hazy light outside the eyelids. The wind that passed through the lapels brought the coldness of a whole winter. It blew from the remaining snow in the mountains and flowed on the branches of the pine trees. The rustling sound was like a flood of ice in the sky. The cheeks were itchy. He raised his hand and scratched it lightly, causing the joints of his whole body to crackle. He took a deep breath and completely recovered from his meditation. Hong Fan opened his eyes. Memories and worldly worries returned together. He remembered the intermittent flight of 2,500 miles from Zhejiang to the southwest yesterday. The new green plains he saw when he crossed Pang County flashed through his mind again. It was still more than 2,000 miles away from Aoyan City. According to his mortal habits, Hong Fan washed himself with boiled snow, and then went down the steep rock wall to catch a half-grown mountain goat. After roasting it and eating it, he took off. The cruising speed was stable at 200 kilometers per hour. The wild mountain lay like a beast, and it passed by itself, but its name was unknown. Hong Fan looked at them half absent-mindedly, and couldn't help but think about the conversation with Suginian again. The martial saint was strong, but his lifespan was only more than 300 years at most. Obviously, he was unable to regulate the behavior of Yuanzi and Shinran warriors for a long time. Only gods can do this. And this kind of regulation is by no means a mechanical prohibition of high-level combat forces of various races from participating in the war and slaughtering. Many battles recorded in the history books of Dahua are not without the presence of top warriors. So is all this a script? Hong Fan was upset and had an uncomfortable sense of déjà vu. If the level of participation in the war has been preset, then what about the scale and time of the battle? Further down, life and death, victory and defeat, territorial gains and losses, and the existence and activities of Fenshin society, what do they represent in front of the lofty throne? Hong Fan had a lot of thoughts in his mind. He imagined the game of racial interests, the appreciation of animal fighting performances, the harvest of biological breeding, and so on. But what he couldn't get rid of in the end was the Jinhe City Defense War, 3 years ago. At that time, the Snake People's leading General Qilin sacrificed blood on the battlefield to obtain the Yuanzi-level combat power. Was this considered breaking the rules or taking advantage of the loopholes in the rules? As a new Yuanzi, did Gu Yixin know the tricks? Or did he rashly join the war without knowing it? What consequences will this bring? Hong Fan was full of thoughts. He flew intermittently for half an hour and reunited with Kunwu Mountain, where he had wrestled. Following the snow line of the mountain range all the way south, he soon saw Qingzhang Mountain, the northwest dividing line between Shengzhou and the 3 counties of Huaiyang. This is a giant mountain range with an east-west direction and a maximum altitude of more than 6,000 meters. The northern foothills have a smooth curve. From the green fields at the bottom to the top, through forests, grass slopes and several different ecological zones, it finally ends at the 10th pure white peak. Shengzhou was right in front of him, and Hong Fan raised his head and accelerated. The oncoming storm was extremely cold, like melted ice. Ascending in altitude, he shuttled along the pass between the 2 peaks. Beside Hong Fan, the glacier was old and mottled, and it was hard to tell how old it was. It flowed from top to bottom, like a raging wave from ancient times, rushing through thousands of years. The peaks and pine forests were swept behind him by the wind and clouds. To the south of Qingzhang, there were no people, no cities, no trees, and no forests. Only a deserted wilderness was located. In the far west, thunderstorm clouds seemed to hang at the end of the world like a map, flickering silently. Hong Fan had just passed through the mountains at high speed against the wind, and his true energy was consumed a lot, so he dispersed the propellers on both sides to glide with the wind and resumed idling. Shengzhou was vast, with endless fields, and it was difficult to locate. Fortunately, Hong Fan had already memorized the map, and used Qingzhang Mountain behind him as a reference for the direction and flew due east. The sky and the earth were like 2 long axes, rolling up and down, with a flying boat floating in the middle. In this way, the scenery repeated itself for half an hour, and finally changed. On the horizon in the far east, several silver threads fell from the barren mountain tops and flowed towards the even more barren sky. This must be Kaojiang. Hong Fan lowered his altitude and turned south along the river. After 300 miles, the land gradually became greener. A big city stood at the border of the wasteland. This is Yingyang City. Although it is only slightly larger than Jinhe City, it is already the 2nd largest city in the west of Shengzhou Valley. From the top of the city, Hong Fan could see that the carriages and horses fleeing from the north were blocking the south gate, and at the same time, there was an endless stream of people retreating from the east of the city to Fiayin Pass. On the 4 sides of the city, black dots like ants were busy, not preparing but dismantling the city defense equipment. Obviously, this big city hanging outside Fiayin Pass has been abandoned. Yingyang City is a full 500 miles away from Tiu Pass. It has only been 5 days since the ladder was breached. The civilians in the south of the pass have not been able to evacuate here, let alone the Maoyan area, which was the first to be hit and did not even know the exact time of the fall. Thinking of this, Hong Fan became more and more anxious. As a top prodigy, he was both famous and good at fighting. He knew that landing would cause trouble, so he went straight south without stopping. After flying along the border of the wilderness for half an hour, Hong Fan saw Longshan Mountain on the left of Teal Pass. Compared with Kingshang Mountain, this group of peaks is like a group of dwarfs. It is only 2,000 or 3,000 meters high. Because it is close to the Yi River, it is often covered by light clouds and mist, which is why it is named. It was close to noon. Hong Fan found a call to land, suppressed his emotions, rested and ate. Further south was the war zone. And he had to ensure the best condition in the face of the unknown. In the afternoon, he set off again, and half an hour later he followed a stream to find the first relic of the insect plague. This is a village with a population of 100 to 200 people. Several wide livestock pens are built with stones on the periphery. At the entrance of the village, there grows a lone locust tree with lush branches and leaves, which should be more than 100 years old. Hong Fan landed beside the tree and wanted to call out, "Is anyone there?" But hearing the silence in his ears and looking at the shallow holes densely cut by the knife on the dirt road, he felt his scalp tingling and bit the sound back into his throat. Walking along the stone fence, the ground on both sides is full of broken pits, like a row of shallow wounds dug with fingernails, and the shrubs and grass that originally lived in it are gone. In the village, the earthen walls are covered with knife-like climbing marks. More than 20 small earthen houses are intact, but several large houses in the core area have collapsed and damaged, and there are several large holes in the side walls that were hit by giant objects. Hong Fan quietly walked in and checked one by one. He found that all the furniture, wooden pillars, window frames, plaques, hay beds, and even metal tools in all the buildings had disappeared. There was no trace of people or animals, and only scattered dried bloodstains remained. The world was frighteningly silent. He left the ruins, walked around the village, turned half a circle and returned to the village head, and met the locust tree again. At this time, an invisible wind blew, and there was silence among the broken walls and ruins. Only the branches and leaves of the locust tree rustled, faintly like a smile, stirring up goosebumps on people's bodies. Sand wings soared into the sky. Going southwest along Longshan Mountain, the vegetation was sparse along the way. Hong Fan looked down and saw large patches of continuous baldness in khaki, as if a giant brush was scribbling on the earth. Close to the Kangtai cloud layer, he followed the footprints left by the insectide and moved forward. Within hundreds of miles, he encountered 7 towns of different sizes. Each of them was washed by an invisible torrent and everything related to life was taken away. It was getting dark. The setting sun stood sadly on the western plains. Until the Longshan Mountain beside him shrank to the point of being invisible, Hong Fan saw from afar a black vein protruding from the earthy yellow skin. That was the Yi River. It has a larger runoff than the Yao River and is the final destination of most of the rivers in the west of Shangzhou Valley, but it is hated because it connects the territories of the human and insect races. Lower the altitude and stick to the water flow. At this time, the sky is mostly dark. The color of the Emei moon is dry and white, like a bone needle hooked into the purple flesh of the night, and then reflected in the muddy river water. It looks like a wound that has dried up blood. Maoyan City is right next to the river. Hong Fan flew along the Yi River for half an hour and finally found this important border town. Its area is less than half of Jinhei City. Not long ago, it should have a population of 40,000 to 50,000. Judging from the building structure, it is about half a military city, and 40% of the space is occupied by facilities such as military camps, playgrounds, arsenals, fortresses, and granaries. But now there is no one here. He circled the city and looked closely. The city wall was 5 meters high, and there was a huge breach of 6 or 7 meters in diameter on the upper part of the west side. The surrounding bricks and stones were shattered, and a destructive passage was opened from there, plowing straight into the city for more than 100 meters. This was also the top destructive power in the Yuanxi realm. Hong Fan carefully landed on the roof of the tower, and looked down at the whole city under the dark night sky. There were no corpses or weapons anywhere, and there were not even many traces of fighting. The wind whimpered past. He stood silently facing the empty city, only to feel death rolling in. There was a buzzing sound from high above. Hong Fan looked in the direction of the sound and saw 3 strange-shaped flying insects that almost blended into the night sky, approaching at high speed. The sandthorns flashed continuously, killing the uninvited guests one by one. This is a flying insect with a structure similar to that of a dragonfly, similar in size to an adult rooster, with broad wings. Although it has no armor, it has a sharp mouth, parts like a blade, and 4 well-developed compound eyes, which obviously has an excellent field of vision. The sense of killing the enemy slightly filled Hong Fan's empty mind. He forced himself to go into the city to investigate, but did not find any traces of Yuan-Si-level fighting. This means that Gu Yixin was not here when the insect tide attacked the city. Expected good news. It is well known that the spear leader is from Maoyan. But Hong Fan was not sure whether he was from Maoyan City or a village outside the city. Considering the other party's overly simple temperament, the answer is probably the latter. So Gu Yixin is still alive. So where is Gu Yixin now? Hong Fan looked at the dead city in front of him, and hoped from the bottom of his heart that he was doing useless work. Perhaps his brother had retreated to Teal Pass with his family, or perhaps he had joined the eldest princess's Shengaiyu army before him. But this possibility is too low. Not to mention that the speed of mortals is limited. With Gu Yixin's emphasis on righteousness and soft stomach, he would never do a thing like running away by himself or even a family. So where should I look for people in the vast sky and the vast earth? Hong Fan sat cross-legged on the spot, and fully understood the helplessness of a letter from home is worth 10,000 gold. But no matter what, he had witnessed Duan Xianan's death in the battle against Yunlin with his own eyes, and he was absolutely unwilling to endure the pain of being burned by flames again. Chapter 429 Real Insect. One day later, it was the 28th day of the first lunar month. Hong Fan rested for a night, and his energy and mood were restored to the best. Searching for people in an area of hundreds of miles by himself was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was obviously not possible to do it by brute force, so he first put himself in Gu Yixin's situation and thought about the other party's possible behavior. First of all, his sworn brother would not run away alone. He would probably take his family with him and the whole village with him. With his soft heart, he would definitely help if he saw scattered people along the way. When people are in a group, their speed will inevitably be slow. It is impossible to race with the insect tide along the main road, so they will stagger along the middle of the Ae River. Longsha Mountain in the north and Saga Mountain in the south are both safer areas, but considering that the Ae River is wide and needs a ferry, going south is the best choice. Judging from the bloodstains left in Maoyan City, it should be less than 20 days since the city was captured. According to the upper limit of 40 miles a day, the farthest distance can be traveled is 800 miles, which is just close to Hong Fan's cruising distance in 1 hour. In addition, it is impossible to have too much water reserves in a hurry to escape, so we only need to pay attention to water sources of all sizes when searching. This analysis is reasonable, but it is still extremely difficult to find it. Starting from the 28th day of the first lunar month, Hong Fan searched along the northern foot of Mount Saga, south of Maoyan, for 3 days. He found nothing except many large and small wild animals that had escaped. Starting from the last day of the first lunar month, Hong Fan turned his search direction to the east, advancing more than 200 miles a day, and encountered more reconnaissance flying insects. They were obviously low in intelligence, blindly following and attacking the target when they saw it, and even did not consider the comparison of the combat power of both sides. When they reached the confluence of the E River, ground-walking insects began to appear in large numbers. These worker insects are similar in size to domestic geese, weighing 20 to 50 kilograms, with sharp knife-like feet and mouth parts, and their speed is similar to that of an adult walking briskly. Whenever they see humans and animals, they will hunt in groups, and then disperse after dismantling and swallowing them. Their mechanical numbness seems to be not killing living things, but carrying goods. If no animals are found for a long time, the worker insects will gnaw on the grass on the spot until the grass withers, leaving only a few particularly old and tall trees. Rather than saying that these big trees are survivors of the tide of destruction, they are more like green jingquan. Passing through the land densely combed by the insect tide, Hong Fan approached the Chaojiang River basin and searched along the south bank. On the 3rd day of February, when he had almost given up, he finally found a large area of camping traces on the bank of a stream in the forest 800 miles away from Maoyan City. The time was within 3 days, there were more than 200 people, and the traces were heading north. Chaojiang is 100 miles to the north and is in the dry season, which shows that this group of people is going to cross the river. Hongfan immediately excitedly headed north at full speed, crossed the river at the beginning of the Shen time, and saw the first wave of living people in a few days. Half an hour later, the team with 4 carriages as the core, and 3 Guanchongjing-led 10 armed guards were fighting. Their opponents were more than 60 ground-walking insects, most of which were low-level worker insects that they had seen a lot in the past few days. Only 2 of them were as big as cows, each with a tail spike and a huge claw. Their metallic-colored heavy exoskeleton was covered with sharp bristles. The battle lasted for a while. 2 people fell down beside the carriage, and more than 20 worker insect corpses collapsed in front of the human line. The giant insect at the core of the battle group had a broken blade foot, and the carapace on the side of its head was damaged by the steel whip of the warrior, oozing dark green blood. But it had no intention of retreating, and only chewed the worker insect corpse in its mouth parts while pressing forward. Hongfan suppressed his disappointment and accelerated his dive. After a few seconds, the sound of wind rustled for the first time. A stone spear fell from the sky and nailed the giant insect in the front to the ground. Both sides were stunned, and the battle was interrupted for a moment. The giant insect could not crawl, and tried to straighten its body, clamped the spear handle on its back with its huge claws, and pulled it out violently. Green blood splashed, and the carapace rubbed against the rock. The wind whistled twice. Everyone saw a figure falling at high speed, stepping on the back of the giant insect. The impact was so strong that the 4 pairs of blade feet were inserted into the sand half a foot, and 3 joints burst. The insect was actually stunned. The strength is about the upper level of the Guanchong realm, but the tolerance to damage is even higher than that of the warriors in the Hunrin realm. Hongfan tightened his left arrow sleeve and evaluated silently. On the other side, the second giant insect noticed the uninvited guest who killed his teammates. It raised its head, and the cystic tissue on the side of its neck swelled slightly, shooting out a 3-inch sharp thorn, which was picked up by Hongfan's hand. The speed is comparable to that of a crossbow arrow, about 50 meters per second, and it has no problem penetrating leather armor. He thought to himself, and threw it back casually, hitting the second giant insect's compound eye and penetrating its skull. The charging giant insect suddenly fell over, its blade feet bouncing, its mouth parts biting randomly, struggling to die. The crisis was resolved, and the people in the convoy were relieved, and they hurriedly gave first aid to several wounded. One of them was a young man in a brocade robe, who was obviously of the highest status, and walked towards Hongfan in small steps. "What kind of insect is this?" Hongfan looked at the twitching giant insect and asked. "Your Excellency, this is a land-walking insect soldier among the real insects, specializing in combat." The young man in the brocade robe bowed and replied with his head down, "The title of Your Excellency is usually used for Yuanzi warriors." "Real insect," Hongfan nodded, and casually swung dozens of sand thorns, killing the remaining worker insects that wanted to escape. The young man in the brocade robe saw this iconic sand control method, and then found that the person in front of him was too young and handsome, and he couldn't help but be stunned. "Could it be Jinhei Chisha in front of me?" he guessed. "It's me," Hongfan nodded. "So it's Master Hong. I am Shen Xiaochuan." The man bowed again. "As for the real insects you just asked about, according to legend, they are the improved insect species prepared by the tree gods. The remaining ones with smaller sizes and extremely large numbers are selected native insect species, called sub-insects." Knowing that they were of the same generation, his expression relaxed a little. Did Mr. Shen come from the south bank of Chaojiang River? Although the number of people and the traces did not match, Hongfan still confirmed it. "No, Shen is from Liudi City," Shen Xiaochuan replied hurriedly. When the insect tide came, Shen was staying in a farm outside the city with his wife and children. He was lucky to escape the disaster. After that, he hid in a cave under Longshan Mountain for 7 days. After the insect tide passed, he looked for a boat to cross Chaojiang from the ferry. The hand-drawn map was relatively rough before, and Bua Pass would certainly not be built on Chaojiang River, but in the mountains on the east bank of the river. "How is Liudi City?" Hongfan nodded and asked again. "Liudi City is at the intersection of Longshan Mountain and the 2 rivers. He has not been there in recent days." After hearing this question, Shen Xiaochuan was speechless at first. After a moment of silence, he waved his hands with red eyes. His words were stuck in his throat. "Are you going north?" Hongfan broke the silence. "We are planning to go to Til Pass," Shen Xiaochuan replied. "As far as I know, Dahua Pass has been breached. Hong Fan hesitated for a moment and told the truth. How could this be? Shen Xiaochuan was surprised and retorted instinctively. The three passes of Shengzhou are famous for their steepness, and the princess and the Shengaiyu army are stationed inside the pass. He said two sentences and then choked with anger and stopped talking. Chapter 430, Reunion. They only held out for 3 days, and they were defeated on the 23rd of the first lunar month, which means it was 10 days ago. Hong Fan looked to the north, and then to the carriage. The two guards who had leaned against the wheels and were injured by the insect soldiers were probably dead, and there were several suppressed sobs around. I don't know the specific situation of Huaxua City and Dahua Pass now, but it's not a good idea to rush north. Hong Fan turned his eyes away and advised. At this time, Shen Xiaochuan saw that the Xianjiao in front of him had the intention to leave, and suddenly wiped his eyes with his sleeves, bowed and spoke loudly. Mr. Hong, Shen has an unwelcome request. Hong Fan naturally guessed what the other party was going to say, but just shook his head. Mr. Please escort us north and save us. Shen Xiaochuan forced the words out, and when he saw that the other party didn't answer, he turned back and called his family's name. Sure enough, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and women and children looked out. Mr. Hong, don't look at me as if I don't have any skills. Actually, my uncle is a master of the innate martial arts in Yingyang City. Otherwise, I can't afford such a good guard. Shen Xiaochuan pointed at several Guotong warriors not far away. If you can lead us to Yingyang City in the north, Shen is willing to pay 3,000 taels, no, 5,000 taels as a reward. He made a big promise, and he gritted his teeth. Hong Fan could see that the other party was just making empty promises. Not to mention whether relatives thousands of miles away are worth 5,000 taels in the eyes of an innate warrior. Even if they are, this price is not enough for him to risk his life. But at this moment, he didn't feel angry. Life and death are the ultimate reality of life. So what the other party did was not only deception, but also a struggle in desperation. I can't take you north. Besides, I went south to Yingyang City on the 27th and saw that most of the city had withdrawn to Fian Pass. Hong Fan refused. If Yingyang City doesn't work, there's Fian Pass. As long as you're here, we can also conquer Yaoguang Mountain. Shen Xiaochuan begged in vain, and finally knelt down. Dahua Pass had been breached, and he felt that the person in front of him was his only way to survive. Please have mercy, young master. Behind him, the others also knelt on the ground. I came here for my own mission, and I also have to find someone. Hong Fan sighed and explained to himself. Young master, are you here to find Gu Yixin? A middle-aged guard interrupted at this time. Do you know where he is? Hong Fan looked at him and asked. If you agree to lead us north, I will. The guard wanted to make up a story, but felt inexplicable pressure under Hong Fan's gaze, and finally his eyes flickered and he couldn't continue. You can do whatever you want. If I find my brother's family, I will find a way to deal with you. Hong Fan finally said a sentence and flew into the air quickly. Seeing that his chance of survival was about to end, Shen Xiaochuan hurriedly climbed up. His brocade robe was covered with dust. He first pleaded urgently, and then cursed at the air, cursing until the veins on his forehead burst. But when Hong Fan's figure really gradually moved away, he knelt on the ground again out of despair, and kowtowed in the direction where Xiaoyu was moving away. The wind was strong at high altitude. Hong Fan could no longer hear the noise they made. A quarter of an hour later, Hong Fan returned to the streamside where he first found traces of the camp. This time he followed on foot, and indeed saw human traces heading north for half a day before turning east. Once the direction was determined, the search range was greatly narrowed. In the evening of that day, after traveling 90 miles to the east, Hong Fan saw a few pillars of smoke outside a light forest. He couldn't help running at high speed. Before entering the forest, he saw a man who heard the noise and came out to meet him. He was wearing gray linen clothes, his skin was slightly dark, his face was as square as a spatula, and he was holding an old gun. Who else could it be if not Gu Yixin? Brother Gu, Hong Fan. The two of them met again after a long separation, and they were both so excited that they hugged each other tightly. Hong Fan was completely relieved, while Gu Yixin's heart was hot and his eyes were red. Although he was slow, he knew that the other party could only come to this remote place for him. Before the two of them could calm down, 3 or 4 warriors came at high speed. Hong Fan glanced at a few people, and then looked at the depths of the forest. There were many tents standing, and there were 1,000 people gathered together. He had thought that his brother would save people, But he didn't expect to save so many people, far from being able to bring a family with him. As a top-ranked genius, Hong Fan's arrival excited everyone. Then, under Gu Yixin's introduction, he met his old parents, 2 brothers and sisters-in-law, and 3 nephews and nieces who were less than 10 years old. These 9 people were dressed in thick clothes, with a strong accent, and they were still farmers in their dealings with others. Then, several leaders of the camp accompanied Hong Fan to sit around the central campfire. The 2 sides exchanged names and identities and information over the best local food, a few fried white flour cakes and roasted venison. It turned out that Gu Yixin went to investigate alone on the night when Maoyan City fell. Seeing that the insect tide was strong, he did not take action. He quietly came back to gather more than 200 villagers from the 2 villages to evacuate to the southeast overnight. After more than 20 days, they traveled nearly 900 miles to the east and met 2 groups of people who escaped from Huaxua City in the south of Chaojiang River. Only then did they combine to form a group of more than 1,000 people. The highest force in the current camp is naturally Gu Yixin, while the city guard of Huaxua City, Naibo, and the city defense commander Zai Zhi are usually responsible for management. On the 17th day of the first lunar month, we discovered the insect tide across the river at the lookout on the north bank of Chaojiang River. When the news reached Huaxua City, the insect tide was still 30 miles away, Zai Zhi recalled. The first reaction of the garrison at that time was to prepare for war. He stared at the campfire, and the branches in his hands unconsciously turned to firewood, and the rising sparks quickly turned gray and cold in the wind. I didn't expect that the insect tide would come an hour later, and the 2 tree god guards and more than 10,000 real insects were leading the way. As for the sub-insects in the sky and underground, they were overwhelming. Zai Zhi couldn't help biting his back teeth when he said this, showing an obvious fear. Tree god guards, are they also insects? Hong Fan asked. He could feel that this Huaxua City captain was also a master of the heaven-human level. Tree god guards are also insects. According to legend, they are special individuals cultivated by the tree god in his body. Unlike the real insects that look similar, these guards have different appearances and abilities, and they are extraordinary at a glance. Moreover, each of them has at least a combat power of the Yuanzi level. Not only can they fight, but they also have wisdom that is no less than that of humans and can speak, a middle-aged man sitting opposite Hong Fan added. His name is Yin Fihu, who has innate cultivation and is the leader of a faction in Liudi City. Yuanzi combat power, there are 2 more. Hong Fan frowned when he heard this, thinking of the horrible wound with a diameter of several meters on the wall of Maoyan City. So it was the Zerg combat power of the Yuanzi level that took action. Hong Fan thought silently. This is very different from the news I got from Su Guinian. He looked at Gu Yixin and saw that he looked ordinary, obviously not understanding the trick yet. There was no Yuanzi stationed in Huaxua City. When the tree god's guards showed up, the morale almost collapsed immediately. To be honest, my hands were weak at that time, and I couldn't even hold the knife tightly, Zai Zhi continued. At that time, we understood why Maoyan and Liudi City couldn't get any news. The garrison was desperate, so they ordered everyone to escape, and everyone who could go was won. At that time, most people chose to go north. I was going to Til Pass, but when I went downstairs to look for my family, I met Lord Nai. He insisted that we go out of the city from the east and go against the flow of people to the back of the insect tide. I didn't expect that I really escaped in the end. He smiled bitterly, waved his hand to call a child who was half hidden behind a tree and had a snot hanging from his nose, and sent out the barbecue that he had no appetite for. The child left happily. Gu Yixin hugged his knees, his pupils reflected the firelight, and his breathing became heavier. Chapter 431 Plan. What happened? Hong Fan asked with concern. Maoyan City was captured on the 10th day of the first lunar month. Gu Yixin took a deep breath and pierced his palm with his nails. If I had returned to report the news a few days later, many people could have been saved, but the insect tide was surging at that time, and more than 200 villagers had no power to protect themselves except me, and I couldn't leave for a moment. No one responded to his words. Hong Fan could see that several people present had already had this question in their minds, but they just didn't dare to ask it. The campfire crackled for a while. No matter how many mistakes they made, it's all the fault of those insects. Gu Qianke, don't blame yourself. Naibo held it in for a long time, smiled with difficulty to comfort, and then looked at Hong Fan. Since Master Hong is here, I guess the court must have taken action. I wonder what the current situation is. Not optimistic, Hong Fan replied. The news I got on the 25th of the first lunar month was that the insectide arrived at Teal Pass on the 20th of the first lunar month, and Dahua Pass was breached 3 days later. 2 days later, I passed Yingyang City and saw that the whole city was evacuated, and it was obvious that the city was being abandoned. How could this be? Zhi was stunned at first, and then his face turned red. The insectide reached Teal Pass on the 20th of the first lunar month, which is a full 200 miles. Those who fled north must be. Hong Fan remained silent. The refugees were walking in the same direction as the insectide, and they had to be faster than the insectide to survive. Walking 200 miles in 3 days is almost impossible unless you ride a horse or take a car. It is almost impossible to walk with your family. Zhi covered the lower half of his face, and Gu Yixin's face became uglier. The sound of laughter from the distance of the camp slowly came, but no one was talking by the campfire. Hong Fan changed the subject. You just mentioned that there are more than 10,000 real insects in this wave of insects. I am Mao Yan, who arrived on the 27th. I came all the way from the west to search for Brother Gu. I saw a lot of sub-insects along the way, but I didn't see many real insects you mentioned. This is obviously good news for the camp. This is consistent with our deduction, Naibo replied. The 2 tree god guards led the army, and it must not be just to attack Teal Pass. The so-called invasion is like fire, so concentrated combat power. I am afraid they want to break through Fian Pass in one go. Hong Fan felt more and more suspicious after hearing this. Did you find anything unusual about this insectide? He asked. Several people looked at each other, and finally it was Hao Xianlu, the head of the Hao family in Huaxua City, who spoke. If you want to talk about abnormalities, I mentioned one before. He swallowed his saliva. On the 17th day of the first lunar month, I escaped from the city and looked back. I saw the swarm of insects covering the city walls, but there were still a few calm figures among them. Fanshan Society, Hong Fan blurted out. He immediately thought of many things. 3 years ago, the Snakeman raid in the Battle of Jinhei was instigated by the Fanshan Society. A year later, the unusual movements of the Sea tribe on the edge of Zhanzhou were also confirmed to be driven by them. Then came the rebellion of Huaiyang State. In contrast to the above-mentioned places, the border of Shangzhou has been peaceful for a long time, so that senior officers like Gan Deshao have returned to their hometowns, and some garrisons have been transferred to the north and east. So this may be a long-term game that takes several years to set up. More doubts emerged from Hong Fan's mind. Why provoke the war? What does the Fanshan Society want? The gods are high above and have long defined the boundaries of each tribe. Can this method win the favor of Zulong? Hong Fan just felt confused. His doubts could not be answered by the campfire here. The focus of the discussion quickly turned to the action plan of more than 1,000 people in the camp. Several senior officials headed by Naibo proposed 3 plans. First, the civilians stayed here, and Hong Fan and Gu Yixin, who had high mobility, rushed to Fian Pass to participate in the war. Second, everyone should go north together and find an opportunity to cross the front line to reach the Sanshan Basin. Third, everyone should go deep into Yaoguang Mountain or Sage Mountain nearby, cross hundreds of miles of mountains and enter the Sanshan Basin. After discussion, the third option was rejected first. Sage Mountain is the largest mountain range in Shangzhou, and its branch Yaoguang Mountain is similar, much thicker than Qingzhang Mountain. Only 1/3 of the 1,000 people in the camp have some martial arts skills. It will cost a huge price to let the remaining mortals, old and weak, cross the uninhabited mountain area. As for the second option, it sounds very dangerous, which is equivalent to crossing the enemy-occupied area to return to the rear, and the various challenges on the way are self-evident. So most civilians look forward to the first option. However, the first option is not favored by the top leaders. Because the Zerg is not unaware that there are people hiding in the forest here the past 2 days, Gu Yixin would clear some approaching worker insects during the patrol every day. Until today they learned their lesson and stopped coming, only sending sporadic flying insects to monitor from a distance. Naibo and others knew very well that the current safety was only temporary. Once the second batch of Zerg reinforcements arrives, or the battle on the front line reaches a stalemate, they may turn back at any time to do a second cleanup, and then there will be only one dead end left. Going north finally became a consensus. Everyone looked at Hong Fan. He had previously admitted that he had received an order from the Zhangwu Academy to come to help, and that he had crossed the front line to search here entirely because of Gu Yixin's relationship. As a warrior ranked at the top of the Xianjiao list, he has strong personal combat power and has always been known for his resourcefulness. Now that everyone is going north, they naturally hope that he will take care of them all the way. Hong Fan is a person who clearly distinguishes between relatives and strangers. This time he went south and was determined not to leave Gu Yixin alone in danger. As for asking the latter to leave his family to rush to the battlefield to help, it would be even more difficult. Saving people no matter where they are. I'm afraid Fian Pass doesn't need a congenital person like me. Hong Fan nodded in agreement. With his promise, Gu Yixin's heart suddenly relaxed and he immediately had a backbone. The next thing to determine is the route to the north. The number of sub-insects and the strength of true insects are both amazing, and the consumption is also extremely large. Zhi, as the leading lieutenant of Huaxua City, has been in the army for decades and is very familiar with the Zerg. So the Zerg's march is actually very regular. There is a saying that there are 3 directions: one is to follow the river, the second is to follow the plain, and the third is to follow the human population. I would like to hear more about it. Hong Fan listened carefully. It goes without saying that following the water is important. As long as it is a living thing, it cannot live without water, Zhi continued. It is also easy to understand that following the human population. Although the Zerg can eat plants, the nutrients contained in grass leaves are very small, and it takes a lot of time to eat every day. Therefore, when marching and fighting at high intensity, the Zerg always tends to get as much meat as possible. Unlike other tribes, the Zerg does not care about casualties at all, but only cares about victory or defeat. They often seek to attack the place where the enemy's strength is most concentrated, because as long as they have resources, they can multiply rapidly, and they are best at making one side grow while the other side declines. Hearing this, Hong Fan thought of the empty villages, towns and cities he saw along the way, and his heart was awed. Finally, there are 2 reasons for the smooth plains, one soft and one hard. Zhi sorted out his thoughts. The soft reason is to save resources. The real insects are very heavy, and the consumption is doubled when crossing mountains and ridges, and the sub-insects are afraid of low temperatures, and they will suffer a lot of damage every time they pass through the snow line of the mountains. The hard reason is because of the general insects. General insects are the last of the 3 types of real insects, excluding soldier insects and general insects. Their average size exceeds that of the Zhao giant elephants, and they are also the only insects with extraordinary intelligence except for the tree gout's personal guards. They are the command corps of the insect tide, able to issue orders to the general insects from dozens of miles away, and have tactical strategies that are not inferior to ours, but they have almost no combat power and move slowly, and are often carried and guarded by other real insect groups. For them, steep and rugged terrain is a natural barrier. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432 Helping Hands. After hearing this, Hong Fan probably grasped the underlying context of the war situation in the west of the valley in Shengzhou, why the Zerg always went through Maoyan instead of the wasteland when advancing eastward, why the 3 passes in the west of the valley were built at the current location, and why the Yijiang River and Kaiyao River were named. Shengzhou has a rugged terrain, and there are actually not many variables in the route selection. From here to the north, crossing the Chaojiang River, bypassing the Huaxua City, and passing through the Teal Pass are all necessary routes, and there are differences after passing the pass. First, go west to cross the Chaojiang River into the wasteland, go north to cross the Yingyang City area and then cross the east, looking for an opportunity to pass through the mountainous area north of Fian Pass. The journey is more than 1,600 miles, and it will take more than 40 days if everything goes well. Taking this route is equivalent to taking a large loop around the war zone, which can ensure that you avoid the enemy, but the road is long and there is a lack of supplies along the way, and you have to cross the river twice more. Second, go east and north along the Yaoguang Mountain, find a relatively flat place south of Fian Pass to enter the mountain, and go straight into the Sanshan Basin. The journey is a total of 1,000 miles, and it takes 26 or 27 days. This route is faster, but there will inevitably be battles along the way. The final consensus is the second route. The reason is simple. The Zerg is coming aggressively. No one has confidence that Fian Pass can be defended for long. If they fail to reach Urbay City before the Zerg rushes into the Sanshan Basin, most people may not survive. As soon as the strategy was decided, the camp suddenly became more tense and energetic. That night, the torches and fires were no longer spread out arbitrarily, covering the shallow forest in a ball of golden powder. The young and strong prepared vehicles and fed livestock, while the women smoked meat jerky and searched for spring wild vegetables such as knotweed and wild radish under the cover of night. The team set out at noon the next day. On the 4th day of the first lunar month, they arrived at the south bank of Chaojiang River during the dry season. On the 5th day of the first lunar month, they found the shallow beach upstream and waded north. On the same day, it was almost night. The team camped at the edge of a hilly forest. The rose-red sky sank downward. Hongfan and Gu Yixin took off from the east and west and patrolled around the camp. The lead-gray cloud wreath hung in the northwest corner of the sky. Looking down from a high point, the forest showed an abrupt density, and some areas were even a little bald. These scars were new. Under a slightly steep slope, Hongfan flew low over a tourmaline-like pond like a night owl, like a raindrop that had fallen to the ground and was still lurking. Half an hour later, all the sub-insects in the conspicuous places around the camp had been hunted down. Then Hongfan had some additional work. One was to use a water filter made of fine sand to filter the slightly turbid water in the forest, and the other was to solidify enough stone pots and stone stoves for everyone to use. Iron pots are indeed expensive household items in Shangzhou, but it is difficult for anyone to think of taking them with them when fleeing. The insect plague was like a comb, driving away most of the wild beasts in the forest. Civilians alone could not be self-sufficient in food. Generally speaking, warriors would not serve mortals for free. But with the strong demands of Hongfan and Gu Yixin, they were forced to hunt in all directions, searching for dozens of miles before dark, and hunting enough prey. Dinner was meat as usual. Hongfan sat cross-legged under the independent tent, watching the evening breeze blowing the thick oilcloth. On the wooden tray in front of him, a sliced ear leg was neatly placed. Its surface was slightly burned, the bone marrow was pink, and it was sprinkled with a little salt and pepper. As an innate master, Hongfan was not afraid of cold, heat, rain, and rain. In fact, he had no need for such a good tent cloth. His only urgent need was a little privacy. But he knew that accepting the best treatment in the camp would give the rest of the mortals more sense of security. The sun had completely set, and the sky and the shadows of the forest merged into one. Hongfan sat for half the night, and the more he calmed down, the more uneasy he felt. Finally, at dawn, he went west alone, found the place where he had killed the soldier bug 2 days ago, and followed the traces to find Liu Dichen and his group. They didn't go far, just wandered nearby. It was clearly dawn, but most of them were awake. Less than 3 days after they parted, Shen Xiaochuan's face was obviously dirty. The last time Hongfan saw him, he still had the rare calmness and alertness in the disaster, but this time even his eyebrows were covered with dust, and his eyeballs were covered with a layer of turbid fog, mixed with the dream shadows of last night. As for the leading Guotong warrior among the guards, he wandered his eyes in silence, and his haggard expression gradually became gloomy, like a few crabs that were not dead but had begun to rot. Hongfan was very familiar with these faces. They were called despair. The reunion with Hongfan was like a slap in the face of these people who were gradually losing their vitality. They cleared their eyes in ecstatic tears, followed his instructions with endless gratitude, and hurried eastward. 2 days later, they successfully joined the main force. Another day, the 8th day of the 2nd month. Noon. The line of Huaxua City is still 200 miles away from Tiu Pass. Hongfan climbed up the wind, overlooking the team moving on the official road like an ant colony, and turned west. On the right, the clouds in the distance were dark, and the sunlight that shone through was thin and transparent, like a curtain of light falling into the deep sea. Flying for dozens of miles, everything seemed to sink into the water. What Hongfan saw along the way seemed to be a huge and unpredictable beast that crashed through the waves and passed through the base of the world, leaving only ochre trees on the green landform. Soon, he arrived at the confluence of the 2 rivers. This place was originally famous for the wonders of the clear and turbid rivers converging and clearly distinguishing, attracting people from all over the world to come here. At this time, the wonders were still there, but there was no ghost on the viewing stone platform. The west wind was strong. Hongfan turned to the northeast to the city of Huaxu. On the left, Longshan Mountain flickered on the edge of the world. Kyojiang shrank into a silver line in the afterglow. The scale of Huaxu city was similar to that of Jinhe city. Compared with Maoyan, which was mostly low-rise buildings with earth and bricks, there were many more wooden structures. Of course, now that the city has been emptied for 20 days, all of the above have become ruins. Hongfan ignored the dozen flying insects chasing him relentlessly from behind, flew through the city at low altitude, and saw an unexpected bustle at the north gate. A dozen big men wearing a mix of brocade and animal skins were fighting surrounded by worker insects, mostly using rough weapons such as broadswords and maces, and stepping on the tacky color blocks of red and green blood. On the breakout line, 2 dead men fell to the ground with their limbs scattered, and the scattered bundles around them rolled out a fire-colored brilliance. Just like the old story of Maoyan City, the Zerg will devour all organic matter and some hard metals in the city, but they have no interest in things like gold, silver, and gems. This is not the first time that the Zerg has come. The bandits living in the caves in the mountains know very well how much wealth a whole city that suddenly lost its owner represents, so they gathered like flies. At the crossroads, the human battle circle was constantly compressed, and the frenzied emotions and roars evaporated into the wind. The worker insects that came one after another were always as cold as ice. They dismembered human corpses and their companions who died in the war without discrimination, and ate them all on the red and green land. It was more like washing rice and vegetables than a battle. Hongfan circled for several weeks, which made him feel sick. Finally, he swooped down and shot out 4-color jade, blowing a hole in the encirclement. The bandits were in a desperate situation and didn't care to tell who was helping them. They just grabbed the spoils and fled to the city gate frantically. Some of them fell on the way, but their companions didn't look back. Finally, they were drowned in the second stream of insects that gathered like liquid. Hongfan witnessed this scene speechlessly and pulled up silently. In the north, the clouds were as dark as the sea, hanging upside down, and the bottom of the sea could not be seen. Chapter 433 Moss. 5 days later, on February 13th. In the afternoon, the sky was dark and humid, and it was going to rain. A team of more than 1,000 people arrived at Teal Pass. Or rather, the remains of Teal Pass. The 20-meter-high pass was scarred, and the outer stone slabs were crushed by the knife wheel, and were damaged everywhere, exposing the pale white cross-section that had not yet weathered. It looked like a piece of bone. In the western section of the pass, nearly 100 meters of the wall completely collapsed, and the rammed earth foundation inside was torn into a slope. Right above the city gate, the 3-story watchtower collapsed into a pile of ruins, and the wind was sobbing inside. The tragic scene made the team hesitate, so Hongfan and others took the lead as usual. There were no corpses inside the pass, and it was dead silent. A few worker insects wandered around without organization and were killed at will by the warriors who cleared the way. The civilians who followed behind used iron knives to cut off their poisonous mouth parts and glands, and put the rest into baskets. If insects eat people, there is no reason for people not to eat them back. Behind the gate, the dark yellow barracks built with large earth bricks remained in their original appearance. Everyone carefully inspected every room and saw that there were many dried white eggshells in the corners of the room, with irregular openings on each of them, and the inside was empty. They are all eggs of those sub-insects. The hatching time was about 20 days ago. Zhi pinched the brittle shells, and then reached out to press the dried mucus at the bottom of the eggs, speculating. Are there no eggs of real insects, or are real insects not oviparous? Hongfan asked. He originally thought that resources would be used first for the best combat power. I saw real insect eggs when I went deep into the wilderness in my early years. They were as big as cows. It takes about 30 days to hatch. It is definitely not okay to put them here, Zhi replied. According to the habits of the Zerg, they will definitely build a mother nest closer to the battle line. As for this batch of eggs, it is probably because they obtained too many resources in a short period of time, so they consumed a wave of hatching. He said this casually, and then suddenly fell silent for a long time. Hongfan saw the old soldier turned his back and wiped his eyes with his hands. Mr. Hong, fighting a war cannot be separated from logistics, and this is the same for all races. Nibo, the city keeper of Huaxu City, took over and diverted everyone's attention. It's just that the Zerg and the human race have different understandings of logistics. For the former, the enemy is certainly dangerous, but also the most concentrated resource. So they usually build their mother nests 100 to 200 miles away from the front line and leave heavy troops to guard it. In this way, first, they can respond to the army, and second, they can minimize the loss of resource transportation. What City Keeper 9 means is that since the Zerg did not build a mother nest here, it means that their planned front line is much deeper. Hong Fan took a deep breath and nodded. At least this means that our next few days of going north will not be too dangerous. At this time, the team had all entered the back of the pass and had just started to set up camp. Although they knew that the Zerg had no concept of garrisoning in a city, Hong Fan and high-level warriors such as Gu Yixin still patrolled the entire back of the pass first. As usual, there was nothing edible left in such a large empty pass. Except for 5 or 6 particularly lush old trees, the treetops were particularly full, with a hint of black in the deep green. Hong Fan concentrated and saw that there were countless birds huddled on each tree, neither calling nor moving, just casting strange glances. Hao Xianlu was frightened by what he saw, and angrily sent a palm force to the tree trunk. The flock of birds flew away in fright, like a basin of dirty water thrown into the sky. They don't eat trees. Hong Fan stretched out his hand and pressed it on the rough tree trunk, which felt damp, cold and hard. It's not that they don't eat trees, but they don't eat trees that are over 100 years old, Zhi replied. After all, the protector is also a tree. I haven't seen it, but I heard that it is hundreds of miles in radius. I don't know if it's true. It sounds incredible that a living thing can grow hundreds of miles in radius, Hong Fan replied. This sentence seemed to be contemptuous, which made Nibo, Zhi and others look at him sideways. All the gods of different races are disciples of Zulong. Even if the races are constantly fighting, they are still worshipped as the right gods. No one has ever described them as a living thing. But Hong Fan no longer matters. In the afternoon, the team settled down in the barracks area. Compared with the tents, earth bricks are more solid shells, which give people a temporary support for their fickle hearts. After running for more than 300 miles, many vehicles had to be repaired. The sand and gravel of Hong Fan could temporarily bridge the broken axle wood halfway, but the stone was heavy and brittle and could not last long. Repairs require materials, and the only suitable materials in the pass are those hundreds of years old giant trees. When the sun sets, the dim slanting light whips the bungalows and kneeling figures in the camp like a whip. The men in charge of logging put their axes aside, kowtowed to the trees under the silent gaze of the birds among the branches and leaves, and asked the tree gods for forgiveness with a guilty conscience, as if these few surviving things had shared the power of the insect plague. The ceremony was not over yet, but the ear-piercing buzzing sound came first. A man suddenly passed through the kneeling crowd, used the sand as a saw, and chopped down the tree with an unquestionable posture. The flock of birds rose again, like dirty water splashing into the sky for the second time, and then flew away completely, never to return. The treetops collapsed with a rumble, and the green leaves trembled constantly, like blood splashed by something that could not be named. Hong Fan dispersed the sand knife and left without a word. The civilians knelt and dazed for a long time, and then their faces calmed down, and they stood up to chop wood with drooping faces, and their hands were particularly fierce, as if they were chopping a piece of pork leg. An hour later, it was dark. The rainstorm that had been brewing for many days finally came. Hong Fan was sitting in a barracks on the north side of the pass, and heard thunder rolling back and forth in the distance, like a self-bombarding artillery. There are many sounds between heaven and earth, and they cannot escape the ears of innate warriors. The dull sound was the raindrops hitting the soil, the clear sound was the raindrops hitting the bricks and stones, the tepid sound was the raindrops falling on the wooden frame of the carriage, the popping sound was the raindrops falling into the pile of more raindrops. On the newly made stone table, a plate of roasted worker insect meat was placed upright, half-eaten. The taste of sub-insects is similar to chicken, very tender, and has a special fragrance. Objectively speaking, the meat is not bad, but when thinking of the energy source for their hatching and thriving, Hong Fan felt that the fragrance was so strange that it was uncomfortable and difficult to swallow. He stood up and looked, his eyes piercing through the rain curtain to the south, and witnessed a pale mist splashing on the destroyed city gate. Death has no color. If there's, it is probably pale. Hong Fan remembered that 4 days ago, it was the first time that the team had lost members, and then it continued every day. Today, when they arrived at Teal Pass, 3 more people died due to illness and fatigue. Life in Shangzhou West is not easy, and it is not difficult for ordinary people to travel 40 or 50 miles a day. But if we keep moving at this speed for days, casualties are inevitable. But what's the big deal if a few people die? After 8 days of traveling, Hong Fan felt that his team had become an old cart, dropping parts as it drove. It's okay to drop parts, as long as the car can arrive. He thought to himself, and wondered how many parts would be lost before the car could no longer be considered a car. The rain was still falling. So much water jumped down from the cliff, as if it was just to break outside his house, so that the fragments of the bodies would splash in. In the empty house, Hong Fan sat upright, feeling moss growing in his heart. He thought of Du and Cheyenne again. Chapter 434 Climbing the Steps. The heavy rain lasted for a day and a night, as if it had consumed a month's supply at once. On February 15th, the first ray of sunlight at dawn was as thin as a blade, cutting through the night. The sky was completely clear. The road was still very muddy at noon, but the team had already set out, and in 3 days they traveled 100 miles northeast, close to the edge of the Saga Mountain. From the 15th to the 18th, the weather became more and more refreshing, and there was a rare lack of casualties for 3 consecutive days. Hong Fan thought that it might have benefited from the heavy rain at Teal Pass, forcing everyone to rest for a whole day. Another day, February 19th. The team was still about 600 miles away from Fian Pass, and stopped to rest before noon. A quarter of an hour later, Gu Yixin, who was on duty for reconnaissance, flew back from the sky like an eagle, and landed accurately beside Hong Fan and others. There are 2 teams of real insects ahead. One team is 13 miles to the north, and the other team is more than 20 miles to the northwest. He sat down on the stone, leaning his spear beside him, and took the half jar of freshly picked red raspberries handed to him by Hong Fan. Just soldier bugs, Zhi asked. More than that, Gu Yixin shook his head, grabbed a handful of fruit and chewed it, and found it very sour. He tilted his head and saw Hong Fan listening seriously. I counted carefully. Each team has 20 soldier bugs, led by a general bug. Gu Yixin swallowed the raspberries and said. Zhi was a little serious after hearing this. This shows that we are close to the core area controlled by the Zerg. Seeing Hong Fan's inquiring face, he further explained. If the Zerg tide is compared to a person, the general bug and the general bug are the brain and bones. The flesh and blood of worker bugs or soldier bugs can be easily replenished after loss, but the general bug has to stay in the eggshell for at least a few months. Unless it is a protracted war, it is almost impossible to regenerate. In addition, the general and the commander have always been one. Since the general bug appears, there must be a general bug within a radius of dozens of miles. At this time, the relaxation brought by the sunny day had been swept away, and everyone became dignified. With the general insects pressing on this position, does it mean that Fian Pass is still holding on? Hong Fan deliberately mentioned the good news. I think so, Zhi nodded, his expression slightly relieved. With you all here, it is not difficult for us to wipe out a few real insect teams, but the general insects are like the eyes and ears of the general insects, and the general insects are even more integrated with the general insects. Once we conflict with them, the entire insect tide can immediately determine our position. Can the general insects and the general insects communicate remotely and instantly? Hong Fan was stunned. Yes, according to the court, the general insects and the general insects have a long-distance communication mechanism based on innate spiritual energy, and can communicate in 2 directions instantly across dozens of miles, Zhi answered. This is a bit tricky. Hong Fan crossed his arms, obviously not expecting that the alien race that he subconsciously thought was barbaric and backward would actually have such high technology. Or can I go with Brother Gu to hunt the nearby general insects? Is it feasible? Mr. Hong, this may be difficult. Naibo took over. Although the general insects are clumsy and have little combat power, their shells can mimic and change color, making them difficult to distinguish from a distance. In addition, they have a habit of burying themselves in the ground when they are stationed in a fixed area, and only let their subordinates transport food from the tunnels they have dug. Trying to find them is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Everyone was silent for a moment, and they were all at a loss. Then let's start with the general insect. Gu Yixin spoke at this time. Anyway, the further north we go, the more insects there will be. We have to go on the road, he said seriously, stuffing a small half-can of sour raspberries back into Hong Fan's arms as if nothing had happened, clapping his hands and standing up. A quarter of an hour later, more than 10 miles north of the temporary camp. Downwind. The thatch on the high hill was gently pressed down by a hand. Hong Fan poked out half of his face and looked at the swarm of insects wandering a few miles away. There were a total of 21. The leader was 3 meters long, with thick limbs and ferocious horns. That's a general insect, weighing about 2,000 jin, and its strength can reach 10 times its own weight. In terms of strength alone, it is even stronger than a peak warrior of the pure realm, Yin Fihu said in a low voice. Hong Fan was shocked when he heard this. If we calculate it as 1 to 20, wouldn't there be at least 500 pure realm warriors among the more than 10,000 real insects in this insect tide? It should be noted that before the collapse of the Li family, there were only about 40 pure realm warriors in Jinhei City. It's not that scary to say there are hundreds of pure realm warriors. After all, the brain of a general insect is pitifully small, and it is definitely not a match for a human pure realm warrior in a one-on-one fight, Yin Fihu explained. But even if the real insects are stupid, their bodies are there after all. If this team fights against the mortal army in the field, it is likely that they can wipe out 200-man teams with heavy crossbows. Hong Fan did not doubt this. The general insect's metallic exoskeleton and 3 pairs of compound eyes protected by chitin are definitely not something that ordinary arrows can break through. The 5 senses of the general insect are sharp, and its vitality is extremely strong. It is impossible to kill it with one blow without it realizing it. Yin Fihu looked at the giant beast in the distance. Fortunately, we have the ancient spear leader. It was Hong Fan who took over the words. That may not be the case, he smiled, quite interested. Brother Gu, how about I do it this time? Everyone looked at Gu Yixin after hearing this, and saw that he nodded without hesitation. 2 young masters, how about it be safer? I was a little worried. Don't worry, if Brother Pham says he can do it, he must be able to do it, Gu Yixin replied seriously. Yin Fihu wanted to persuade him again, but he saved his words when he heard the strongest man in the formation said so, but his palm secretly pressed on the handle of the knife. Hong Fan's face was solemn. He stood up and stepped forward, stepping on the high hill. The green grass on the field was floating like hair, and the wind and waves from the north were passed from hand to hand. The gravel rolled silently. First, a straight long gun barrel was formed on Hong Fan's shoulder, and then his whole body was firmly cast on the ground. At this time, the man and the hill were already one, as solid as steel. After a breath, the blazing fire essence exploded, and the bullet was ejected from the barrel, like a dotted line directly pointing into the left eye of the 400-meter away general insect, which was unaware, and detonated in his skull. Blood and flesh splattered, and the general insect's neck was empty. A second later, the thunder of the explosion came back, and at the same time, the giant insect without a HUD staggered and fell. Amazing, Gu Yixin was the first to praise. I remember that before we parted last year, your sand gun couldn't reach far, but I didn't expect that you have made such progress in just half a year. Is it the effect of your new practice? He asked casually. I was listening to it, but he was scared. It turned out that you didn't know Mr. Hong's methods just now, and then he changed his mind and was even more surprised at Gu Yixin's unconditional trust in Hong Fan. This killing method is really amazing. Yin Fihu was completely shocked. As a congenital 4-in-1 warrior, he originally thought that his cultivation was better than Hong Fan, and he respected the latter but did not respect him. Now he put himself in the position of the general insect, but he was not 100% sure of survival. This must be the first-class killing method in the Kangwu Pavilion, he sighed. It has not been determined yet. I personally think it is more than one class, Hong Fan replied without disguising it. Since it has not been determined, it must be a newly created method. Just this shot, several people praised it several times. They were originally very happy, but soon they stopped talking at the same time. In the distance, the 20 soldier insects surrounding the general insect confirmed that their leader was killed, and then tore and ate its corpse. Green slurry splashed, limbs were tilted, and pieces of exoskeleton were completely opened by brute force. The wind blew in the distance, bringing with it the sound of biting and tearing. These soldier insects have lost their command and returned to their instinctive state. I swallowed his saliva and finished his words intermittently. They are now like the lowest beasts, collecting as many resources as possible and bringing them back to the preset destination until the next reorganization. As they continued to eat, Hong Fan seemed to smell something in the refreshing wind. They are heartless, emotionless, and fearless, so they will not stop for a moment because of death, and they are perfectly focused on the present. His face was solemn. What a terrifying war machine. The general worms had been torn to pieces, but the 20 soldier worms failed to bring back the resources, and died in the hands of 5 human warriors in a blink of an eye. The battle was easy, not even worth a few adjectives. Gu Yixin pulled out the spearhead from the brain of a worm corpse and saw Hong Fan standing there in a daze. "What's wrong?" he asked with concern. "Have you heard about the Star Lord's soul-stealing and soul-stealing to increase his cultivation?" Hong Fan came back to his senses and said. "I heard that you are going to break through again." Gu Yixin tilted the spearhead, and the green blood splashed into a line on the soil. "No, I found that as the realm increases, the amount of vitality required for breakthrough becomes larger and larger. The vitality provided by these 20 soldier insects is equivalent to that of hundreds of mortals, but I can hardly detect the obvious difference." Hong Fan sighed. "Now that I am at the second level of Xianshan, it takes about 30,000 to 40,000 mortals to advance to a small realm. Does it need so many? The Xianshan realm is certainly extraordinary, but I don't think it can be equivalent to so many people." Gu Yixin frowned. "It's not enough. The plundering of the vitality of the life star will consume a large part, about 1 in 10, but after all, I am only at the second level of Xianshan." Hong Fan took 2 steps closer, glanced back at the others who were dragging the insect corpses dozens of meters away, and lowered his voice so that only 2 people could hear. "Brother Gu, according to my calculation, it would take tens of thousands of people to make another step forward. What if it is stronger? Stronger? Even if the warrior is a Yuanxi Shinrun, he doesn't have your ability to search the soul and take away the spirit." Gu Yixin waved the tip of the spear and cut off the poisonous mouthparts and claws, making it easier to collect them later. "If warriors can't do it, then those above warriors can't do it either." Hong Fan's voice lowered even more. "If the gods want to ascend the stairs, how many corpses must they step on?" Only then did Gu Yixin stop his movements and look back, leaning on the gun. Hong Fan's face was expressionless. Beyond his face, in the distance was the gray-yellow horizon where the sky and the earth overlapped. Higher up, the indigo-colored caged sand mountains hung in the air, like spectators outside the world. The 2 felt frightened by the wind. "Hong Fan, I can't figure this out." Gu Yixin lowered his eyes and muttered. "Just kill more bugs." Hong Fan stopped talking, just nodded silently, and carried a complete soldier bug corpse on his shoulder. Then, they turned around and walked up the hill. Chapter 435, Chaos. After many days of trekking, it was the second day of March. On the left side of Yaoguang Mountain, it was still 50 miles away from Fian Pass. The slanting sun brushed the dry snow on the jagged peaks, illuminating the bald heads of vultures gliding. The 1,000-man team avoided the main road far away and camped in the gap between the 2 mountains. Deep in the war zone, everyone dared not make a fire, and only swallowed cold food with spring water. A dozen miles away, Hong Fan, who was out for reconnaissance alone, ran through the mountains and rushed towards Fian Pass. In order to avoid attracting unwelcome tales, he did not choose to fly. A quarter of an hour later, across the last hill, a faint vibration came, like the uneasy breath of a nightmare. Hong Fan grabbed the crack of the rock with 2 fingers and swung up the cliff with 1 arm. There was no obstacle in front, and the view was broad and dim. Fian Pass was suffering from the flames of war. The most eye-catching thing in the chaos was a red ball of light. An old man in a bright red robe was hanging in front of the pass, holding it above his head. A few miles away from him, a giant insect thousands of times larger than a human was flying against a light. Its limbs were thick and strong, and its body was covered with spikes. It had a hard iron shell and a ferocious horn on its nose. The ball of light shot out. The giant insect did not dodge, and used its green horn to pick it up vertically. The ball of light flashed instantly after hitting the sky, and the sky was instantly filled with red clouds, which shivered and suppressed the sunset. With the help of this fleeting red light, the dense flying insects in the air appeared in a flash, like countless eyes suddenly opened. Hong Fan's breathing stagnated, and he pulled his attention away to look at the battlefield. Fian Pass was more majestic than Teal Pass. The wall of the pass was about 30 meters high, and the whole body was light gray. It was actually made of cement. There was no traditional watchtower on the city. Half-human-high battlements were built on the wide plain. Many real insects on the upper city were stuck in it and were besieged by soldiers using pickaxes and hammers. The walls below the city were covered with broken pieces of varying sizes, like leprosy pits. There were 2 half-worn wounds on the top of the east side that seemed to have been bombarded by heavy artillery, more than 10 meters wide and 5 or 6 meters deep. This battle to defend the city had obviously lasted for many days. The soldier caves left at the bottom of the city gate had been crushed, and small red spots were dotted in the ruins. At this time, more than 1,000 real insects were piled up at the bottom of the city gate, using their exoskeletons as steps to climb up. Their huge weight did not support vertical movement on the wall. Thousands of sub-insects climbed the city faster, hitting the defenders' armored formation like raindrops, and were chopped into thick blood plasma, like a layer of freshly painted green paint. On both sides of the city gate, as long as the real insects and warriors could climb the cliffs, the battle never stopped. The red light had long dissipated. Hong Fan panted heavily, and his sight followed a battle group of one man and one insect in the cloud. Suddenly, he saw two rays of light, one white and one blue, coming back from the distant mountains to the battlefield. They collided and bounced off several times along the way, hovered after a short loss of power, and then entangled again to go behind the pass. This pair of strong men are also Yuan-Si-level warriors. The white light came from another strange giant insect, which was several times larger than the general insect. It had well-developed muscles and exposed muscles, a slender body, and 3 pairs of wings on its back. The middle-aged man who was fighting against it was thin, with long hair scattered for several feet, and his whole body was burning in the blue flames. When the two human Yuan-Si were far away from the pass, another black-robed man appeared from the dense and layered insect swarm, his arms bursting with purple light, and he broke the 3-layer chop wall with one palm, and blasted several heavily armored soldiers into the air, making them no longer human. The distance was too far, and Hong Fan could not hear any movement for the time being. But almost at the same time, a giant umbrella appeared on the city wall, dragon patterns appeared on the umbrella, and waves surged under the umbrella. In a moment, the wind blew up and covered the whole place. Fian closed his eyes, and the world exploded. Hong Fan closed his eyes slightly, and felt that the innate spiritual energy in the distance was boiling and swirling like a turbulent flow, like a mountain fire and a vortex in the sea, far exceeding any Huntian technique he had seen before, and the black-clothed warrior who used the Zixia Hulong Sutra was greatly reduced in arrogance, and his fighting style changed from wild to conservative. Just at this moment, a dull thud passed by his ears, probably from the explosion of the earliest round of light balls. This was a high-intensity war that Hong Fan had never seen before. He lay on the cliff, watching the battle quietly for a quarter of an hour, and finally wiped the sweat from his forehead and returned silently. The night was a group of silent black-clothed people, sitting around with their knees hugged between the two mountains. Inside the tent, the fire burned carefully, illuminating all the faces. What Master Hong saw were the personal guards of the tree god. Naibo folded his arms and lowered his voice. Our Shangzhou legend says that they are special individuals that the tree god has cultivated in his body. They have different body shapes and abilities. Not only are they as smart as ours, they can also speak human language. His eyebrows trembled slightly as he spoke, as if he remembered the time when Huaxua City was broken. The old man holding the red sun should be the eldest princess's guardian, Chikyongzhou Wenayang. The long hair and green flames are the symbol of the great success of the Yaksha Rampage Classic, so the second venerable must be Wei Yuanbei, the Yaoshan of the Wei family of Hebei City. As for the giant umbrella, it is the Chaos Realm, the divine weapon held by the eldest princess. I saw Her Highness use it when I was helping in the battle in Maoyan City 2 years ago, at the cost of consuming her own blood. Yin Fi Hu took over the conversation. When the Chaos World comes, the innate spiritual energy will no longer obey the command of any warrior. It can not only suppress the power of most high-level killing methods, but also prohibit the production of true essence, once the Danshin is exhausted under the giant umbrella. The key realm warriors will not be able to resist the siege of the army. Hong Fan understood what he said. For warriors, the innate spiritual energy is like an amplifier. The higher the cultivation, the more power they can use it to amplify the power of killing methods. Under normal circumstances, warriors can still make up for quality with quantity when they are separated by a large realm. For example, Hong Fan, Gu Yixin, and Zhu Yuanke once fought against Fen Mannian. Once they are separated by 2 levels, there will be a qualitative gap in the quality of warriors in all aspects, with the absolute advantage of Yuan-Si in strength, speed and true essence recovery. Even a large number of Hunran realm warriors cannot consume it. The Chaos World is equivalent to breaking this natural barrier. According to previous estimates, the princess and the remnants of the Tuaguan Pass should retreat to Fiangan around the 3rd day of February, and the insect tide will sweep left and right, which will delay it by at most 4 or 5 days. Gu Yixin breathed a sigh of relief and said something that was difficult to say before. To be honest, I was worried that Fian Pass had been breached before. After all, Tula Pass was only defended for 3 days. I didn't expect it to last until now. The difference between being prepared and not being prepared is often just a few days, ZZHI replied. Tula Pass has 5,000 soldiers stationed there. This time, facing the sudden attack of 3 Yuanzi fighters and 10,000 real insects, if it weren't for the princess and her entourage, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to hold out for 3 days. And when the insect tide surges to Fian Pass, the permanent troops, the remnants of the Shengaiyu army, and the retreating defenders of the 3 cities between the 2 passes will probably be able to pile up 20,000 elite troops. This is not counting the warriors and young men intercepted from the civilians. No matter how fierce the insect tide is, it is still composed of living creatures. No matter how unstoppable the invasion is, there will be losses. He gritted his teeth slightly, paused, and added this sentence. Then stop them outside Fian Pass. The ancient and new eyes reflected fire, and the tone became lively. The voice splashed, but there was no response from the tent. I'm afraid it's not easy to defend. After a moment, ZZHI replied in a muffled voice. Gu Yixin turned to look at him. What Commander Zai said is correct, Hong Fan said in a sharp voice. After passing Til Pass in the north, the insect tide encountered almost no resistance, which means that they had the opportunity to set up a mother nest near Fian Pass a month ago. Now is the time for the first wave of real insects to hatch. If the records in the Shengzhou geography I read are correct, there are 300,000 people in my tribe south of Til Pass, and there are far more other livestock and poultry. It is estimated that 70% to 80% of them have become nutrients for the insect tide, excluding losses. Based on the vitality, at least 20,000 to 30,000 real insects can be hatched, or more than 10 times the sub-insects. At this point, not only was the tent silent, but even Hong Fan himself felt a pain in his teeth. After a while, Gu Yixin couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere anymore, and suddenly stood up and opened the tent. The night air was damp and cold, and the stars and the moon were bursting out of the sky. Time waits for no one. Hong Fan stood behind him, looking towards the knife-like back of the Yaoguang mountain range in the east. On the steep part, the remaining snow under the moonlight was embedded in the ruggedness, extending into a silver leaf vein in the gray-black stone color. For now, we can only race against time, everyone. We will only rest for half a night tonight, and go into the mountains before it is fully light. He made a decisive voice. At dawn the next day, the sky was not yet bright, and only the outline of the mountain range was plated with steel blue. The team abandoned the vehicles and used livestock to carry the most important food, water and blankets, and went deep into the mountains from the east. The northern section of the Yaoguang mountain is gentle, which is something everyone in Shengzhou knows. But gentleness is relative. In the mountain barrier with a straight thickness of 40 miles, the team crossed mountains and valleys, and the altitude fluctuated between 0 and 2,000 meters. Fortunately, Hong Fan's ability to consolidate sand into stone is very mature, and he built ladders on cliffs and bridges on water, saving at least half of the time. Even so, every day there are people who can't keep up and sleep in the mountains forever. 3 days later, on the morning of March 6, Hong Fan, who was leading the way, cut through the bushes and climbed up the high hill by stepping on the dampness between the weeds. He saw the morning light pressing down on the mountain shoulder like a sword, piercing a deep valley. In front of him, a white river fell to the bottom of the valley. The river was full of jagged stone scales, like a long snake turning its belly upside down. At the tip of the tail of this white snake, there was a vast fertile field outside the mountain. Hong Fan stood still on the hill. More and more people passed by him, and gradually slowed down their steps in the morning light, realizing what was happening. Starting from the south of Chaojiang, after a month of trekking, they finally crossed the Yaoguang mountain. For a while, many tears flowed silently, and more roars of joy, anger, or hoarseness like stones burst out, rolling back and forth in the valley. In the afternoon, the team completely left the Yaoguang mountain area and shot straight like an arrow on the plain towards Hebei City. Hong Fan and Gu Yixin finally completed their responsibilities. After making an appointment to meet again with Naibo, ZZHI and others, and refusing the 300 taels of silver that Shen Xiaochun had sewn on the back of his boots and gave him with great pain, the two of them said goodbye amid the thousands of thanks from everyone, and headed for Fian Pass with ease. It was 200 miles to the northwest. With Hong Fan and his team's cruising ability, it would only take 2/4 of an hour. At 3 p.m., when the two of them saw the gray and white majestic body of Phi Ion pass from 1,000 meters in the air, as if it would stand forever, they saw a black tide spreading over it, like a reef that was gradually being swallowed. Behind the city, a human army that had maintained its organization was retreating at full speed, surrounded by a few panicked and frightened fleeing soldiers like ants. Hong Fan, what should we do? Gu Yixin approached and asked loudly. Support them, Hong Fan responded, accelerating his dive. P.S. This part was added after publication. And does not count the words. I want to say something to the readers here. I wrote very little in October, and even for a long time in the middle of the month, I felt empty when I thought about writing. This is because psychotherapy has gradually entered the deep waters and has touched some more fundamental aspects. Simply put, psychoanalytic psychological counseling is a bit like looking back on the river of life, first locating the important nodes that build the current self, and then re-experiencing and correcting them, in this way to reconstruct a healthier self. Therefore, during the treatment process, the anxiety, fear, and avoidance that I have experienced will reappear many times, bringing stage discomfort. I was in this cycle in the first half of October, especially during the National Day holiday. In the second half of the month, my condition gradually improved, but there were new and unexpected problems. Regarding my efforts in writing, I used to have 3 motivations. The first is pure love, the second is self-affirmation, and the third is seeking material rewards. Love comes from nature, and the latter two correspond to my Oedipus conflict and survival anxiety, which are negative drives, similar to fear and whipping. Of course, they are effective, but they will also bring a series of negative products, making writing itself a burden. Now that the treatment has taken effect, the underlying conflicts and anxieties have been gradually disintegrated, and the negative drive has also disappeared. Simply put, I no longer pursue recognition from others, social success, and no longer regard myself as a parasite because I don't make money from writing. This is of course a good thing, and it reduces a lot of internal friction and pain, but the result is that the motivation to write online articles has also been reduced by half. Of course, I like to read online articles. It is fun, easy, and can kill time, but from another perspective, what can a writer driven by passion gain from writing refreshing plain articles? If you don't write for money or for success, what's the point of writing rough and shallow texts, characters that are labeled or even unlabeled, and plots that have no narrative skills and are only for the sake of refreshing? This is exactly the problem I am facing now, that is, to rebuild the motivation for writing in a positive way, or to find my original intention again. After stripping away a series of purposes such as gaining recognition, material rewards, and self-affirmation, I need to re-examine myself. Why do I write? What kind of things do I want to write? The current way I reconstruct is to read those classics. For example, poems, such as the works of masters. It can be regarded as some results. I don't know if the above nonsense can explain my experience clearly. Many people may feel that they can't understand, or think that I am complaining without reason. Laugh. This is actually normal. Finally, in order to avoid misunderstanding, I have never thought of abandoning this book, but I may write more details later. After all, writing is about satisfying the author first. Chapter 436 Xiao Chu. On the same day, the sky was dim, changing from light purple to dark blue. 20 miles to the right of Phi Ion Pass, the temporary camp was messy and quiet, with light and dark sentinels at their posts. Hong Fan initially thought that the afternoon battle was an irreversible rout, but when he met up with them, he found that the remnant of the 5,000-man army was not only well organized, but also well ordered when marching, and still had the courage to fight again. They took the initiative to retreat. It was 6 p.m. The military order had been passed down, and all of them had to rest for an hour and a half before setting off, and they were not allowed to take off their armor during this period. In the leeward side behind the boulder, several guards built the only tent next to the newly lit bonfire. It was called a tent, but in fact it was just a piece of bright yellow dragon-patterned camp cloth set up on a few wooden poles. Although Gu Yixin and Hong Fan arrived abruptly during the rout, they were still immediately received by the princess in person with their strength and reputation. By the light of the fire, Hong Fan saw this famous royal noble for the first time. The first thing he saw was a soldier. The heavy and bulky armor concealed all the curves. A short and delicate 6-leaf hammer hung at the waist, with an easy reach. The red tasseled helmet of the Swanee was placed flat beside it, and the earmuffs were covered with dust. The next person was a woman. Her facial features were soft, but her facial curves were clear. She had a man's bun on the back of her head. She was neither made up nor had any makeup. Rather than being beautiful, it was more appropriate to describe her as heroic. My surname is Zio, and my given name is Chu. I am the eldest daughter of my father and the commander of this army. Zio Chu clasped her hands in the air, sitting upright on the flattest stone pier, her voice peaceful and plain. Hong Fan thought she would call herself this palace. You two's help is like a timely help, and the army will never forget this kindness. Zio Chu tried to smile, looking at the two of them gently with a pair of dark eyes dotted with gold, and her particularly pale lips were also particularly eye-catching. Hong Fan was sitting and returning the greeting. When he lowered his head, he saw that her right hand was tightly wrapped with a fine white silk bandage, and one side of her palm was slightly red. The bandage had rough edges on both sides, which should be made from ready-made clothes. He thought of the rumor that the chaotic world consumed blood. The eldest princess was undoubtedly a beauty. But perhaps because of the camp environment, or perhaps because of the recent defeat in the war, she did not give Hong Fan the same shock of peerless beauty as when he first met Shen Tixin, as if he was hit by a stick on the head. This royal family member should be someone who is easy to work with. Hong Fan thought. The guards brought food and water according to the number of people. The food was hot pancakes, and the water was just cold water. Zio Chu drank water from a tea bowl with a small crack on it. She swallowed a mouthful of water every time she took a bite of the pancake. Between her fingers, the kill-fired glaze on the bowl reflected the firelight, transforming into brilliant clouds. In the time it took to make half a pancake, she introduced Hong Fan, Gu Yixin, and the generals and masters above the innate level to each other, and four of them were particularly important. The first one sat near the left of the princess. His name was Zhou Wenyang, and his title was Chikyong. He was ranked 97th on the Earth list and had the rank of Silver and Green Guanglu Doctor from the 3rd rank. He had a goatee, half of his hair and beard were white, and he was still wearing the same bright red robe, sitting on the highest stone. Hong Fan made eye contact with him several times, and he always felt that he looked down at people, with arrogance overflowing between his eyebrows. The second one sat near the right of the princess. He had a white face and no beard, and his long hair was loose. He was tall and thin like a yaksha. He wore a blue satin military uniform and was taciturn. He was the wandering god Wei Yuanbei. The other two were doubly marked by the dragon soul tree and the life star from the beginning, but they were Hong Fan's relatives. One was called Hu Zhuang, about 30 years old, with a face full of flesh, more than 2 meters tall, and not as strong as a human. He was in charge of the life star elephant eater. According to the documents Hong Fan had read, this life star and the giant spirit phase belong to the same physical strengthening type. First, it can give the star master the power to digest any food to quickly recover injuries and endurance. Secondly, it can also strengthen the star master's soul according to the accumulated blood and ki obtained from digestion. He ate a piece of the pancake that the personal soldiers had just served, and his 2 rows of steel teeth crossed and crushed it like a crusher. The other person was named Dai Wangjin, who was 27 or 28 years old, with thin lips and narrow eyebrows, a slender and short frame, and a right arm broken at the elbow. Then there was a steel prosthesis, and he was in charge of the life star Nian Shengshen. This life star is similar to the sand world, which can animate dead objects. It can not only escape underground, penetrate mountains and walls, but also drive puppets to fight. These two have followed Zio Chu for many years. The former served as the commander of his personal guards, and the latter was similar to a retainer. After exchanging identities, the first topic brought up was naturally military affairs. The insect tide began to attack Fian Pass on February 8, and it has been exactly 1 month since today. In fact, the process and outcome of this battle were within expectations. Zio Chu stroked the broken surface of the porcelain bowl, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised as he spoke, with a smile on his face. You two just experienced the war in the 3 counties of Huaiyang last year, and you are already familiar with the battlefield. I will omit the details. With a newly renovated pass, more than 20,000 elite soldiers, sufficient water and medicinal materials, and the help of Lord Wei. In early February, we knew that we could at least hold out until March, and just 2 days ago, the number of real insects in the insect tide had dropped to about 3,000, not enough to cover the entire front of Fian Pass, But it is also destined that we can't hold it. She clenched her injured right fist and pursed her lips. In March, sooner or later, once the first wave of real insects hatched from the insectide mother nest arrives, we can only abandon the pass and leave. You must have seen it this afternoon. Even if I send more people from the rear, the pass wall itself can't hold out. Hong Fan nodded in approval. He clearly remembered the worm-eaten front of Fian Pass and the foam-like shattered soldier cave at the bottom. Toxins are the signature weapon of the Zerg, and even the blood and body fluids of many insects are highly corrosive. Our army has suffered more than 11,000 casualties in the past month. I ordered most of the corpses to be cremated immediately, just in case of today. Xiao Chu stared at the sparks on the campfire and frowned. At least it has been delayed for a month, and the evacuation of the Sanshin Basin has been completed. From now on, Urbay City, 500 miles away to the east, has made all preparations, and we will fight the Zerg-tide for the last time. She sat up straight, making a rustling sound of armor leaves rubbing against each other. The swaying campfire dispelled the chill of the spring night. Zhou Wenliang suddenly spoke at this time. Gu Qianke, I have something to ask. He looked at Gu Yixin, who nodded woodenly. The insect swarm attacked Maoyan in January, and then the insect swarm went straight north. Why did you come so late? Gu Yixin told the truth, telling him about Hong Fan's southward search for him in late January, and the experience of the two of them escorting their family members and more than 1,000 civilians from Chaojiang all the way north. Zhou Wenliang sat upright with his knees supported and stopped talking. More people below him seemed to have something to say. Among them, there were several wearing purple silk clothes with cloud patterns stained black by blood, but in the end no one took the lead. Gu Yixin felt the change in the atmosphere, but didn't understand why. He was born poor, had a poor appearance, and had made friends with martial arts for many years. He had always chosen to endure all kinds of criticisms that did not involve principles. Your family set out a day earlier than us, and there was a difference of 200 miles in between, which was equivalent to 4 or 5 days' walk. With us covering their retreat, they will surely arrive at Urbay City safely. Xiao Chu looked around at everyone, took a few seconds to brew a smile, and spoke to ease the situation. I heard that the Zerg will build a mother nest for hatching. Do we know where it is? Hong Fan asked the question that had been in his mind for a long time. I saw it with my own eyes. The mother nest is located in Yingyang City, Wei Yuanbei answered concisely. Have you ever tried a sneak attack? Gu Yixin took over the conversation instinctively. The mother nest is built underground and has strict defenses. There are at least thousands of real insects and 100,000 sub-insects guarding it. Even if the innate masters go there in a team, they can't break through. Zhou Wenliang stroked his beard with one hand, smiling. What about Yuanxi? Gu Yixin looked at him directly. Yuanxi can't go there, Zhou Wenliang replied immediately. The commanders can communicate instantly through the air. Once one of me and my brother Wei shows up in Yingyang City, the main force of the Zerg will attack immediately. Fian Pass will only be defeated. Gu Yixin paused and his face suddenly became much worse. Hong Fan then understood the regret that Xiao Chu had just hidden. It was 2 against 3 at the Yuanxi level. Although Chaos Realm was trying to pull them back, it was still difficult to maintain. If Gu Yixin could arrive earlier, Fian Pass would have more than one strong combat force, and there would be a huge strategic space. But Hong Fan didn't think it was Gu Yixin's problem. It took me only 2 days to go from Zhejiang, Liangzhou to Maoyan. There are many Yuanxi people east of Lihou Pass. Why don't they come when Brother Gu is not here? He spoke proudly, looking straight at Zhou Wenliang. The latter glanced at him, raised his chin slightly, and did not respond. The more innate and senior officers of the Shengaiyu army, who were not known for their personal combat power, had flickering eyes. Xiao Chu interrupted the conversation. The dead cannot be brought back, and it's useless to say these things. Her face was full of fatigue, and she clenched her injured right palm and ended the meeting. Everyone dispersed, most of them looking for a place to rest. Hong Fan and the other two were still energetic, and ran into the night to gather up the defeated soldiers. Chapter 437 Imprisonment. That night, it was a quarter before the hour of high, 8:45 p.m. The night was as cool as water, and the sound of the horn was as turbid as mercury, washing the atmosphere. The camp gradually woke up. Hong Fan came out of his meditation and heard the officers shouting one after another. The short rest did not quench the thirst, but instead made the fatigue that had been buried deep in the soldier's surface, making it increasingly difficult to bear. A quarter of an hour later, The team set out along the official road, silently heading east under the distant and clear moonlight. The next day, at the hour of 2 a.m., the long snake-like team was already 60 miles away from Fian Pass, and then completely collapsed during the short rest originally planned. This was an army that had fought for many days and was indeed the elite among the elite, but the combination of mental frustration and physical burden made them exhausted beyond measure. The insect plague is like a stream. It will gather strength to destroy obstacles at the pass, and when it encounters a wide and fertile land, it will spread out like a river entering a mudflat to maximize the efficiency of resource collection and self-reproduction. 60 miles is a safe distance for the time being. So Xiao Chu ordered the whole army to set up camp. Hong Fan had never seen such exhausted soldiers before. They set up tents and stakes randomly like zombies, and hastily let go of horses. Once they lay down, they fell asleep as if in a coma. Many of the wounded had high fevers and kept mumbling incoherently. It was very dark in the second half of the night, and the wind whistled across the barren wilderness, like the chaotic snoring of the earth. The moonlight was bone white. Hong Fanjia sat on the stone, listening to every short wail that broke the nightmare in the silent camp, and his thoughts rose and fell like the tide. He thought about the dependence between power and obligation in the previous life, and the social foundation needed to build them. In this world, perhaps power has always been responsible only to more powerful power. If so, being ruled or shouldering obligations may even be the luck of the weak. The ancestor dragon descending from the sky, the giant spirit god with a body as big as a mountain, the tree god of Zhejiang who made a forest of a single tree. The excessive development of individuals destroys sociality. Those who make a lot of people are the real dictators. Hong Fan opened his eyes, his thoughts scattered, and he could not concentrate for a long time. The sneer on his lips and the fear in his eyes were seen by Gu Yixin, who was lying on his side and unable to sleep. Both of them rested for a short time that night. March 7th, noon. Half a night of sleep was still insufficient, and the soldiers still couldn't hurry. Before noon, a group of vultures found from nowhere circled over the camp, stretching their necks as if they were scalded by boiling water, waiting to come to their country. The hastily built camp had no wooden fences or trenches. Hong Fan clearly saw Xiao Chu patrolling and checking the tents one by one, still wearing heavy armor and looking haggard, until he passed by another place when the sun passed the top. The two simply looked at each other and nodded, without greeting, but they both realized that the other was full of worries. Hong Fan could feel that Xiao Chu's worries were not about the current battle situation. And being busy was a way to avoid it. Wei Shizheng, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The whole army had just finished lunch, and the purple ribbon innate Lin Luchuan, who is honored as deer in the forest, hurried back to report that a large army of more than 2,000 real insects had actually chased them to a distance of 25 miles. This news shocked everyone in the Shengaiyu army. Although the 2,000 real insects were strong, they were just lambs to be slaughtered against the 3 Yuanxi in this formation. But because of this, the 3 top fighters in the insect tide must follow the formation. This is too abnormal. Xiao Chu gritted his teeth and narrowed his pair of broken golden eyes. The insects are not as stamina as ours, and they must rest for a few days after the battle. Besides, the land east of Fian Pass is flat and fertile, with forests and wild beasts everywhere. Breaking up the whole into pieces and expanding in a network is both their usual and the best strategy at the moment. There was no point in saying more. The army immediately broke camp, even ignoring a small number of wounded soldiers, and rushed 20 miles after the Yaoshi. 6 p.m. It was getting dark, and the snake-like team crawled slower and slower, and had to stop to rest. A bonfire lit up on the wild slope, swallowing up the darkness. Hong Fan came as he was called, sitting facing north, and saw lightning in the reef clouds far away, sketched with a silver pen. 2,000 real insects are only 30 miles behind, and they pursue them regardless of the cost. During the journey, giant insects often run out of energy and are dismembered and eaten by their companions on the spot. Wei Yuanbei, who left the camp personally, reported in a deep voice. 2 tree god guards are in the formation together. As he spoke, thunder was rolling, and the bushes beside the bonfire were shaking slightly, as if an invisible giant beast was walking on the fine leaf veins. Hong Fan looked at Xiao Chu through the golden flames. Her lips were dry, her hair was messy, and the fine sweat on her forehead wet her eyebrows, flashing with broken light. It's still 340 miles to Orbe City. The speed of the real insects is slightly slower than ours, but now the whole army is exhausted. Even if we abandon everything and hurry on, We will be caught up within 3 days. The firelight was blazing, illuminating the golden umbrella that Xiao Chu was leaning on. The umbrella was only half a person's height, and there were spots of blood on the handle. The whole body was brand new and moist, as if it was full of oil. Your Highness, how about asking Hebei City to send troops to support? Hu Zhuang straightened his huge body like a brown bear and suggested. Xiao Chu instinctively reached for the umbrella beside him. When Hu's slender fingers touched the golden umbrella, they trembled suddenly and his face became paler. The fire crackled. The wilderness in the north was sinking in the rain. Hong Fan looked at the eldest daughter of the Emperor of Dahua and realized for the first time that life is not long, actually has a unique beauty. Xiao Chu finally grasped the umbrella, holding it so tightly that the bandage on the palm of her hand squeezed out a sharp silk sound. No, she grabbed the chaos world and shook her head again. Calling for reinforcements is equivalent to choosing a field battle. Without the advantage of the city gates, we can only use human lives to fill the charge of the giant insects. If we are delayed, it may even develop into a decisive battle. After saying this, Xiao Chu seemed to have made up his mind and was obviously calm. For now, we can only use a small force to harass the rear and delay the pace of the insect tide. We now have the ancient spear leader, and the Yuanxi realm is 3-3, so we are not at a disadvantage. After this was said, no one responded for a while. The small force in her words was obviously composed of warriors, and most of the people present were warriors. What does Duke Zhou mean? Xiao Chu looked at Zhou Wenliang. Your Highness, when I left Beijing, I received an oral order from His Majesty that no matter how bad the situation was, I had to bring you back intact. The old man gently stroked the folds of his robe, his expression determined. Please forgive me for not being able to leave your Highness for even a step. Xiao Chu was not angry when he heard this. Duke Zhou is sincere in protecting you, so I won't make it difficult for you. The team behind you will be led by me personally. Her statement made Zhou Wenliang speechless, but the others were not surprised. Most of them could guess what Xiao Chu was thinking. She had been in the army for many years before she led the Shengaiyu army, and the 5,000 remnants here were the essence of it. As long as they could keep the 5,000-man army and return to the rear to recruit new soldiers, the combat effectiveness would soon be restored to 80%. On the contrary, if they lost the officers and veterans, it would take years to train a team of similar quality. Hu Zhuang, what do you say? Xiao Chu raised his eyebrows and asked again. I am willing to lead the way for your Highness, the giant replied briefly. Dai Qing, what about you? She looked at Dai Wangchen again. Officers represent power and resources in the army, so in the general army of Dahua, they are often warriors, but the Shengaiyu army is different from the traditional army. It has Xiao Chu's strong personal color, and everything is for efficiency. In the Shengaiyu army, commanders are often mortals, while warriors above the Guanchuang realm are directly responsible to the commander-in-chief, specializing in fighting, and do not cooperate with mortal troops. This system is called Kingshi, and Dai Wangchen himself ranks first among the Kingshi of the Shengaiyu army. Following your Highness has always been Wangchen's long-cherished wish. The armless star clasped his fists heavily. If I die in battle, your Highness, please be sure to protect yourself. He hunched his back and lowered his head. Although his voice was urgent, he never dared to raise his eyes. At the end, his voice was trembling. If things are impossible, even if I don't want to leave, Duke Zhou will not let me stay. Xiao Chu agreed without hesitation. Among the above three people, Zhou Wenliang is the leader of the entire army, Hu Zhuang is the commander of the personal guards, and Dai Wangchen is the chief of the Kingshi of the Shengaiyu army. If these three do not object, the plan can be carried out. Just when Xiao Chu was about to mobilize further, Hong Fan raised his hand to interrupt. Dai Wangchen pressed his prosthesis, originally immersed in the emotions just now, and saw this, mistakenly thought that the latter objected, and glared angrily. Your Highness, I heard that the commander-in-chief can command the swarm of insects to fight from dozens of miles away. Is there an exact number for this distance? Hong Fan asked, ignoring his gaze. This distance varies from individual to individual, but based on past experience, it is no more than 60 miles. Xiao Chu frowned slightly, but still answered patiently. So according to the position of the Zerg vanguard at this time, the commander-in-chief who is behind the remote control is about to pass Vian Pass. Hong Fan pointed to the west. Some people were thoughtful. The speed of the Zerg's advance depends on whether the frontline operations are going smoothly on the one hand, and whether the commander-in-chief in the rear can keep up on the other hand, and we can attack both of them. Hong Fan said all his thoughts. The commander-in-chief has protective color, can dig holes, lie in the sand, and is extremely difficult to find in positional warfare, but at this time, they have to collectively cross the narrow pass, which is equivalent to having to be exposed. If we move there, we will be able to disrupt the rhythm of the insect tide and break the siege here. The distant thunder drove across the wilderness. Zhou Wenliang shook his head slightly. What you just mentioned is not hard to think of, but why didn't your highness mention it? He looked down at Hong Fan. The Zerg have 3 ways to win in battle. One is to fight to support the war, the second is to be brave and fearless, and the third is to unite the whole army. Now there are countless flying insects to the east of Fian Pass. Once our army has a large-scale maneuver, it will be impossible to escape their ears and eyes. The leaders of the insects are connected. If we compete with them in making temporary moves, it will only be self-humiliating. If we attack at a single point, only 1 or 2 of the 2 brothers Wei and Gu will go to Fian Pass. The final result is just to fight in another place, which will disperse our strengths in vain. As for those below the Yuanzi, it's not that I have high standards. Even if it's a top-ranked Xianjiao, it's extremely difficult to survive in the insect tide, let alone to seize the leader among thousands of insects. Don't even think about it, Zhou Wenliang said decisively. The long wind and the bonfire collided at this time, and the red stars were rolling. Duke Zhou, why don't you let me try? Hong Fan insisted. Dai Wangchen finally couldn't hold back after hearing this, and he clenched his iron fist. Duke Zhou has seen countless innate warriors in his life. As for the Master of the Destiny Star, there are also me and Brother Hu in the Shengaiyu army. You are born in a noble family and have outstanding appearance. Master Hong, do you want to think that you are different? He raised his eyes and laughed intermittently. Everyone felt that this was harsh, and many people glanced at Wei Yuanbei and Zhou Wenliang. The former was born in a noble family, and the latter was indulging in his appearance. As for Xiao Chu, both of them were perfect. Brother Dai, I don't want to belittle myself. I'm afraid there are some differences. Hong Fan's voice was light and powerful, without anger. When I penetrated the 6 meridians, I created the sand-flowing knife, which can cut black iron at will. When I penetrated a peak, I created the desert sand battle armor, which can face arrow formations directly. When I was in the state of completeness, I created the sand wings, which can fly like a magnet without hindrance. Now that I have combined the 2 innates, I have made some new creations. He did not compete with the others, but looked at Xiao Chu earnestly. War is a matter of life and death. At this time, Hong Fan did not want to do anything ostentatious, exaggerated. If it were not for the relationship between Gu Yixin, he might not have come to Shengzhou, but since he was here, he could not sit back and do nothing. Zhou Wenliang did not refute. Hong Fan's attainments in killing methods were well known in Jiazhou, and he had just seen the magic of the sand wings with his own eyes yesterday. Dai Wangchen also shut up. He realized that his previous words had offended Xiao Chu, and now he wanted to pull his tongue out, and was suffering in the hell of regret. Young Master Hong is a genius on the list, and he is a rare fighting force for our side. We must not throw it away lightly, Xiao Chu advised. With a heavy insect swarm, how can you break through? Even if she had heard of the name of Chisha, she could not see it in person. It is not necessary to break through, Hong Fan answered irrelevantly, stood up from his seat, and pointed to a pine tree on the hillside 800 meters away in the west. Duke Zhou, is there anyone under Yuanzi who can break that pine tree from a distance here? It is impossible, Zhou Wenliang thought without thinking. Hong Fan then looked around at everyone, Hu Zhuang, Dai Wangchen, and his peers, and everyone shook their heads. Please stay alert, he then nodded, and rolled up the sand's flow. Within a few breaths, the bullet formed on his shoulder and fired. A moment later, a fire suddenly appeared on the hillside, the pine tree tops fell, and dark red flames ignited on the trunks. Thunder sounded out of nowhere, and many soldiers in the camp asked in surprise. And beside the campfire, more than 20 key figures from all sides stood up suddenly, and only then did they know what it meant to be a great name. How is it? Lightning flashed across the north night, and instantly illuminated Hong Fan's face. The young are formidable. Zhou Wenliang had a gloomy face, but there was a lot of respect in his words. From now on, I will no longer say anything about young Master Hong's affairs. Chapter 438, Benevolence. On the same day, an hour later. Fian Pass. Inside and outside the remaining pass, black insect swarms rushed to the east, like a flowing plague. The half-moon was hanging high in the sky, reflecting corners of silver on the dark tide, like the moonlight on the sea. Hong Fan hovered under the high-altitude sea of clouds, avoiding the interference of flying insects, and locked onto 5 multi-legged fat insects the size of male elephants one by one. These giant insects were covered with soft leather shells, and the colors rippled slightly during their movements. They were half like oil and half like a pass. They were lying on the soft sedan composed of soldier insects, crawling under the protection of thousands of real insects. The number of soldier insects was huge, and the sub-insects were endless to kill, and the seemingly stupid and incompetent general insects below were the key to the insect tide. Although the target had been confirmed, Hong Fan did not rush to act. According to Xiao Chu's information, there were also differences between individual general insects, and the command ability was about 10 to 30 general insect teams. Considering that more than 10,000 real insects had been scattered in the left side of the pass, it was impossible for the general insects hiding here to be only these 5. As he thought so, he glided downwind and hid in a low rain cloud. At the same time, more than 50 miles to the east, Gu Yixin, leaning on his spear in one hand, sat on a rock against the wind, his eyes fixed on the swarm of insects that were gradually waking up from hibernation a few miles away. 100 meters to the north, Wei Yuanbei sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, his black hair flying, his clothes sticking to the wind, outlining his half-body bony skeleton. Behind the short slope to the east, Xiao Chu, carrying the Chaos Realm, led more than 200 selected elites to march steadily in the thick darkness. The minimum selected for this battle was the Guantong Realm, and there was no need to light torches even though it was completely dark. They can see clearly that we are approaching, and not retreating now means that those few are also in the formation. The speaker was Zhou Wenniang. He walked to Gu Yixin with one hand across his waist and the other behind his back. The 2 tree god guards who came from the east this time are named Zhe Lei for the strong one and Han Yun for the swift one. The former is fierce and powerful, while the latter is extremely fast. They are the best in the Yuanxi realm. In addition, we still don't know whether the rebels of Fenshin society have exerted their full strength. Counting these 2,000 real insects, if you were not here, I would not have followed your highness in making trouble, he introduced in a condescending tone, and there seemed to be a hint of goodwill in his words. Gu Yixin nodded vaguely, combing the newly replaced red tassel with his fingertips while holding a short gun, his face calm. Such a battle is not a trivial matter even for us. Realm, cultivation, wealth, fame and fortune, everything is between life and death, but you seem to be absent-minded. Zhou Wenniang smiled when he saw him like this. Your Excellency is wrong, my heart is there, but you are not, Gu Yixin replied. Why? Zhou Wenniang suppressed his smile. Let the past go and wait for the future to come, keep your mind in the present, and external evil will disappear. Gu Yixin straightened the red tassel and held a spear across his knees. If you don't see the past and the future, isn't it a state of confusion and ignorance? Zhou Wenniang frowned and retorted. No. Keep your mind in the present, just like you and I can see the other side while sitting here, and we don't worry even though we know. Once the mind loses its position, the spirit loses its master, and worries naturally arise, Gu Yixin explained. Zhou Wenniang was silent for a moment, as if he had some feelings. Is this the truth you realize, or is it a martial arts proverb in the Buzzy Vajra classic? In the martial arts classics, I was roughly the same before I started practicing martial arts, but I just don't know how to explain it clearly, Gu Yixin replied. I heard that after you were on the 3rd list, your family still farmed in Maoyan, Zhou Wenniang asked again. Gu Yixin shook his head. Yes, there are still some fields, and they are not completely abandoned. But after I was on the Xianjiao list, my family has been crowded with gifts. It can no longer be said that I make a living from the fields. The so-called one person's enlightenment brings prosperity to the whole family, Zhou Wenniang smiled. What about the future? Do you plan to pass on your skills to your children and nephews? The Buzzy Vajra Sutra is slightly more famous than the Red Sun Sutra, but it is not easy to keep. As he spoke, he seemed to think of something else, and his eyebrows gradually became tangled. After waiting for a moment, he realized that no one responded, and turned to look at Gu Yixin, only to find that the other party was looking at him. In the future, your heart has already been mixed with it, Gu Yixin said softly. Zhou Wenniang was stunned, and his face was embarrassed and he stopped talking. After a moment, the main formation was complete. The time has come. Zhou Wenniang seemed to have been patient for a long time and was the first to go out. At that time, red light rose like clouds, and a fierce and heroic voice came out of it. Zhe, come and fight. When Jingsha approached the insect swarm, there was a strong sound of wind, and a giant god with prominent horns broke through the wall from the darkness. The red and green collided, shaking out huge light fragments like buildings. After the two, another white rainbow rose from the insect swarm and pressed through the air. Wei Yuanbei saw this and turned into a blue flame and shot out, facing it head-on. Xiao Chu was holding a sword and shield, and was about to give the final instructions to Gu Yixinzo, but he saw him dragging a short gun backwards like a powerful arrow and flying away. 1,000 meters in the sky, just in a moment. The gun came out and poked a hole in the side of the insect's head. On the surface of the colorful compound eyes, the golden light that suddenly appeared froze the silhouette of the young man, and then when the green blood spurted out, he had already rushed into the night like a white bird. The gun body rotated and cut open the carapace of the soldier insect. Lean forward and speed up. Outside the short spear, Vajra knowledge was already urging him to the extreme, shaping a 3-meter-long golden blade shadow. With a gentle rotation of his wrist, the second head of the insect fell silently. The golden light shot into the formation in a straight line, engraving into the countless compound eyes that focused on it. Then the 7 insect soldiers collapsed into 14 petals at the same time, returning the green they had plundered along the way to the soil. The atmosphere trembled in the roar. The friction buzzing of the spear blade continued, as if drops of honey fell into Gu Yixin's ears, making him raise the corners of his mouth with ease. Once in Huaiyang state, the wind was so disgusting. But now the evil wind is gone. There should be a new wind between heaven and earth, so that the world can breathe, freedom can be concrete, and mountains and rivers can have messengers. In the vast tide of insects, Gu Yixin galloped freely without losing himself, and felt that he had returned to his hometown many years ago, without the martial arts, without the years, but different from that time. He felt that he had become more dull, but also sharper. The third head split the face of the insect in two and fell forward. The light generated by the Vajra scripture became purer and purer. Driven by the remote commander of the handsome insect, the real insects shot out a bunch of flying thorns at an astonishing speed and density, but they could not hurt Gu Yixin. The killing was smooth like a song, until a dragon-shaped lightning was thrown from the air and blocked by the spear blade. The broken light was like a snake, exploding into a purple halo. The leader among spears, the reputation is well deserved, the speaker was a man in black robes. He stood with his hands behind his back, and there was a strand of silver in his black hair. He was probably hiding in the swarm of insects before. I wanted to kill the pride of Chikyong with a sudden cold arrow, but I didn't expect to face you. The black-robed man first looked at Gu Yixin's face, and then his spear. But it seemed that there was nothing to see in either of them. My name is Xiao Tang Huang, and I am the 13 Kings. He was about to introduce himself, but saw Gu Yixin instantly poked the spear, and quickly controlled the lightning with his hand, hanging on the spear body like a long rope. There is really no need for you and me to fight, Xiao Tang Huang said in a deep voice. I know that Fanshan society is notorious in Jiazhou, but there are reasons for everything. You want to confuse me with lies? Gu Yixin drew his gun and retreated, asking straightforwardly. After 2 brief exchanges, he knew that the other party had reached the 3rd level of Yuanzi. The battle was briefly suspended. Gu Yixin, I know your reputation as a hero, but I am not so arrogant as to think that I can deceive you with just a few words. Xiao Tang Huang dispersed the lightning and laughed at himself. It's just that the lies of those insects in Shenjing were broken at a single poke, and they couldn't withstand the wisdom of the wise sword in the 12th year of Xianxin. Dahua is in its heyday, and the young son of Emperor Shun was nameless and powerless, but he was able to gather 13 vassal kings to raise an army and do things that made the king win and the bandits lose. Such a ridiculous statement, can you believe it? He spoke at a very fast speed. Why not? Gu Yixin asked back, his hands circling and stabbing. Xiao Tang Huang blocked and retreated, and in a few breaths, the two were several miles away from the battlefield. The throne is noble, but how can it compare to the martial saint? I won't say anything else. If it was just for the power of ordinary people, how could you force the 2 martial saints of the Xiao family to cut off their robes and fight to death, so that the 3 surnames would split the land and seal the borders? He couldn't help but hate it when he said this. How can the world know that the Zulong is different? Xiao Tang Huang gritted his teeth and said, his hair stood up. In the Dragon Palace of Shenjing, the evil obstacles of the dynasty are colluding with the 1,000-eyed demon god to commit treason. For 200 years, Everything we have done was done out of necessity. In the lightning and thunder, Guyixin kept silent and smashed down with his spear. Do you think I'm lying? Xiao Tanghuang held it with his bare hands, his eyes flashing fiercely. I'm reckless and not good at distinguishing lies. From what I heard, you are sincere? Guyixin frowned and said seriously. But I have never seen Zulong, but I have seen with my own eyes that you, Fanshan society, killed your own people and exterminated the world. As he spoke, his hands were still strong, and the tip of his spear rubbed against a purple thunder net, producing streaks of lightning. Stupid. How can you use common people to weigh the weight of Zulong? Xiao Tanghuang was furious, and the purple light in his eyes surged. Without Zulong, our clan would not be where it is today, and there will never be a tomorrow. And where would you practice martial arts? How could you be so ignorant of the importance of things? He cursed, and reluctantly suppressed his anger and softened his words. I have wasted so much time talking, but I am also feeling sorry for you out of kindness. Everyone says that the Spear Master is the most outstanding talent in Jiaxiao in recent years. If he dies like this, wouldn't it be a disgrace? At this time, the true essence continued to flow out from Xiao Tanghuang's palms, turning into dark lightning that tore through the night, showing the terrifying true essence of the purple sky dragon transformation sutra that suppressed the world. The sky and the earth sank into purple sea. The pale golden glow emitted by Vajrabhati was like a waning moon floating in the sky. I am from Maoyan. In these 2 months, from Maoyan City to Fian Pass, I can't count how many people have died. Guyixin lowered his eyes and stared at the forest at the bottom of the purple sea, which was wriggling like water plants. Do you feel sorry for them? With a rustling sound, he pointed his spear. The red tassel was soaked in green blood and trembled in the evening breeze. Xiao Tanghuang stared at the cold light at the tip of the spear, as if he had read something and stopped arguing. Spearmaster, huh? He sighed softly and swung his thunderbolt. You are not a great man, and you disappoint people. The purple sea was boiling in an instant, surrounded from all sides, and then penetrated by a golden light. In the dark night, 2 arcs of light, one golden and one purple, penetrated the wilderness, and after several collisions, they split into the sky at a 90-degree angle. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439 Reversal. At the same time, Hong Fan's waiting paid off. East of Fian Pass, he locked onto 2 dim and slow-moving shadows. They were the general insects that had left their dormant state. The frontal battlefield had already begun. They thought they had determined the positions of all the enemy's high-risk units and moved under the protection of the second team of soldier insects. The opportunity was fleeting. Hong Fan gathered his wings and pounced out of the floating clouds like a hunting falcon, diving down at a large angle. The sky fell backwards, and the earth rose in his sight. At an altitude of 100 meters, avoiding the 2 waves of hard spikes hastily thrown by the soldier insects, Hong Fan shot out the fire jade. The red flash was fleeting on the dark plain. He changed his position, flew level, and took off. When he was 5 miles away, he made a second dive bombing. The third destination was Fian Pass. When Hong Fan landed on the cliff top high in the south of the pass, the general insects had already known the fate of their kind, and either moved hastily or dug sand to hide, but their huge size and terrifying weight slowed down their speed. With them as the core, the 3-dimensional black tide no longer flows eastward. Half of it converges towards the center like a whirlpool, and the other half surrounds Hong Fan from a distance. As Zhou Wenliang said, this evil water cannot be crossed by those who are not in the innate realm. So Hong Fan stood on the ground and set up his gun. It was windy and dim that night. The horizontal distance of more than 600 meters with a vertical drop should not be easy to aim. But as an innate warrior, Hong Fan's body has far superior performance to that of ordinary people. Just by aiming with a gun, he can personally feel how the bullet will pass through the barrel and sharpen the atmosphere. Close your eyes, the bullet speed, spin, trajectory, and landing point, everything is clear in the darkness. Within 1,000 miles, all the handsome insects experienced an illusion ritual in the shared consciousness space. The twisting and struggling self was placed horizontally on the moonlight-colored dinner plate. This is sacrificial meat. The figure standing on the cliff has the color of the Gobi Desert. This is a ritual knife. The fire-colored light flashed at the muzzle, like a knife passing through meat. 600 meters, 1 second. The neck was hit with a pop, and then the flesh expanded and tore, hatching the blazing fire of unfilial piety. The invisible and intangible wailing was like a circle of ripples driving along the sea of innate spiritual energy, and it disappeared in an instant. Hong Fan could not hear this sound, and he did not bother to listen. Unlocking the cannon hoe, he took a deep breath, and his vision widened from the linear shape. He saw the vast flying insects surrounded on 3 sides, and the distance was already 100 meters. The muzzle rotated and anchored the 4th handsome insect. The swarm of insects poured in, hitting the heat wave rising from the 7-step cage, and they spontaneously combusted and fell, like fire rain in the wind, and cherry blossoms in the rain. After a breath, the second bullet was fired, penetrating the hip side of the 4th handsome insect, and blasting a 2-meter-wide fatal wound. Then the 5th one. The handsome insect is a highly intelligent creature with a weak body. The death of 4 compatriots is certainly not enough for it to evolve long legs to run away, but it reveals enough information. So when Hong Fan locked onto it, the handsome insect was already covered with dozens of insect soldiers who used their bodies as armor. Quick wit. Hong Fan sneered in his heart. His vision was focused like a sharp sword, and he identified a momentary path in the rain of falling insects, and then fired a bullet. The shot easily killed a soldier insect, but the handsome insect hiding under it only suffered minor flesh injuries. Hong Fan knew that he could not take shortcuts today, so he dispersed the sand cannon. Everyone in Shengyu's army said that innate warriors could not rush into the insect tide, and it was obviously true. However, Hong Fan held a dragon soul fruit in his hand, and felt that he could give it a try. He stood up suddenly, shaking off the carbon ash of insect corpses all over his body, and the blazing tide spread out in all directions, burning the air with a radius of 5 feet. The sand winds rose again, rising at a high speed, smashing all the debris along the way. Hong Fan pulled up to 1,000 meters, locked the position of the handsome insect, and dived. This time he really faced the anti-aircraft firepower of the insect swarm. The flying insects intercepted by suicide, bursting out poisonous body fluids. Countless sharp spikes were ejected at high speed by the giant insects with their specialized muscles. The sound of bowstrings being released overlapped and covered densely without any accidental injuries. Hong Fan tried his best to roll sideways, but it was still difficult to save his sand wings. He completely lost his mobility in the air 100 meters away and had to reorganize the gravel around his body into a shield. A few seconds later, sand cones suddenly appeared in the insect swarm. Before the earth and rocks fell, the general insect, which was heavier than a car, plunged into the smoke and dust at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. With a muffled sound, the ground shook slightly. The airflow tore through the smoke and dust, revealing a sand-cast giant nearly 10 feet tall, who was blocking the giant insect's horn with both hands. During the wrestling, the giant retreated 3 steps in a row, finally exhausting his opponent's energy, and then exhaled, twisted his waist and smashed his elbow. The general insect's body sank suddenly after being hit, and the top of its skull was broken and deflated by nearly half, and a large amount of tissue fluid vomited out of its mouth parts. With only this moment of delay, the large spikes pierced into Hong Fan's back armor. More soldier insects approached at full speed on both sides. With a glance, the ground suddenly turned into sand, trapping the blade's foot and causing it to break its joints. But the general worm in front of him was not dead yet. He ignored the deformation and compression of its shell, twisted its neck despite the secondary damage, looked up with its only 2 remaining side compound eyes, and then raised its tail sting from behind its buttocks. Hong Fan turned his head to block it, and the sand knife in his palm slashed the worm's head vertically, completely disabling it. The first round of confrontation ended in less than 3 breaths. More giant worms with different forms and abilities surrounded the general worm like a wall, completely covering its position. In response to them, the hot wind hell blast by the blazing explosion code was in effect. Within a radius of 30 meters, high-temperature gravel spun at high speed in a semi-molten state, killing all comers indiscriminately. In a snap of a finger, the compound eyes exploded. In 3 seconds, the breathing hole was burned. In 7 seconds, the shell was carbonized and cracked. In 10 seconds, tissue fluid bubbled out from the joint seam, boiling and evaporating. The knife cut and the fire burned. The pain here is unimaginable. However, the enemy was like a tide, without a moment's pause, dozens of miles away, a quarter of an hour ago. Guyixin flew along the river at a high speed, low over the water. He saw the purple light approaching from behind him, and shot the water into a wall. The purple lightning encountered resistance, and burst into dazzling light and fire, instantly illuminating the water. Before the dead fish and shrimp floated up, the two Yuanzi had entangled 100 meters away. With a zigzag change of direction, Gu Yixin slightly distanced himself and used his true energy to relieve the numbness in his wrist. After being promoted to Yuanzi, a warrior can fight for an hour or so with ease, but now he has been slightly injured in 3 places not long after the battle, and he feels weak. Everyone in the world knows that the 10 classics of Dahua have their own specialties. The Shura Fighting Sutra is unparalleled and has a fierce fighting style. The Yimu Kingling Sutra is used externally to support fighting. The Tongshan Sword Sutra is unstoppable and kills with one strike. The Xiangyang Divine Wind Sutra, the 3 Realms Illuminating Sutra, etc. are famous for their magnificent killing methods. In comparison, the Zixia Hulong Sutra has a slow practice and mediocre moves, and can only enhance the quality of the practitioners in all aspects, and give the martial artists of the same realm several times the amount of true energy. Because of this, it has a particularly strong suppression power against martial arts with lower grades than itself. The Buzzy Vajra Sutra is a top-grade martial arts of the same grade, known for its speed and penetration. The ancient meaning and new battle has been walking in the rivers and lakes for many years, accustomed to fast-paced fighting, and has hardly suffered from martial arts inferior to others. However, the rhythm of today's battle is not only fast, but almost full. Under Xiao Tanghuang, the purple thunders are like nets and tides, bombarding continuously as if they don't need true energy, and there has been no interruption since the beginning of the war. It is better to say that the two have been chasing and escaping than fighting. Defeating the lightning spears that were chasing him from the left and right, Gu Yixin penetrated the rear of the insect army and crossed the battlefield. In a glimpse, Zhou Wenliang had a slight advantage in the battle against the west, and Wei Yuanbei was almost on par with the south. At the core of the battlefield, 10 innate masters, including 2 star kings, rushed forward like sharp arrows, followed by 200 elite soldiers, breaking through half of the enemy formation. Perhaps because the soldiers were tired, the speed was slower than expected. Xiao Chu knew very well that even if Gu Yixin could hold Xiao Tanghuang back, the numerical advantage of the insect swarm would still gradually manifest. The real test was how to get away cleanly after causing enough casualties. If it could not be done militarily, the side could only rely on the Chaos Realm. This divine weapon, in addition to suppressing high-level combat power, could also cut off communications that relied on innate spiritual energy, which could be called a special attack on the insect swarm. Such a magical effect, of course, also has a corresponding price. Xiao Chu's eyes were shining with purple light and he dragged the knife to the ground. After a few steps through the guards, the blade was covered with rocks and blessed into a heavy hammer about 10 feet long. Then she leaped high and smashed a half-crippled general insect to death with a smash. With the instantaneous vision just now, the swarm's deployment of thickening the front and encircling the flanks was clearly visible. The risk is increasing with time. With this thought, Xiao Chu's hand had already grasped the umbrella handle behind him. At this moment, the battle situation changed. On the front line of the two armies, the formation of 10 real insect teams suddenly stiffened, and then these nearly 300 giant beasts seemed to have lost their memories and no longer had a macro understanding of the current situation. They went to eat when they were hungry, and looked for water sources when they were thirsty. The front row stood still and did not know how to move forward, and the middle row turned around and blocked their own back row. Your Highness has opened a chaos world. Dai Wangchen's eyes were red with anger when he saw this, and he drove the rock puppet beside him to lift himself up and look back. Don't be confused, the innate spiritual energy is calm as usual, Hu Zhuang shouted in a muffled voice, lowered his shoulders and bumped, and threw the soldier insect that pounced on him away for several feet. 10 seconds later, the swarm of insects returned to normal, as if it was just an illusion. But within 2 minutes, another 300 real insects disconnected and reconnected, and after recovery, their organization level decreased and their response was slow. At this moment, everyone realized what had happened. Our cousin really boasted. Hu Zhuang laughed and grabbed a scorpion tail, swinging the scorpion weighing more than a ton like a hammer, opening a bloody path. Behind him, Xiao Chu felt relieved, as if he had been pardoned. Just when the morale of the human race was high, the swarm of insects lost control twice in 5 minutes, so that half of the real insects completely left the battle sequence and acted according to instinct. Taking this opportunity, Xiao Chu turned from killing to annihilation, and the swarm of insects was in great defeat. The tree god's personal guards obviously lost their decisiveness. Soon, Han Yun was the first to go west, and his speed was unmatched, followed by Zhe Lei and Xiao Tanghuang. In front of the three freed human Yuanzi, the real insects were as fragile as sugar beans, and hundreds of them fell like mowing the grass in 3 minutes. So far, a quarter of the 2,000 real insects have been left forever. Hu Zhuang led his army to expand the victory. Dai Wangchen turned back early and quietly noticed that Xiao Chu's face was tense. "The battle is decided. Why is your highness unhappy?" he asked attentively. "Your highness must be worried about Hong Fan." Zhou Wenliang flew down with his hands behind his back, bringing a strong wind. Chapter 440 Blazing Star. Now that the commander's dead, Hong Fan's operation is obviously going smoothly. What is there to worry about? Dai Wangchen was still puzzled. "I'm not worried about the insect swarm." Xiao Chu shook his head. "In this battle, our army has more than 200 people against 2,000 real insects. Even if we use the Chaos World, we can't keep any of the enemy's Yuanzi. Although the general situation has been determined just now, they can still delay for a while to recover some losses, but they left in such a hurry. They can only have received information from the commander and rushed to Hongfen." She spoke faster and faster, and her eyes were scattered because of anxiety. In everyone's estimation, Hongfen was successful if he could kill 1 or 2 commanders. Who would have thought that he would directly destroy the command chain of the insect swarm? The situation changes too fast. Hongfan is in the depths of the insect tide and doesn't know that danger is approaching. Even if he knows, he can't escape the surveillance of countless flying insects in a short time. According to Han Yun's extremely fast calculation, he may have arrived at Phi and passed by now. At this point, even the dullest person would realize it later. In front of the tree god's personal guards, it would be difficult for ordinary innates to survive 3 moves, let alone 3 to 1. It's too late to save Hong Fan. Dai Wangchen realized this and instinctively lowered his face to hide his eyes. The elites of the Shengaiyu army gathered. He was arrogant because of the dragon's life star, and ashamed of his background and appearance. But Hong Fan, this prodigy who came from heaven and was on the list, was younger than him but had everything he hoped to have. That guy is going to die. Convinced of this, Dai Wangchen first felt a trembling relief, and then he hated the darkness in his heart so much that his palm was pierced by his fingertips. The second gust of wind fell around them. It was Wei Yuanbei and Gu Yixin who returned. With their outstanding hearing, they obviously heard what was just said. "Go find him." Wei Yuanbei's tone was simple and cold as always. His shirt was ragged at this time, and there was a half-foot-long pale wound on his ribs. A pair of narrow and long phoenix eyes looked at Zhou Wenliang without concealment. The latter did not respond. Stay by Xiao Chu's side was the emperor's order, and it was also the best excuse. "Please help me, Duke Zhou." A thin and handsome purple-ribboned cavalryman also spoke. His name was Wen Changqing, who was good at medicine and poison and had the reputation of rejuvenation. Hongfan is the purple-ribboned cavalryman recommended by the headmaster himself. "Please go." Zhou Wenliang's expression relaxed immediately after hearing this. Before, he had seen Chisha's super-great cannon technique, and he had planned to make friends with this junior, but since he knew that the other party could not be saved, he was unwilling to waste the effort. But if he could leave a good impression on the contemporary martial saint, that would be another matter. Thinking of this, Zhou Wenliang opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted. "No need to go." It was Gu Yixin who spoke. "Before Hongfan left, he told me that he could protect himself no matter what the situation was," he said slowly, his tone seemingly calm. No matter what the situation was, Wen Changqing sighed. Even if he faced the 3 Yuanzi. Gu Yixin did not answer, but felt that the night wind was so cold that it made his head dizzy, and his legs seemed to be rooted in the same place. At this moment, he didn't know whether he was mechanically following Hongfan's instructions or was unwilling to accept reality. Seeing this, Zhou Wenliang remembered the conversation between the two before the battle. "Let the past go, wait for the future to come, keep your heart in the present, and the external evil will disappear." Let the past go. How difficult is it? He couldn't bear to look at Gu Yixin's appearance again, and silently turned his head to look at the half-moon hanging in the west. This battle was completely won, but the atmosphere was bleak. Everyone tacitly accepted Hongfan's ending. "Ancient Spear Master," Xiao Chu called out in a low voice, wanting to say something comforting. Unfortunately, the night wind was too strong, and no sound could stay in Gu Yixin's ears, under Fian Pass. The real insects piled up and squeezed, almost like a pot of boiling porridge. Hong Fan fought for a long time, using the desert sand armor, fire jade, and hot wind hell. Finally, after using up most of his true energy, he killed the fifth general insect. It is not an understatement to say that his single combat power is equal to that of mediocre high-level innates, such as Shen Filun and Zuo Qian, and his ability in group combat is far superior. Even so, excluding the first 4 hunts that took special means, he only managed to kill one general insect with all his strength, just with the intensity of the battle that was like thunder and fire. An ordinary purple ribbon cavalry would probably have died in the insect tide. Dozens of miles away, the situation on the front battlefield is hard to understand. Hong Fan rushed out of the insect swarm with a flash of footsteps, intending to return to add to the victory, but when he saw that the insect swarm was gathering more and more, and even piled up a hill on the remaining few handsome insects, he knew that his chances were slim. After this battle, the vitality under the Dragon Soul tree has increased by 10%, which shows that this handsome insect is quite valuable. Just as he was thinking this, his peripheral vision suddenly brightened. Hong Fan turned his head and stared, and saw a white star rising from the east sky, passing through the clouds and mountains like a gust of wind, coming straight at him. His eyes narrowed, and a chill penetrated his back. Is it coming for me? Hong Fan's mind flashed, and he instinctively gathered his sand wings. With a whistling sound, he rose vertically, crashing through the curtain of flying insects all the way, and then went up 1,000 meters and disappeared into the clouds. After a few breaths, Hong Fan was like a fish out of water, passing through the sea of clouds. The moonlight was like a ladder, clear for 1,000 miles. A few miles away, the cloud mountain was hanging high, and the tree god's personal guards wrapped in white light rushed out from it. At this time, the two sides were only 1,000 meters apart. Hong Fan's eyesight was enough to see the giant insect's hideous mouth parts and slender blade feet. The distance was shrinking by the second. Han Yun also saw Hong Fan's provocative smile. The blazing fire essence poured into the 4 engines at maximum power, turning into surging heat energy. The speed of the sand wings immediately soared, leaving a red high-temperature tail behind. Insects, come and chase! The shouts were like thunder and the laughter was like waves. Under the bright moon, 2 meteors, one white and one red, chased at a speed of 400 kilometers per hour. This was far from Han Yun's maximum speed. Hong Fan's attitude and speed had made the tree god's personal guards suspicious in the information delivered by the commander insect before. The combat power of this cunning human race in front of them was limited to the innate realm and could only fly slowly. But now it was obviously not the case. Is there a trick? 20 miles of sky passed in an instant. At the other end, Xiao Chu and others had not mourned for long when they saw the red star in the sky from afar. Looking at the 1,000-mile battlefield in Shengzhou Valley West, it stands to reason that the only person who could produce such a movement is Zhou Wenliang, who practices the Red Sun Classic. However, the latter was standing beside them at this time. What is that? Xiao Chu asked softly. Seeing the white light chasing after her, she had a vague guess in her heart, and she looked at Gu Yixin in disbelief. But the latter stared in amazement, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his neck in an instant. How could he still speak? In the eyes of everyone, a green light suddenly rose up, which was obviously a direct interception by Zhe Lei. Seeing this, Qizing accelerated and turned, slanting into the sky. Hong Fan was not in a good state at this time. Not only was the high-speed flight extremely consuming, but it was also a difficult test for his control. What's more, the previous fierce battle with the insect tide had already consumed most of his energy. The sand wings trembled and deformed, his muscles were sore and weak, and his true essence was exhausted. At this moment, the third purple rainbow of light slashed down from the sky and approached, and Han Yun, who had been hiding his skills for a long time, also burst out at a maximum speed of more than 500 kilometers per hour. Still 20 miles away, Gu Yixin and Wei Yuanbei could no longer bear it even though they knew it was too late, so they flew forward to help. Xiao Chu stood there, his palms sweating, his heart beating like a drum. Surrounded by the three-dimensional magnetic field, Hong Fan crashed into the world, and he was actually very happy. In a wild laugh, the dragon soul fell on the spiritual platform. Endless true energy surged out, not only pushing the slightly mute turboprop engine to the limit, but also overflowing, turning into a blazing flame in the dark night. On the plain, Shang Yujin saw the bright and dazzling blazing star across the sky from bottom to top. It was as if the long night had cut open its chest and raised a new sun from its heart. Acceleration, extreme speed, surpassing. At a speed of 700 kilometers per hour, Hong Fan visibly exploded the cold cloud, and Zhe Lei and Xiao Tanghuang were thrown away like chickens and pottery dogs. In a trance, the red meteor crossed half the sky and fell into the formation under the protection of Gu Yixin and Wei Yuanbei. "Everyone, how are you?" Hong Fan joked. He still looked the same as when he left, but no one dared to respond in the same manner. After a moment, Xiao Chu suddenly let go of the turbid air that had been held for a long time. "Young Master Hong is already in the Yuanzi realm?" she asked with a complaint and surprise. "Why didn't you tell me such a big thing earlier, Your Highness?" "I am still in the Xianxin." Hong Fan replied, with a carefree smile on his face that was still left by the extreme speed. However, his answer did not disappoint everyone. A Yuanzi master under the age of 21? Is there a speed in the Xianxin realm that is faster than Yuanzi? It is difficult to say which one is more shocking. But no matter which one, it is not something that the Xianjiao on the list can describe. Several purple ribbon world riders looked at Hong Fan carefully as if they were looking at a monster, and Zhou Wenliang, who is listed on the Earth list, regretted his previous arrogance. A few miles away, 3 enemy Yuan Chishan were suspended in the air and dared not approach. "I am Xiao Tanghuang of Fenshin Society. Your Excellency is so fast, I don't know your name." Xiao Tanghuang suppressed his doubts and bowed from a distance. "Jinhei Hongfen," Hongfen replied loudly. Although Fenshin Society is located overseas, it cares about the current affairs of Jiazhou more than anyone else. Xiao Tanghuang has naturally heard of Chisha Hongfen's deeds. In terms of age and demeanor, the man in front of him is comparable, and his perception is undoubtedly innate. But how could that be the speed that a mere innate realm can have just now? "Are you teasing me?" Xiao Tanghuang retorted. "You don't believe I am innate?" Hongfen did not comment. At this time, the effect of the dragon soul fruit had not yet worn off. Not only was he full of energy and spirit, but all his injuries had also recovered. "Why don't you try it yourself?" As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Hongfen suddenly shook his sand wings again and rushed out. The blazing light was dazzling. This time, not only Xiao Tanghuang, but also the 2 tree gods' guards retreated like frightened birds. There were 3 to 4 on the Yuanzi level, and there were 10 Xianxin and Xianxin soldiers on the opposite side. It was very likely that one of them would be left behind. But when one person and 2 insects retreated hundreds of meters, Hong Fan stopped in the air and laughed. "Yuanzi or Xianxin, wait until we get to Hebei City and we will see the difference," he said with contempt. "Since the 3 of you have lost your courage today, you should go back honestly." Hearing this, the expressions of the 2 tree gods' guards were difficult to read, and Xiao Tanghuang felt that he had suffered a great humiliation. But the situation was such that they had to retreat. P.S. I wrote too little this month, and I am also very dissatisfied. On the one hand, the operations officer is about to give birth, about 15 days away, and we have temporarily moved back to our hometown from Shanghai so that my parents can get close to their grandchildren, and we have spent a lot of time preparing the supplies for the newborn. On the other hand, there were 2 major bugs in this part of the story, and it took me 4 or 5 days of careful thinking to fix each one, and I even had to delete several thousand words of the finished draft. Alice, it is even more boring to give reasons and excuses. I hope to make progress this month, and the psychological counseling in my hometown Zinai will also be helpful. I wish you all the best. Chapter 441 Tips. An hour later. On the 8th day of the 3rd month, in the early morning, the thunderstorm in the north turned into a long wind, moistening the entire Xianxin basin. The victorious human army carried the real insect corpses and piled them into a pyramid, and then Zhou Wenliang set a raging fire to burn them clean. The red light soaked into the night sky, illuminating the smiles of the soldiers. Then they marched eastward in a brisk line and caught up with the main force at midnight. At this time, even the masters of the Guangdong realm were exhausted by the series of changes, but the high-level officials of the Shengaiyu army could not rest. Another half an hour later, several innate warriors who were responsible for reconnaissance and mopping up returned one after another, and all the signs they brought back showed that the insect swarm was shrinking. Sure enough, the insect swarm is afraid, Xiao Chu made a judgment. From her down, many commanders of the Shengaiyu army also smiled. Will the insect swarm be afraid? Lin Luchuan was a little unconvinced. Of course, Xiao Chu replied immediately. Outside Shengzhou, people always regard the insect swarm as a terrifying chaos without wisdom, as heartless and fearless as the plague, but in many cases, the hardness and softness are actually the opposite of appearances. Compared to a race, the insect swarm is actually more afraid of assassination, including Hong Fan. All the purple ribbon cavalry from other states were puzzled when they heard this. "Why does your highness say this?" Wen Shanking asked. The reason is very simple. If the human race loses in the battle against the insect tide, it means death. There is no room for compromise. Xiao Chu gestured to the guards, indicating that some water should be taken. I wonder if you have noticed that since the raid on Maoyan City, the tree god guards have never separated from the army to attack the rear cities of Shengzhou alone. Hong Fan thought about this problem, but since he went south, he has already had too many problems in his mind, and this one is not a big deal. In fact, they are fully capable of doing so. For example, Han Yun can avoid us by taking a detour to Hebei City, but there is little meaning in doing so, Xiao Chu explained. Although Yuanxi's attack can break walls and houses, if there is no army to cooperate, the soldiers and civilians in the city can take refuge in the cellar of the fortress. Even if Hanai and Anzheli work hard, they can't kill many people in a short time. Gu Kaianqi and Hong Shaoxia have just experienced the Huaiyang rebellion. In Jiazhou, a Yuanxi with no opponents is enough to force a city to surrender, but it is better to commit suicide than to surrender to the Zerg. Hong Fan thought of the nuclear weapons in his previous life. It is most dangerous to have a sword hanging over your head. If it is really cut down, it will be the same. Everyone in my tribe has a spirit, and no individual is irreplaceable. Even if I die in battle tonight, there will be Zhou Gong. If Zhou Gong dies, there will still be Wei Gong. If Wei Gong falls, Hu Zhuang can still resist. When Xiao Chu said this, he deliberately looked at Zhou Wenang, making the latter quite uncomfortable. But the Zerg are different. The strength of the Zerg tide lies in the chief worm. From a small point of view, the chief worm is highly intelligent, has a distinction between me and others, is afraid of death, and knows how to seek benefits and avoid harm. From a large point of view, the development of the chief worm is extremely long, and it is an irreplaceable resource at the battle level. I will explain to you in detail about the various characteristics of the real worm when we arrive in Hebei City. In short, once the chief worm is unstable, the Zerg tide will be scared. Now that young Master Hong has surpassed Han Yun and become the fastest in this 1,000-mile battlefield, they naturally have to be more careful. So the Zerg tide is just a disguised shell, and the Zerg swarm also has fear. Hong Fan recalled the appearance of the chief worms when they died at his hands. The interlaced mouth parts may be trembling, the twisting limbs should be trembling, and the crowded bodies in the middle are shrinking. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that the Zerg tide collapsed from something indescribable into a tangible concrete image. Everyone pondered for a moment. Only the bonfire crackled and burned brighter. The freshly roasted insect meat was served while hot. It was white like rice grains and quite delicious even without any seasoning. Hong Fan ate the meat with a pie. Taking this opportunity, several purple ribbon cavalrymen came to him as colleagues and spoke flatteringly. More generals of the Shengaiyu army kept an eye on the movements here and chatted with him whenever they had the chance. Halfway through the midnight snack, Hong Fan stood up and replaced the wine with water to pay tribute to Wei Yuanbei for his protection on his way back. The latter accepted the courtesy calmly without saying anything. This is not because this person is arrogant or rude. There is a special giving away one's own nature mentality in Yaksha Hengxing Dian, which requires the 7 emotions to be eliminated and the body to be quickly converted. Xiao Chu had previously privately informed Gu Yixin and Hong Fan of this to avoid misunderstandings. When Hong Fan returned to his seat, Wei Yuanbei suddenly called him. Wei's family martial arts is specialized in flying, and we are proud of our speed. He hesitated for a long time, as if he had memorized a long sentence in his mind, and then he spoke. Today, I saw that your method is so outstanding, and I feel very upset. I wonder if you can give me some advice. As soon as these words came out, the noise around the campfire disappeared. Xiao Chu stopped laughing, Zhou Wenang stretched his ears, and even Hu Zhuang swallowed the unchewed insect meat in his mouth. It is indeed a strange story that a martial arts master of the 4th level of Yuanxi asked Emir's Ayanshan for guidance, but Hong Fan's killing method is even more amazing, and its value is probably not inferior to some second-grade martial arts classics. In public, Wei Yuanbei asked without any words, and no one expected the latter to really explain the mystery. But when martial arts reach the highest level, even the concept of generalization is very valuable. But Hong Fan was not a man who cherished his own knowledge. He was so rich in knowledge that he was afraid that he could not pass it on during his lifetime, and he did not worry about others surpassing him. Whatever Mr. Wei asks, I will do it. He swallowed the pancake in his hand in a few mouthfuls, and actually started to talk from the beginning, making everyone feel like they were in a dream and thought they were hallucinating. He started with the most basic thermal expansion and contraction, then talked about intake, compression, heating, and then the structures of turbine shaft, propeller, rudder, etc. Hong Fan had used the most profound and simple language. The warriors present also thought they were gifted. But after only a few knowledge points, many people could not keep up. Conservation of kinetic energy and momentum, state equation of ideal gas. Guyixin fell asleep. Frictional resistance, pressure difference resistance, induced resistance. Hu Zhuang sighed silently and quietly stuffed a piece of insect meat into his mouth. Center of gravity, aerodynamic center, static stability, shock wave. Lin Luchuan's eyes were wide open, and she picked up a stick for some reason, and started the fire for everyone with a serious face. Among the full room, only Zhou Wenliang and Wei Yuanbei, based on their martial arts training, had a personal understanding of concepts such as aerodynamics, pressure difference, and fluid resistance. They understood that the various things Hong Fan talked about were a brand new road, completely different from the interaction between oneself and the innate spiritual energy that Yuanzi flight relied on. When Hong Fan drank water to moisten his throat and was about to talk about the aerodynamic shape and flight envelope, the originally hot atmosphere around the campfire had completely cooled down. At this time, Wei Yuanbei suddenly spoke. Someone seems to have realized something. He had previously looked up and was dazed for a long time, not knowing whether he was looking at the wind or the clouds. Just as Hong Fan was about to reply, he saw the blue-haired Yaksha leap up impatiently. Wei Yuanbei should accept half of your teacher's kindness. Half a sentence was left in the wind, and the dignified wandering god of Shangzhou had gone into the sky in an instant, leaving only the shocked faces of the whole room. The Yuanzi master took the initiative to accept the teaching, which showed that Hong Fan probably did not hide anything. But why didn't I understand anything? Xiao Chu opened his lips slightly and asked himself. At the same time, the others were also thinking about the new terms that had just come in and out of their ears, but unfortunately, they only felt sleepier and sleepier. Besides sleepiness, all that was left was confusion and resentment. Could it be that the talents of different people were so different? Hong Fan could see that most people were listening in vain. With his words, "That's all for today," everyone dispersed as if they had been pardoned. P.S. After writing these chapters, I was the only one who read them. There may be some typos and grammatical errors. If you see any, please mark them and I will correct them one by one. Chapter 442 Strong. By the time everyone dispersed, the hour of Zhou, 1 a.m., had passed. Hong Fan had been fighting and lecturing all day, and after returning to his tent, he felt physically and mentally exhausted, so he put out the fire and left the camp. The swarm of insects had long since retreated, and the area around the camp was lush and green, as refreshing as the cloudless night sky. He flew across the moonlight, walked a little further south, and found a well-preserved stream to bathe. The running water in early spring was icy cold, and when it dripped, each drop was distinct, with a sound of pearls hitting jade. On both sides of the stream, green grass spread symmetrically along the earthen slope, lying in the wind. A warrior in the Qi realm is spotless inside and out, and it stands to reason that a little scrubbing would make him clean. But Hong Fan stood naked in the shallow water, and several movements failed to do what he wanted. In the end, he just looked at the bright moon calmly, using the wind-dried coldness of the stream water to dispel the burning heat in his heart. After a long time, a sigh came from the river. After years of rapid progress, he suddenly realized that he had recently been particularly fond of daydreaming. The clothes splashed with dark green on the shore were picked up by Zhan Yuan and immersed in the water for rinsing. There was a sound of breaking jade. The dark green stains dispersed and faded, and flowed away with the clear water. The clothes gradually returned to their original color. Hong Fan's mind was empty, and his eyes followed the water far away, but he saw that the white silver moon in the center of the river had been gathered in the hazy green stains. After drying the clothes, he had no intention of looking at the night and went straight back. The corner of the camp was approaching, and Hong Fan sensed the iconic aura of Zhou Wenliang in the center of the army, so he took the initiative to spread genuine to confirm his identity with him. The sandwings fell to the ground and dispersed into dust. Hong Fan saw that the fire in his tent was burning, and a shadow was cast on the curtain. "Who is it?" he stopped outside the tent and asked. "Hong Xiaoxia, it's me," a plain female voice came from inside. "But please come in, it was Xiao Chu. This is my tent." Hong Fan raised his eyebrows slightly and walked into the tent. Seeing that only Xiao Chu was sitting by the fire, he lifted the tent curtain and hung it on a wooden hook. The cool night followed him in, neutralizing the warmth of the campfire. "Please sit down." Xiao Chu sat on a square earthen stool with his knees together, probably made temporarily with the earth element, and pointed to the wooden chair next to him. It was the only furniture in Hong Fan's tent, and it was also a precious resource during the march. The lower-level soldiers in Sheng Gaiyu's army often shared a tent with 10 people. They could only sit on the ground for meals and rest, and there was never a chair to sit on. Hong Fan sat down at first when he heard it, but when his butt touched the chair, he instinctively felt that it was inappropriate, and finally added 2 words softly. "Thank you." Almost at the moment when he blurted it out, the thought "this is my chair" flashed through his mind, and then he heard Xiao Chu's serious question. "What are you thanking for, Mr. Hong? It turns out that when you are embarrassed, the world will be particularly quiet." The firewood crackled, the wind blew through the tent, and the crows cried faintly outside the camp. Hong Fan took these sounds into his mind in an instant, and stared at the golden light flashing in Xiao Chu's eyes, unable to tell whether it was from dragon blood or fire. He was rarely speechless. The atmosphere was a bit strange, so strange that the two of them were in a stalemate for a moment, and then laughed at the same time. "I have become the host." Xiao Chu turned away, as if apologizing. "I have rarely seen nobles before, please don't be offended, Your Highness." Hong Fan laughed at himself and confirmed again that he was not a commoner who was proud of the princes who was out of the ordinary. Thinking of this, he felt a lot more relaxed. "I came here uninvited this time because I have something to ask you." Xiao Chu stood up, picked up a piece of firewood from the corner of the tent, and added it to the fire. Hong Fan took the opportunity to look at her. Xiao Chu was wearing a silver-white light silk dress at this time, which was obviously tied up in the chest, and a jade belt around her waist, showing her agile and well-proportioned figure. It was because she had changed out of her heavy armor and combat boots that Hong Fan noticed that she was very tall, about 1.75 meters. "Your Highness, feel free to ask," Hong Fan replied while sitting down. Xiao Chu nodded when he heard this, turned around and looked directly at him. "How fast can your sandwing fly at its limit?" "The burst limit is 1,400 miles in 1 hour, the two asked and answered quickly. "How long can it last?" "At full strength, 3 minutes. What if it's only a little faster than Han Yun?" "About half a quarter of an hour. If Han Yun doesn't come tonight, can you still kill the 6th commander insect?" "Maybe, but there's a risk." Xiao Chu asked 4 questions in a row, and after getting the answer, he walked around the campfire for a half circle and sat back on the earthen platform. "There is one more thing. In the battle tonight, Master Hong first charged into the insect tide for a long time, killing 5 commander insects in a row, and then raced with Han Yun to get rid of the 3 Yuanzi in one fell swoop." "Excuse me, you have the same cultivation level as me. How can you have so much true energy?" There was a lot of curiosity in her eyes, and a little scrutiny. Hong Fan naturally wouldn't talk about the dragon soul fruit. The qualities of warriors can vary greatly depending on their talents in martial arts. Xiao Chu has dragon blood and has studied the Purple Sky Dragon Transformation Sutra. He has the most true energy among his peers, so it is not easy to deceive him in this regard. Fortunately, he thought of an excuse in advance. "I got a Donglian's Henbei pill in Liangzhou," Hong Fan replied. Donglian's Henbei pill is a top-level key replenishing pill, which mainly supplies true energy and repairs external injuries. It is widely circulated among the children of famous families. "Thank you, Master Hong, for telling me." Xiao Chu nodded when he heard it. In her opinion, Hong Fan was full of energy tonight, and there was no sign of loss of his essence. Since the self-sacrifice method was ruled out, the only possibility left was that he borrowed external forces. "This pill is worth 100 gold coins, and I will double it for you. In addition, what Hong Xiaoxia said today, you said it and I heard it. I guarantee that no third person will know it." She made a promise, and said some encouraging words in an especially sincere and gentle tone, and ended with "grateful for the people of Shengzhou, and there will be a generous reward," and so on. Hong Fan smiled at the right time. He had seen many outstanding women in the past few years, but Xiao Chu was different from them. She had an outstanding appearance, like Shen Tixin, a gentle temperament, like Wu Ruai, and a strict conduct, like Tang Xingqing. So what was the difference? Hong Fan noticed that the bandage between Xiao Chu's palms had been removed, revealing a corner of the scab. She was smart, decisive, ambitious, and had all the resources needed to realize her ambitions. Coming alone was to show intimacy, taking the place of the host was to highlight the difference in status, asking questions in short and continuous intervals was to accumulate pressure and force out answers. Although Hong Fan had not intended to keep it secret, it was taboo to ask about the details of the killing method. In the end, the show of goodwill based on keeping a common secret naturally eased the previous tension and brought the relationship closer. Those shows of goodwill were probably not only for me, but also for Gu Yixin, right? Hong Fan thought relaxedly, as if he saw another self trying to capture him. He suddenly realized Xiao Chu's uniqueness. Like himself as a time traveler, she had a condescending strength in her bones. This strength was different from Shen Tixin and Tang Xingqing's strength based on the fact that I am strong and you are weak. It was a kind of representation of others that was taken for granted, and a natural acceptance of obedience. Perhaps this is exactly the nobility that a princess should have. Hong Fan had an idea in his mind, and he immediately realized that this idea came from the psychology of admiring the strong. So the so-called nobility is to make decisions for others as a matter of course, he thought with amusement, and saw Xiao Chu, who had achieved his goal, stood up by pressing his knees, dispersing the earthen platform, and walked to the door of the tent and looked back to say goodbye. In the past 100 scenes, 100 people stood up and saw him off attentively. But Hong Fan deliberately did not stand up, and indeed saw Xiao Chu's brows slightly frowned. At this moment, the princess of Dahua, who was famous throughout the 9 states, fell from the sky and became a living person. Your Highness, Hong Fan raised his head, his eyes passed over her shoulder, empty and distant. In the north, the Milky Way was washing Kingsang Mountain, interpreting the eternity of heaven and earth. Your Highness asked for a long time just now, but I actually have a few presumptuous questions to ask, Hong Fan said, raising his right hand slightly, and shaping a sofa chair beside him. Please sit down. At this moment, it was just like that moment. Chapter 443 Gout's Punishment. Xiao Chu felt a strange discomfort in her heart, and her face unconsciously became solemn. At the other end of the flame, the flickering light and shadow coated Hong Fan's face, highlighting his precipitous appearance. If it was an ordinary genius on the list, she, as a princess, would have smiled and left. But the current war was a time when people were needed, and Hong Fan was truly different as Dai Wangchun said. So she was silent for a moment, and finally sat back. A cloud of flying sand rose up and unveiled the hanging curtain. On the 25th of the first lunar month this year, Su Gongchuan, the governor of the Liangzhou Martial Academy, issued an order to me, ordering me to rush to Shangzhou immediately, Hong Fan recalled, her voice as steady as a river. At that time, I asked Lord Su, the territory was lost, the people died unjustly, Zulong could not care, Xiao family could not care. Could it be that those Yuan Zhejiang people who were born and raised in this state and county did not care at all? Why didn't they join the war? Lord Su answered me, it's not that I don't want to go, it's that I can't go, and he didn't say anything more. He finished talking about the past and looked at Xiao Chu. Since I have told you everything before, please help me solve my doubts, Your Highness. Loss, unjust death, Zulong, Xiao family. This tone is undoubtedly presumptuous. But Hong Fan spoke frankly, without the restraint at the beginning. The tent covered the stars and the moon. Xiao Chu suddenly realized that although the entire Shengaiyu army camp was her home, the home of this small tent belonged to Hong Fan. She suddenly remembered the teachings she received when she was young that national talent should not be underestimated. The court naturally cares about the loss of territory and the unjust death of the people. Xiao Chu gently pressed the wound on her right palm with her left hand and adjusted her emotions in one breath. This is not complicated. In the ancient times more than 1,000 years ago, our tribe was first promoted by the ancestral dragon. The number of martial arts masters doubled day by day, and it was common to fight on multiple fronts. At that time, the gods of various tribes often traveled across the enemy territory, and could destroy 1,000 miles in one day and one night. Xiao Chu said this with deep words, as if he had experienced it personally. Hong Fan could also imagine such a scene. He had seen the fierce power of Feng Jiang, And when he was dying, he shouted angrily and shook the whole city. Not to mention that the Jinhe Desert was still left at the border of Liangzhou as a relic of the war. So, because the gods love their loved ones, they refuse to kill other tribes with combat power above the Yuanzi level, Xiao Chu continued. Reject, Hong Fan felt that the word was quite awkward. Yes, it is called rejection because there is no written agreement or decree, but a more special way. She straightened her clothes for some reason. We call it divine punishment. I would like to hear more about it. Hong Fan spoke faster. Having said this, I will not keep you in suspense. Xiao Chu sat up straight and glanced at him. If a Yuanzi Shinran warrior kills other tribes for no reason, it may trigger the divine punishment. Specifically, it may be that the evil thoughts in the heart increase, and illusions are seen more often during sleep, visualization, and meditation, and eventually evolve into an ignorant fear that is difficult to get rid of. There are often signs before the divine punishment comes. If the warrior still does not repent after receiving the signs, it will occur. At the least, the path of cultivation will be cut off, and at the worst, it will go crazy or die. Xiao Chu spoke softer and softer, and finally almost breathlessly. The tent swayed in the wind, as if someone was listening outside the door. The bonfire had been burning for a long time. Hong Fan looked at the dim and trembling flames, and felt a chill on his neck. Is this inevitable? He did not expect to get such an answer, and asked in the same soft voice. I have said that divine punishment is not the kind of written rule you imagine. It is not necessarily triggered by breaking the ban. There is no absolute correspondence between the severity of the killing and the consequences. There are even examples where the consequences are delayed by 5 to 10 years. Xiao Chu grabbed some firewood and added it to the fire, looking at the tent. As for Admiral Su's reluctance to tell you about this matter in detail, there are probably 2 reasons. One is that it involves the true gods, and the less you say, the less mistakes you will make. The second is that he is worried that you will add pressure and affect your future, Xiao Chu added. How will it affect your future? Hong Fan asked. The gods' methods are incredible, and there are many examples in this dynasty where people suddenly know about it and are in a state of panic, Xiao Chu answered. Really? Hong Fan crossed his hands and did not comment. So the gods will control the fighting in the mortal world, and what about the territories of each race? Is the amount of territory also up to their will? Of course not. Xiao Chu raised his voice slightly. Before the ancestral dragon favored us, our race was extremely weak. How could we have the ability to occupy rich land? The mountains and rivers of the 9 provinces were conquered inch by inch over 2,000 years. Hong Fan nodded silently, with a sneer on his lips. Hearing those words just now, he always felt a bit like beating the dog by looking at the owner, which made him feel uncomfortable. In his 2 lives as a human, Hong Fan had never really seen the so-called gods, nor could he figure out the boundaries of their abilities and minds. But he always had a feeling, perhaps based on prejudice, that the gods did not have love for their families, but had other purposes. Xiao Chu suddenly spoke at this time. Hong Fan, without the ancestral dragon, there would be no human race today. This is not empty talk. Hong Fan's train of thought was interrupted, and he immediately realized that his emotions were somewhat extreme due to his position. The royal Xiao family is the spokesperson of the ancestral dragon in the mortal world, and Xiao Chu also has dragon blood, but whether the gods are good or evil, it is not her fault. As a princess, she neither lost her temper nor ignored him, but only tried to persuade him gently. Her kindness was precious. Thank you, Your Highness, Hong Fan said gratefully, calming down. I have read some war histories of this dynasty before, which recorded many high-level warriors' achievements on the battlefield. Didn't they all have a good ending in the end? Their situations are different. Xiao Chu hesitated for a moment, as if she wanted to stop the topic here. But thinking of the red line that broke through the night sky tonight, she continued. The major affairs of the country are sacrifice and war. Sporadic fires will always set the prairie on fire. Whenever the 2 tribes have to fight, the court will issue a manifesto, set up a burning sacrifice, and offer sacrifices to the gods, and inform the world with the instructions of the ancestor dragon. At this time, there is no limit to the punishment of the gods to start a war again. Hong Fan immediately heard the ambiguity in these words. If the gods don't allow it, how can we have to fight? He didn't catch this handle, because there are more important questions. Does the Zerg's attack this time belong to the above situation? Hong Fan asked. Xiao Chu's face completely darkened. Almost instantly, the old memories of the Jinhe siege came to his mind. Looking back now, Qilin's breakthrough on the battlefield was not so much a coincidence as it was a loophole in the rules. Even the multi-headed snake that he saw in his dream was full of symbolic meaning. 3 years later, how similar. Hong Fan thought, and saw that the firewood in front of him was about to run out, and the flames were dying. The dark red of the charcoal flickered, embedding with infinitely small eyes. He rubbed his forearms with force, and Yasha rolled up a few pieces of firewood from the corner of the tent, and then used the blazing fire essence. There was a bang of fire. The light was majestic, and the heat wave hid his face. Since it was the Zerg who first risked the god's disapproval this time, why didn't the court dispatch more Yuanzi Shinrin to join the battle? Hong Fan rubbed his face and looked at Xiao Chu. The latter raised his hand and held it to the flame. The divine punishment is like a hanging sword, and its obscurity makes it more intimidating. The 3 Yuanzi of Guxi, Duke Zhou received the emperor's order to protect me. Duke Wei's family business is here, and the ancient spear leader has only recently made a breakthrough, and I'm afraid he is still in the dark. The war has been going on for 2 months, and the situation is still unclear. How could those venerables who are affiliated with a clan or a faction risk their lives to come to support? The headmaster once said that the higher the martial arts, the farther away from the common people. Although it is not completely right, it is not far away. In short, the court has its own plans. Xiao Chu placed his fists on his knees, his cheeks reflecting the firelight, like an expressionless white jade sculpture. It's useless to think too much, we have to do our own thing. It was already late at night when he finished speaking. When they parted, Hong Fan took the initiative to see them out of the tent, and Xiao Chu was worried and his steps were particularly heavy. The corner of the camp was quiet. Only the crackling of the fires in various places occasionally splashed into the night air. After Xiao Chu left, Hong Fan stood alone by the tent, first looking out at the forest soaked by the moonlight, then looking up at the night sky. Time seemed to stop. At a certain moment, he had a strange illusion. The stars were not embedded in the sky, but suspended above it. The silver light flickered through the glass-clear dome, as if countless eyes were peeking in from the outside. Hong Fan stared at it for a while, then suddenly came to his senses, with goosebumps all over his neck. Chapter 444 Lecture. The deep talk of the night passed in a flash. The relationship between Xiao Chu and Hong Fan did not seem to have changed. However, from today on, every time there was an important military meeting, the princess would always ask someone to invite Hong Fan to attend the meeting. Although the latter was not good at military affairs, he always responded quickly and spoke clearly, which left a deep impression on the Shengaiyu army. The next 9 days were repeated marching and camping. Along the way, many key realm warriors who could not stand the loneliness either went alone or in groups to hunt scattered soldier insects. Gu Yixin even killed 2 general insects. Xiao Chu's complexion improved, but he was still busy. With the help of Fail Yan's orders, he integrated and took over the defense of Hebei City in advance. Relatively speaking, Hong Fan was the quietest one. In addition to doing some civil engineering work in the Sand World when setting up camp every day, he was only focused on the new killing method. Rifling repair, bullet solidification, true essence injection, aiming and stimulating. Repeatedly tempered while walking, standing, sitting and lying. The release process of the cannon became more and more refined and proficient, which was quite like the taste of reading a book 100 times and understanding its meaning. Time is like a rope stretched tight, and it reaches the other end with a shake. March 17th. Shengaiyu army arrived at Hebei City. As the largest city in the west of the valley, this city is as large as Duanli. It is adjacent to a large lake called Yaohu in the north, and has a high curved wall with 11 gates in the south. Xiao Chu entered the city at noon and returned to the welcoming banquet of the city guard. The first thing he did was to check the city defense. Hong Fan followed the team as usual. Compared with the thick concrete of Fian Pass, Hebei City has a particularly strong mixture of old and new. The rammed earth walls several feet thick, the weathered and mottled blue brick facade, the towering eaves of the watchtower, the wooden ceiling to prevent flying insects. These are old. The cement hardening on the top of the city, the large caliber fixed bronze cast cannon, the wheeled short-barreled cast iron shotgun. These are new. Since crossing, this is the first time that Hong Fan has seen so many heavy thermal weapons, and they have not been restored and promoted by him, but have been purely evolved and nurtured in this world. Xiao Chu walked up to the horse-faced wall and listened to the garrison of Hebei City explaining the burial of explosives outside the city. Hong Fan followed the team and gently touched a heavy cannon. It was cast from a copper tin alloy, front-loaded, using black powder and solid bullets, with a firing rate of 12 rounds per hour, and then the barrel had to be air-cooled for an hour to prevent explosion. Very primitive, but particularly intimate. Different worlds will have different trajectories. Hong Fan thought so, and sometimes he couldn't help but doubt that his actions were wishful thinking. Every time he thought of this, the experiences and encounters of his previous life were like thick ink dyed with water, which melted a little in his memory. Gods, martial arts, authority, alien races, and even the identity of a martial arts genius. It has been 4 years since the time travel. The so-called adaptation is also a kind of soft domestication. But these primitive and clumsy cannons and the pungent smell of gunpowder are like iron chains, which help him penetrate time and space and connect to the past, proving that everything he has done is true. The flags fluttered. The top of the city is high above, and the surrounding terrain is in full view. Yahoo Lake is in the north, with a length and width of about 100 miles. The deepest part is said to be more than 300 meters. Hong Fan leaned against the parapet and looked into the distance. The outer edge of the lake was blue, and occasionally a fish jumped out of the water like a short white lightning. The center of the lake was dark, and even the scorching sun at noon could not shine through. There are regular embankments built on the edge of Yahoo Lake. The water level is very high, second only to Bay City, and the flat lowlands between the city and the lake are all farmland. Such terrain is convenient for irrigation in peacetime, and obviously has military uses in wartime. After Xiao Chu finished looking at the city defense, she let go of the sweating garrison and called the city guard. She first asked about logistics and armaments, then about the placement of military camps, and then about the registration status of population and young and middle-aged people, and finally the wartime conscription sequence. Hong Fan followed behind and listened incoherently, his mind withdrawn. He didn't know how much power a full 500,000 people would burst out when facing a war where they would die if they didn't win. He also didn't know how many troops the Zerg could breed in the lush Sanchin Basin. But Hong Fan knew that the outcome of this battle was not entirely determined by the battlefield. Guxi Qianli was only the outer edge of the storm. Shenjing was the calm eye of the storm. 2 days later, March 19th. Noon. In the exquisite courtyard specially vacated by the Wei family. Hong Fan had 3 bowls of rice with a plate of stir-fried lettuce and 2 fresh lake fish for lunch, and then studied the killing method in the courtyard. No one understood the power difference between bolt action and fully automatic better than him. Over the past 10 days, through countless mechanical exercises, Hong Fan shortened the time to fire the first shot to 3 seconds and the time to fire the second shot to 1 second. From the process alone, each link of the killing method has been solidified into instinct, and there is not much room for reduction, and the excessive heat energy generated by continuous firing will quickly affect the strength of the barrel, which can only be alleviated by replacing hot and cold sand flows. After multiple experiments, the best way to go further is to switch from a single barrel to multiple barrels. New software brings new hardware requirements. Greater true energy, stronger true energy output power, and faster thinking speed and nerve reflexes. The cultivation of Xianchen may not be able to solve these problems. Hong Fan tried for a long time and came to a conclusion. At Shenchi, 3 p.m., Xiao Chu's personal guards came to invite him, saying that the eldest princess was going to give a lecture on the theme of real insects. Southwest section of the city wall. As soon as Hong Fan entered the city, he smelled a light fishy smell. Entering the lobby on the first floor of the watchtower, he briefly returned the courtesy of everyone, and a few steps inside. He saw the corpse of a general insect placed on thick rice stalks. There were no seats in the hall, only a pot of water, a knife, and a pile of scrolls on the 8th immortal table under the wall. Soon, everyone arrived. The participants included all the purple ribbon Xianchen, Guyixin, including Hong Fan, and more than a dozen newly promoted middle-level generals of the Shengaiyu army. The lecturer was Xiao Chu. The evolution of real insects is extremely profound. Our dynasty's weapon manufacturing department has conducted research on it based on the foundations of past dynasties and has made extensive gains, but it is still not exhaustive. Understanding this knowledge is very helpful in combat. I have always wanted to tell you about it, but unfortunately I have no chance. I have had some free time these 2 days, so I asked Lord Wei to personally catch a general insect and bring it back as an example. She was wearing a set of gilded chainmail today, her hair was tied up with a purple gold hairpin, and she had drawn her eyebrows. 2,000 years ago, The ancestor dragon passed on dragon blood and martial arts to our tribe, calling them relatives. After that, the gods followed suit, choosing a tribe as their followers and bestowing their favors on them. The nine-headed snake god scattered blood to the snake people and established a path of blood. The sea god shared true fire with the sea people and passed on the path of fire. The mountain god bestowed wisdom on the stone beasts of the northern wilderness and enlightened them into giant spirits. The Zerg were initially selected by the tree gods for their terrifying numbers and adaptability, but they showed signs of decline over the next few hundred years due to their individual weakness and low intelligence. The tree gods could not bear it and personally transformed them for more than 1,000 years. You may not know that the Zerg encountered in each dynasty are very different. Xiao Chu finished his opening remarks and gestured backward. Hu Zhuang unfolded a scroll and hung it on the first white wall. The scroll was titled The Four Limitations of the Original Zerg, and below it were 4 colorful pictures, all drawn with wolf hair brushes, with exquisite details and realism. Each of the 4 pictures has a subtitle: Respiratory System, Energy Production, Circulatory System, Energy Transport, Skeletal System, Strength and Size, Nervous System, Reaction Speed. I'll explain the pictures. Xiao Chu took down the long knife with sheath on the table and pointed to the first picture. First, the primitive Zerg use inward recessed spiracles and have no lungs, so they don't have efficient air intake and exhaust capabilities, and their breathing efficiency is very low. Second, the primitive Zerg have poorly developed mesoderm and use open-tube circulation. These 2 words are generally used within the organ works supervisor. You can understand that there are no structures such as blood vessels, and the tissues are directly immersed in the blood. She glanced at Hong Fan when she mentioned the organ works supervisor. Without blood vessels, protozoa cannot circulate blood at high pressure like humans and animals. When fighting, they can only focus on distributing nutrients in a local overcongestion manner, and the circulation efficiency is very low. Third, the chitin exoskeleton of protozoa has 2 disadvantages. First, it is fixed once formed, and can only shed its skin when growing. Second, it is not strong enough, far inferior to the hard bones of our race, and cannot support a body that is too large. Fourth, the nervous system of protozoa is a reticular structure without myelin. According to the Thunder Warriors, the signal is scattered and leaks electricity everywhere. The data obtained from the live test of the previous dynasty estimated that its conduction speed is about 1 meter per second. Once the body is large, it will be difficult to take care of both ends. This diagram is generally easy to understand. Although the warriors generally have a low level of education, they can also grasp the general meaning. Although Hong Fan had a blank expression on his face, he felt a kind of distorted surprise in his heart. A princess of a pre-modern country could actually talk about the nervous system. Dahua is not an industrial country, but it is not an agricultural country either. It is a martial arts country. Many things in a martial arts country cannot be viewed according to the common sense of the previous life. For example, the diameter of a nerve cell is tens of microns, similar to a relatively thin hair, and its structure is crystal clear to a warrior in the Ki realm. As for things like gas exchange efficiency and electrical signal transmission efficiency, a few Wind and Thunder warriors can sense it roughly. With Hong Fan's many years of experience, the research of the instrument supervisor in the field of studying things is actually very in-depth, but the problem is that this knowledge is only at the level of knowing the facts, and it is not systematized and cannot be transformed into application. This is not difficult to understand. Warriors are a combination of people and tools. They have both knowledge and violence. They have no motivation to popularize the results to the lower classes, but instead indulge in philosophical thinking without external objects. As the largest tree in this world, martial arts cuts off most of the sunlight and nutrition. Although its canopy shields the human race from wind and rain, it also prevents them from seeing other scenery. Chapter 445 Ruins. With these 4 limitations, the original insects are not very useful. Xiao Chu talked freely. 5,500 years ago, the tree god drew inspiration from other species and initially developed the real insects. This was recorded by the Imperial Astronomical Observatory of the Yin Dynasty. She turned around and walked into the hall, drew her sword and cut open the head of the general insect. In a flash, Hong Fan saw the 4 golden inscriptions on the blade: courtesy to the world. If the energy supply is insufficient, we must save money and increase income. Xiao Chu pointed the tip of the knife diagonally, pointing at the brain of the general insect, which was slightly smaller than that of a mortal. First, save money, The tree god confiscated the intelligence of the real insects and divided the work at the population level. The commander is only responsible for commanding, and the action is only responsible for action, further exerting the advantage of numbers and improving the efficiency of each individual real insect. Xiao Chu used the tip of the knife to pick open one of the general insect's blade feet, found an egg-sized pore, and used all her true energy to chop it down with a heavy knife. The insect corpse broke, exposing an arc-shaped cavity more than half a meter long and a bared sac-like organ at the end. Everyone came forward to watch in an orderly manner. 1,000 years ago, the historian Cao of the Wu dynasty recorded that dense and hollow through-type cavities appeared under the exoskeleton of true insects, imitating the development of air sacs at important nodes in birds, greatly improving their breathing ability. Xiao Chu waited for everyone to step aside and pointed at the insect's largest left claw. Watch carefully. This time she dispersed her true energy and only slashed with ordinary strength, but saw sparks flying on the claw shell and the blade bounced off. The records of the previous dynasty's weaponry department show that the calcium and metal content in the exoskeleton of the insect race continued to increase over the past 200 years, and their body size became even larger. At the same time, because it is too difficult to shed the hard shell, true insects have abandoned multiple stages of metamorphosis and become adults as soon as they hatch from eggs, Xiao Chu said as he took a white cloth and wiped the blade carefully, returned it to the sheath and handed it back to the table. The hall was extremely quiet. Several people opened their collars and quietly wiped their sweat. Then a peeled anatomical specimen was served in black satin and brought up by Hu Zhuang. During this dynasty, the Zerg are overcoming their last shortcoming, nerve reflexes. Xiao Chu raised his chin in motion for everyone to take a look. According to the continuous observation of the instrument supervisor for more than 100 years, the nerve bundle wrapping rate of real insects is getting higher and higher. Although the reaction speed is still much slower than that of humans, it is several times stronger. Hong Fan was alert when he heard this. He felt strange when Xiao Chu said that the nerve conduction speed of the primitive Zerg was 1 meter per second. The Zerg brain is placed in front, and the body size is usually more than 3 meters. It is said that the reaction time of the tail end being hit should be more than 3 seconds. But what Hong Fan saw in actual combat was 700 to 800 milliseconds, which is obviously inconsistent. In addition, the tree god has improved its disadvantages while retaining some structural characteristics of the Zerg. Xiao Chu paced with his hands behind his back. Real insects still use open tube circulation. Although the efficiency is low, they will not spray blood due to injuries. Even if their bodies are broken in half, they can still fight for a quarter of an hour. Secondly, they use hydraulic power transmission. Although they are not flexible enough, they have great power. The power of any soldier insect can be comparable to that of a peak warrior. In addition, they have vision and smell that are far more developed than those of other races, a wide variety of toxins, and a variety of appendages, knives, pincers, horns, claws, muscle-jetted spikes, etc. Hearing this, Hong Fan had an analogy in his mind. Real insects are like old-fashioned armored divisions, and humans are modern synthetic battalions. The former are large and rigid, and the latter are small and agile. In terms of combat methods, the Zerg are really a treasure trove. In this Hangwu Academy alone, there are 3 second-grade and 11 third-grade martial arts that were learned from the Zerg. Unfortunately, the method of the handsome insect to share sensory consciousness from dozens of miles away should be taught by the tree god himself, and we don't know much about it. Xiao Chu felt a little regretful, and turned back to get the kettle and poured water into his mouth. Among all the tribes, the physical fitness of the real insects is only second to the giant spirits. Their static strength, explosive power, hardness, and vitality are far superior to ours. One-on-one, experienced mortal warriors can deal with soldier insects with a reaction advantage. If they know how to attack the seams of the armor and the exoskeleton joint membrane, they may even have the chance to win. But if they encounter them in an organized way, the situation will change qualitatively. Based on the experience of the Shengaiyu army, when the real insects fight against our elite soldiers, one can fight 6 in the field and one can fight 4 in siege. In short, you must remember that you cannot fight against the insects head-on. You can use the terrain or clever changes to attack the general insects and the mother nest as much as possible. It took an hour or so to finish a pot of water and a class. The rest of the people dispersed in 2s and 3s, but Hong Fan stayed until the end and compared a diagram on the wall with the real insects. A quarter of an hour later, He left the watchtower and was stopped when he walked down the city along the trail. Hong Fan turned around and saw Xiao Chu looking at him. Her hair was hanging in the evening light. She looked very energetic. She had been busy for more than 10 days with an injury and lack of blood. She had just spoken for more than 2 hours. Such a recovery ability made him sigh that she was indeed a descendant of the dragon blood. Last year, I met with He Zhao Bugong in Xianjing. When we talked about the newcomers in Jiazhao, he praised you like a god. Xiao Chu motioned Hong Fan to come over with her eyes, and leaned against the battlements. Hu Zhuang stood a dozen steps behind. You stayed a little longer just now because you don't understand something. There is a problem, but it's not about the Zerg, but above the Zerg. Hong Fan replied. Above the Zerg, of course, it can only be the tree god. Xiao Chu remembered the night talk 10 days ago. Knowing that this person dared to ask anything, she quietly changed the subject. Do you say that because you think my lectures are good? She teased. Succinct and clear, Hong Fan praised. Xiao Chu's smile deepened by 3 points. She had expected to hear something like words are as clear as rafters, every word is a pearl, but Hong Fan's words were plain and clearly sincere. So it's better than what you said on the 7th night, Xiao Chu deliberately teased. I tried my best at that time. Hong Fan was silent for a moment and replied. Although it was a very sincere word, Xiao Chu heard disgust in it and was speechless for a long time. I heard that you have been practicing killing methods day and night recently. It seems that you are tired. She crossed her arms and looked empty. The insect tide is coming and I have to race against time. I don't feel tired. Hong Fan was telling the truth. For some reason, he has been more energetic recently. Not only has he further reduced his sleep time, but he also recovers faster after exhaustion from martial arts training. It's the same for me. Xiao Chu stood up and folded his hands behind his waist, expanding his chest and shoulders, causing the chainmail to ring. 2 days ago, some gentry wanted to retreat to the east of the valley. After the city guard refused, they incited many people to strengthen their momentum. She usually likes to call herself I, but in front of Hong Fan, she often uses this palace. I heard that the terrain of Lihuo Pass is much more rugged than here, and it should be more suitable for defense. Moreover, it is reasonable to evacuate civilians before the war, Hong Fan replied. So you agree with their opinion? Xiao Chu half turned around and looked up at him. I heard that the hundreds of miles west of Yingyang City were originally green fields, but after being taken away by the insects for more than 10 years, it became a wasteland after being recovered. Hong Fan shook his head. That's right. The gains and losses of people and land depend on the situation. When fighting the snake people, you must save people, fight the sea people, save land, and fight the insects. Both people and land cannot be lost. Xiao Chu spoke with great force and meaning. The voice of the people cannot be ignored, but only half of it can be listened to. If you don't listen, you don't know what to do. If you listen to all, you can't do anything. Hong Fan pondered for a moment and seemed to have gained something. Xiao Chu smiled even more. She looked at the sunset, paced a few steps in the evening breeze, and suddenly became interested. I heard that Lord Iron Palm wanted to spread martial arts to benefit the world, but he died in Huaiyang before his great wish was fulfilled. Let me tell you a little story. At dusk, Gao Chang looks at the lake. In the distance, a night heron is skimming across the water with its neck retracted, creating a shimmering golden scale wave. Do you know where the name of Hebei City comes from? Xiao Chu was not really asking this. It is said that when the previous dynasty just took over this place, there lived an old dragon in Yaohu Lake. This dragon had a gentle temperament and its cry was very similar to Hebei. It often basked in the sun, which made the gold and silver mix together, which was a wonderful sight. Since then, many tourists from other places have come here, and the fish and shrimp produced in Yaohu Lake are more expensive than those in other places. The fishermen worked hard and lived a good life. After many years, a town was formed around Yaohu Lake, and it became Chengdu. Unfortunately, the water in this lake is deep and often turbulent. Every year, several boats capsize and some fishermen drown. Children are naughty and swim in the cool summer, and they are inevitably drowned. It was fine when there were few people, but when there were more people, they became angry and believed that the old dragon was secretly doing evil, and finally asked the court to strangle it. Then what? Hong Fan asked. Nothing happened. Xiao Chu smiled and shook his head. When has our tribe expanded without bloodshed? It was just a strange beast. It died, so it died. There was no strange phenomenon and no cause and effect. But since then, no tourists have come to Yahoo Lake anymore. No matter how hard the fishermen try, the fish and shrimp are not valuable anymore. She raised her hand and pointed to the bottomless black fish in the center of the lake in the golden light. The lake has lost its dragon. What you see now is only a ruin of water. After saying this, Princess Dahua turned to face east, glanced at the bustling streets, and strode down the city wall. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446 Courtesy. 2 days later, March 21st. The lake was covered with fog, and the wind and clouds were confusing. At dawn, Hong Fan performed 3 rounds of foundation building punches in the courtyard, and used local methods such as jumping on the spot and throwing and catching small balls to train various functions. Since he was promoted to the Xianshan position, apart from the daily routine of visualization and meditation late at night, he spent less and less time on clearing the meridians. This is not because Hong Fan did not seek to improve. Limited by his own talents, even if he practiced with all his strength, it would take at least several years to make another step forward, and the cost-effectiveness was really too low. But even though his cultivation level stagnated, Hong Fan found that his combat power did not stand still. Compared with the beginning of the year, his true energy has unknowingly increased by more than 10%. Although the changes in strength, recovery, reaction speed, etc. are not so obvious, they have definitely increased. This is quite puzzling. At noon, the sun gradually rose and evaporated the cold fog. 2 soldiers of Shengaiyu came to the gate of the courtyard, bringing a fine long sword, saying that it was a gift for Her Royal Highness the Princess. In the army, it is common to give away weapons, so Hong Fan accepted it generously and gave the errand boy 2 taels of silver to resign. After the man left, he took out his sword to examine it. He saw that the sword was narrow, sharp, and should be the best among the Zhuan-level weapons. When he turned it over, he saw a familiar inscription on the sword, "Courtesy to the world." It was the sword that Xiao Chu used to cut off the general insect in public the day before. Night visits, after-class chats, and gifts of sabers. Xiao Chu's ulterior motives were too obvious, and Hong Fan couldn't help but feel it. The princess condescended to do so, just to show respect to the virtuous. The method was not very innovative, but the effect was usually not bad. Ordinary warriors from poor families would be willing to serve them, even if they did not risk their lives. Hong Fan inexplicably thought of Dai Wangchen. "It's a pity, Your Highness, I can't make a good sword." He wrapped Courtesy to the World with plain cloth and presented it in the hall. On the same day, afternoon, the warm spring sun shines brightly. In Urbay City, leaves are green, flowers are blooming, butterflies are appearing, and no one knows that a tide of insects is coming. Hong Fan and Gu Yixin walked through the deserted streets of Urbay City after the martial law was imposed, and went to the garrison to attend the military meeting. In the main hall of the mansion, a plaque with the 4 characters Iron Flame Flood was hung high, and 2 circles of seats were arranged below. Hong and Gu arrived quite early, and were bored at first, but they didn't expect to see a dignified purple-robed man walking in soon after they sat down. "Brother Shi," Hong Fan hurriedly stood up to greet him. The visitor turned out to be Lightning Flash Shi Yuanwei. The two hadn't seen each other for 2 years after the Wishang Garden incident. Now they met again in a foreign land after a long separation, and they were overjoyed and greeted each other. Guan Kimei's transfer order was issued in the first month of the year. But Shi Yuanwei left Shenzhen at the end of last year to hunt down a celestial being on the evil list, and did not return until the end of February. That's why he came late. A quarter of an hour later, the 3 Yuanzi gathered. 5 of the 6 Purple Ribbon Cavalry arrived, including Shi Yuanwei, the 2 Star Lords, the 6 local innates of Guxi, and the senior generals of each army were all present. Xiao Chu was the last one to appear and take her seat as usual. She noticed that Hong Fan did not wear the Courtesy to the World sword, and was slightly disappointed, but she remained calm and introduced the newly arrived Shi Yuanwei and Yin Fihu to everyone in a normal tone. The Purple Ribbon Cavalry has always been responsible for its own affairs, and there are not many cases of cooperation. Therefore, although Lin, Wen and others are colleagues with Shi, they are not familiar with each other. The sound of the chime sounded. Wang Shengrong, the Sima of the Shengaiyu army, stood up and saluted the princess, and looked at everyone. "Today, this meeting is held because there are some important news to report to you." He cleared his throat. "The scouts reported this morning that the main force of the insect tide has initially assembled, and the number of real insects is about 17,000. It is expected to arrive at the city within 4 days." The news cannot be said to be not serious, but the hall responded with silence. Xiao Chu knew that the morale could be used, and nodded secretly. Since March 16, Master Kongji has been hunting the Zerg alone for 4 days, and there has been no news during this period, Wang Shengrong continued. "Your Highness has issued a clear order before, that warriors can only report to leave the camp for 2 days at most, otherwise they will be punished by military law." Master Kongji has always known the severity of the situation, and he may have had an accident since he has not returned for a long time. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly sank. The faces of the Tiki from Shenjing were particularly ugly, because Kongji was the absent Purple Ribbon World Rider. During the 10 days of traveling together, Hong Fan had dealt with this person several times. He was tall and fat, with a straightforward personality. He used a thick-backed sword. Although he was ordained, he did not abide by the rules. He practiced the art of carrying the mountain to the limit of the innate 5-in-1, and his combat power was quite good. But the insect tide is more dangerous than ordinary ones. These days, Xiao Chu has repeatedly reminded that the Hunaran and Xianshan warriors can only target lone soldier insects or sub-insects when leaving the camp, regardless of the number of people, and must avoid all general insects. The reason is simple. The general insect has the ability to synchronize information remotely, and the general insect is its eyes and ears. Once a warrior fights with a ladder and does not leave the battlefield within a few minutes, he is likely to be blocked by the enemy Yuanxi who rushed over, and the consequences are self-evident. "Sir Wang, Kongji may have been delayed due to special circumstances." Lin Luchuan forced a smile. "Among the several people from Shenjing, she has the best relationship with Kongji." "I hope so." Wang Shengrong nodded and continued to read. The scout reported before noon and confirmed the location of the 2 underground mother nests of the insect tide east of Fian Pass, Dianshan Village, 120 miles southwest of Hebei City, and Zhudang Village, 140 miles northwest. "How did you find this?" Hong Fan asked curiously. "He still has no good way to locate the buried general insects, and the mother nest is more important than a single general insect. This matter is not as difficult as young Master Hong thinks." Wang Shengrong saw that it was Hong Fan who asked the question and forced a smile. "In order to ensure the strength of the true insect shell, the mother insect needs to consume a large amount of metal minerals when laying eggs, so your Highness sent elite troops to monitor the largest iron ore areas in the Sanshan Basin in advance, and indeed found the mother nest by following the worker insects returning after mining." Hong Fan suddenly realized what he said. Wang Shengrong was about to go down, but was interrupted again. She has always heard that the insect race is good at fighting to support the war. "Now that we have found their nest, shouldn't we go straight to the enemy's lair?" The speaker was Shi Yuanwei, with a tone of indignation. "Shi Zishao doesn't know, there are several difficulties in this matter," Wang Shengrong patiently explained. "The Zerg nest is a huge underground palace, often tens of meters deep, 200 or 300 meters long and wide, and the birthing room of the mother worm and the hatching room of the eggs are located in the safe zone at the bottom. According to our past experience, a nest is usually guarded by 2,000 to 3,000 real worms, and there are tens of thousands of subworms. The tunnels are narrow and dark, and they are connected in all directions. It is difficult to keep a sense of direction. In addition, in order to hatch, the temperature inside the nest is very high, equivalent to noon in midsummer. The middle and lower layers are filled with toxic gases. At least you have to be at the level of Guantong to withstand it for a short time. It is almost impossible to force your way in, even if a congenital warrior can't do it," Shi Yuanwei asked back. "Even if multiple congenital warriors enter the passage, they will die once they are blocked by the insect soldiers from front and back," Wang Shengrong replied. "Are the insect soldiers so strong?" Shi Yuanwei was a little unconvinced. He had never seen a real worm, but he had killed many snake people seriously. Ordinary snake people could fight against the heavy armored elite soldiers of the human race with their bare hands, which was already an incredible strong soldier. "Brother Shi, if they are in an open area, the fighting power of the Zerg soldiers is probably slightly weaker than that of the low-level Guantong. If they are in a narrow terrain like a tunnel, they may be as strong as the peak Guantong," Hong Fan explained. "And the Zerg are good at dispatching. If we linger a little, we may be surrounded by the enemy's Yuanzi and become a turtle in a jar, the general of the Shengaiyu army added. If Xiantian is not good, does Yuanzi not work either? Shi Yuanwei knew that Hong Fan never exaggerated, and he couldn't help but be shocked. No, it was Zhou Wenliang who spoke. Only one person can't beat four hands with two fists. What if the three venerables go together? Shi Yuanwei had just arrived and his mind hadn't turned around yet. Don't underestimate the wisdom of the Zerg. If the three of us go together, the commander will probably let us attack in the tunnels and directly dispatch all the Yuanzi to airdrop into Hebei City. Maybe we can't kill too many people, but it shouldn't be difficult to destroy all the facilities on the top of the city. Zhou Wenliang didn't like the new purple ribbon cavalry to interrupt, but seeing that he was familiar with Hong Fan, he withdrew most of his sarcasm. With the Zerg's attitude of dying at will, they are least afraid of exchanging lives. And if the mother nest is easy to deal with, there won't be so few people west of Lihoro Pass. Shi Yuanwei's forehead was sweating, and he kept silent. P.S. Operations Officer Number 14 gave birth smoothly, and we welcomed a daughter. During this period, I successfully completed the mission of accompanying the birth, and also received a shocking education. Women are weak, but they are strong as mothers. These words are true. This month will definitely be very busy, but I will try to write as much as possible. Thank you everyone. Chapter 447, Mother Nest. Duke Zhou, Shi Zishao is speaking from the heart. Xiao Chu spoke to ease the situation. Destroying the mother nest is difficult, but simply locking its location has great strategic significance. In the Zerg Tide, the commander is the dispatching corps, and the mother nest is the resource operation corps. At least half of the units in the Zerg swarm are distributed around the mother nest. She explained a few words and gave Wang Shengrong a look, signaling him to continue. At this moment, a voice suddenly interrupted. Destroying the mother nest is not easy, but killing the mother insect may not be. Zhou Wenliang leaned back from the back of his chair. No matter how hard he tried, someone still came out to sing a different tune. He felt very uncomfortable. He was about to start scolding when he found that it was Hong Fan who said this. So he had to lean back slightly. Among the dozens of people present, Dai Wangchen was probably the one who hated Hong Fan the most, either because of jealousy or because of the natural induction of the fate star. But no matter how unwilling he was in his heart, he couldn't help but think of the bold words on the night of March 7th and the blazing star that crossed the sky afterwards. There was silence in the hall for a moment. Xiao Chu was alert. Wang Shengrong stopped talking. Gu Yixin and Wei Yuanbei leaned forward, obviously waiting for the next words. Common sense becomes common sense because it has been proven countless times, but Hong Fan's words forced everyone to be cautious. Shi Yuanwei was a veteran who had been in the business for many years. He immediately realized this special atmosphere and understood that his old colleague had a special status in the scene. Just like when he was in this Hangwu Academy in Zijing. You have the speed that Yuanzi cannot defeat, so it should not be difficult for you to get away, Xiao Chu said after a moment. Shi Yuanwei was stunned when he heard this. He didn't know how the princess could say such nonsense as if nothing had happened. What was even more wrong was that the others looked normal. Is this a code word? Shi Yuanwei was puzzled. The atmosphere was serious at this time. He had just made a mistake and didn't dare to ask more. But with the terrain and military strength of the mother nest, even young Master Hong would find it difficult to do anything. Xiao Chu spoke conservatively. Your Highness is wrong. Hong Fan stroked his chin. I haven't seen the mother nest in person, but from what Wang Sima said just now, it's nothing more than a dark and complex tunnel. For ordinary warriors, this terrain is naturally extremely difficult, but I am different, he smiled. I am the Star Master of the Sand World. The underground palace structure dug out by the insect swarm in a short period of time cannot be too grand. With the size of Zhe Lei and Han Yun, they either can't enter the tunnel, or they can only crawl after entering, Hong Fan judged. But there's Xiao Tang Huang. Gu Yixin took over the conversation. He can enter, but he is the only one among the three magnetic forces of the enemy who is not an insect. In the dark underground, in the crisscrossing tunnels, how can Xiao Tang Huang determine my location? Hong Fan became more and more confident as he spoke. Insects can't speak, so I can't exchange information with him, and even if he moves quickly, he has to move in the tunnels, but I have the authority and can open the way at will. These words left everyone speechless. It is of course a great joy to have the hope of beheading the mother insect, but it is hard to believe that the joy comes too easily. That day, 2 hours later, 120 miles southwest of Urbay City. In the dusk world, thousands of black crows were like a curtain, flying across the sky. On the top of a bold mountain, the huge rock was shrouded by the setting sun, dark red like hot black iron. Hong Fan hid in the gap under the stone, overlooking the endless stream of insects several miles away. Time slowly slipped away, until the setting sun sucked away the last bit of light and heat in the wilderness like a huge mouth, and then the world fell into the abyss. Hong Fan climbed up, covered all his vital signs with cold sand armor, and then approached a mother nest. The insects were getting more and more dense, and 600 meters was the limit. So he took a deep breath and escaped underground. Innate masters can hold their breath for a quarter of an hour without intense physical activity, and Hong Fan's moving speed underground is 3 meters per second, equivalent to an ordinary person walking fast. Therefore, he doesn't even need to consider the oxygen problem. The perception of the sand world is released, forming a sphere with a radius of 40 meters. 3 minutes later, Hong Fan approached the edge of the underground palace. As expected, the circular passage is about 2 meters in diameter, and the soil layer of 20 to 30 centimeters on the left and right walls and the top surface has been solidified in some way to prevent collapse. Generally speaking, the sand world does not have the ability to directly perceive living organisms, but Hong Fan clearly knows the location of the Zerg in each section of the tunnel around him. Based on the depth of the knife foot piercing the ground, he can even weigh the size of the insects. Tens of seconds, more than 100 meters. There is no light and sound underground, but the data obtained by the Life Star has been constructed into a three-dimensional map in Hong Fan's mind. There are not only tunnels, water systems, and rocks dug by the Zerg, but also his own path. In the center of the underground palace, dozens of meters deep underground, 4 huge caves dozens of meters square are clearly visible. Target confirmed. Hong Fan turned around and left, breaking into a passage dozens of meters away where no Zerg were stationed. Breathe, breathe. The air is humid. The stinging pain starts in the nasal cavity, goes down along the trachea, and finally causes a slight corrosion in the lungs. Discomfort. Fortunately, it is not a big problem. The passage was silent, and the temperature inside was about 30 degrees, much higher than the ground, but far less than what Wang Shangrong described, probably because the underground palace was built not long ago, and biochemical reactions such as egg-laying and hatching have not yet started on a large scale. The darkness was as thick as ink, and you couldn't see your fingers. Hong Fan listened to the rustling sounds of soldier insects moving in the distance until his blood and lungs were filled with oxygen again. In silence, he leaned back and sank into the flowing sand. In the passage at the edge of the underground palace, fat worker insects moved forward in groups, and were suddenly pierced by the ground spike array pulled up from under them. Negative pressure, blood loss, and the body gradually became incapacitated. The sign of death triggered the alarm mechanism of the worker insects, and specific hormones were emitted from their pores, attracting nearby patrol soldier insects. In the next few minutes, the same situation was repeated several times in different locations. The spread of the insect swarm was unconsciously mobilized and shifted. At the same time, Hong Fan had arrived at the delivery room number 1. Through the soil layer, he could feel a giant object over 20 meters long pressing on the compacted land, almost motionless. The last thin soil parted quietly. Thousands of slight and tiny friction sounds were heard. The hot and humid air above 40 degrees Celsius was pervasive, with a disgusting sour smell. Hong Fan raised his finger and used the blazing fire essence released from his fingertips as a light source. The black veil faded away, revealing everything. The ceiling of the delivery room was very high and nearly round in shape. A long worm several times the size of a bus was lying on its side, divided into 3 sections from front to back. This is the mother worm. Hong Fan silently made mouth gestures. As a reproductive specialized body developed from the secondary metamorphosis of an ordinary soldier worm, most of the mother worm's exoskeleton was crushed and peeled off by external forces, removing the restrictions on the enlargement of the body. The price was equally shocking. The limbs degenerated and fell off, the flesh lost support, and the huge body collapsed on the ground like a soft bag, and even the external mouth parts were unable to open and close. Hong Fan held his breath and moved his eyes, facing the mother worm's meter-wide, black hole-like, huge mouth. It looked like a dustpan propped up on the ground. Its face was expressionless and its head was motionless, as if it had been dead for a long time. But Hong Fan knew otherwise. because densely packed fat worker insects crowded on the other side of the delivery room, offering their own flesh and blood and the fragmented metal ore in their stomach sacs. They walked into the mother insect's mouth in an orderly manner, deep into its stomach sac, and turned into food for war under the corrosion of strong acid and the grinding of thick stomach walls. The sour smell in the air probably came from here. They were feeding the mother insect. And the food was themselves. Hong Fan stood there in ecstasy. He watched the third segment of the mother insect's trunk slowly bulge and wriggle. A huge insect egg was wetly discharged from the tail cavity and was carried by the worker insects. The creepy feeling condensed into reality at this moment. Eating, reproducing, nurturing. This should have been a process full of emotions, but everything in Hong Fan's eyes was more like a fully automatic factory made of flesh and blood. At the other end of the delivery room, the soldier insect seemed to have caught the faint reflected light and turned around to come over here. Does the swarm have a heart? Hong Fan was lost in thought. Perhaps their creator is their heart. The tide-like swarm of insects is more like an external terrifying limb than a combination of countless creatures. According to legend, the tree god has a body of hundreds of miles and infinite power, and the swarm of insects is more like a prosthetic limb that he spent thousands of years to build for himself. Why did he do this? Hong Fan couldn't figure it out, so he had to put all his thoughts into fire. Fire jade, blazing tide. The flames burst out along with the explosion, instantly raising the temperature in the delivery room to more than 1,000 degrees. All organic matter, regardless of life or death, burned together at this moment. Soon, the 4 delivery rooms were cleansed by the flames one by one. The handsome insects angrily commanded the boiling swarm of insects to search in the passage, and the fastest Hanian arrived above the mother nest half a quarter of an hour later. Unfortunately, all means were useless. Deeper underground in the underground palace, Hong Fan had quietly gone away in the direction of the second mother nest. Chapter 448 Geographical Advantage. 4 days later, March 25th. It was almost past a Mao hour, 6 or 7 in the morning, and it was not long before dawn. Hebei City was immersed in the cold morning, and there was no cloud in the sky. Yao Hu took the opportunity to spread resentment, and the fog floated out, like ghostly white elephants wandering on the water. Hong Fan stood on the corner tower and looked west, and saw an indistinguishable number of black shadows standing under the fog. They were the swarms of insects that gradually arrived. The war was about to come, and the city was silent, and the flags were sluggish. Hong Fan checked the gunpowder bags and cast iron shells next to several heavy artillery, and was respectfully invited by 2 guards of the Shengaiyu army to attend the meeting. Garrison Mansion, under the plaque of iron flame flood. Xiao Chu sat alone on the throne at the top of the list. From her down, originally only 3 yuans were qualified to use the upper seat with armrests. Now Hong Fan became the 4th person, sitting opposite Gu Yixin and below Wei Yuanbei. 3 days ago, when Hong Fan returned to the city to report the killing of the 9-headed queen, most people were hesitant. After all, Xiao Chu herself was a warrior with innate cultivation and specialized in earthwork, and even she could not imagine how this could be done. But soon the scouts found that the insect swarm had completely abandoned the 2 underground palaces, verifying the battle report. The 9-headed queen died overnight, and it would take 10 days to replenish each one. The news spread, and the whole city was shocked. For many years, it was the first time that the residents of Guxi witnessed someone single-handedly slaughtering all the queens at no cost. For a time, the names of Hong Fan and the Sand World were very popular. It is true that real insects can be beaten, but there is no powerful tribe in the world that cannot be beaten, including humans. The most terrifying thing about the insect race is that it cannot be killed, so losing the queen is equivalent to reducing its threat by half. In the Shengaiyu army, Hong Fan's prestige also soared. The purple ribbons who originally met him as peers were obviously embarrassed in front of him. Hu Zhuang, who acted casually, began to be polite in front of him, and Dai Wangchen did not even dare to look him in the eye. These changes gave Shi Yuanwei a familiar sense of déjà vu. As the saying goes, the tip of a cone is visible in a bag. A short meeting lasted half an hour. After the military plan was arranged, the generals went up to the city. It was 10 o'clock in the morning, the sun was shining, and the sky was full of clouds. All obstacles in the atmosphere were washed away. Hong Fan, dressed in a tight suit, looked down at the insect tide that was like a forest and a sea 2 miles away. Last July, he entered the 2nd stage of Xianshan. After nearly 8 months of practice and the food provided by the commander and the queen, He still had to open up 50% of the meridians to reach the third stage of Xianshan. Personal killing is inefficient in the Key realm. Only the battlefield, especially the cruel battlefield of foreign races, is the real feast of the Star Lord. A quarter of an hour later, tens of thousands of sub-insect cannon fodder launched the first wave of attacks. Hong Fan has heard a lot of Shangzhou war history these days, and knows that this is a routine for the insect swarm to consume resources and test the city defense. Hebei City has long been prepared for this. There were no chevaux de frise or caltrops, which are common in inland city defenses, but instead dozens of meters deep, compacted trenches were dug. These trenches were connected to the moat, which in turn was connected to Yaohu Lake, filled with water. A large number of worker insects struggled to float, and the bodies of those who died of suffocation due to water in their pores soon covered the first 3 trenches. The insect swarm changed its response. Dozens of general insects pressed forward to emit pheromones, and the workers who received the order turned to earthwork, pushing the soil into the ditch to mix it into mud with stronger support, and then continued to press forward. In the next 2 hours, the trenches were filled one by one, and the human defenders just watched coldly. It was not until the beginning of the evening, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, that the worker insects pushed the front line forward 200 meters, and the drums of war finally sounded on the top of the city. The city gates were opened, and 4,000 light infantrymen in leather armor and holding short axes and shields came out in a line, quickly crossing the trenches to engage the enemy in a section of 200 or 300 meters outside the city. The battle axes chopped down, one after another, with a crisp sound. Most of the worker insects were concentrating on their work and ignored it. Only the front row fought back, often causing superficial wounds and forcing the injured to swallow the powerful detoxification pills held under their tongues. The worker insects and the fortifications consumed each other in silence. During this period, the swarm of insects did not push forward to support, and Hebei City did not project firepower. The real insects are huge in weight. Although they can wade through the mud, their limbs often sink very deep, which not only reduces their movement speed but also consumes a lot of physical strength. Humans are unwilling to waste precious city defense resources on sub-insects. Half an hour later, the exhausted light infantry was withdrawn. Dusk fell. Twilight burned into the bricks of the city. Hong Fan sat on the corner tower, watching the trenches being filled up bit by mud and insect corpses, feeling the deep depression before the storm. The stars turned overnight. The worker insects' advance did not stop for a moment, so exhaustion became the first cause of death. But this was completely within the calculation of the commander-in-chief. The worker insects who died on the front line not only contributed to all the labor, but also became food for those who came later after death. By the next morning, more than 40,000 worker insects had died, and they finally paved the road to 20 meters below the city on a surface of about 300 meters. Why stop here? Hong Fan tried to tease in a relaxed tone. Unfortunately, he couldn't smile as he looked at the countless insect corpses stuck in the mud outside the city. The last 2 trenches were too close to the top of the city. They were within the range of the warrior's true energy projection. The insect swarm must have felt that the cost-effectiveness of forcing them was too low, Xiao Chu replied. The handsome insects are full of brains and are very good at calculating, then will the real insects come next? Hong Fan clenched his fists and exhaled softly. In the next section of the city, the other 2 star gods were also waiting on the top of the city. Hu Zhuang had a red scarf on his forehead and no expression on his face. Dai Wangchen stared at the insect swarm, his eyes full of desire. Behind him, 2 heavenly beings and more than 10 pure and passive realm warriors stood obediently. These people had tattoos on their faces. They were wanted criminals caught by the army during the war. At this time, they swallowed the iron balls activated by the Mind Life God. If they were too far away from the Star Master, their stomachs would burst and die. It's not time yet. They will wait for the mud to dry. Xiao Chu glanced at the 3 people who were waiting for dinner, and turned to go down the city. If it rains heavily in the next few days, it will be good for our army. March 28th came in a blink of an eye. No rain fell in 2 days, and the sun was particularly bright, making the ground hard. It was 2 p.m., and the sun was hanging in the northwest of the sky. It was the hottest time of the day. Hong Fan pressed his hand on the battlement and looked at the swarm of insects 2 miles away. In just 3 days, the green outside the city had lost all its green, leaving only a barren earth yellow, and a slight breeze would raise a group of moving dust clouds. It's almost time, Xiao Chu's voice came from behind. The swarm of insects will attack at noon, Hong Fan asked. According to the experience of the human race's civil war, the siege is usually chosen in the early morning and afternoon. At this time, the sun is blazing, but there are many shades on the city, which should be disadvantageous to the attacker. Yes, because the enemy will come from this direction. Xiao Chu raised his index finger and pointed to the sky. This is their geographical advantage. Sure enough, after 2/4 of an hour, the west wind blew, and everyone heard a low hum coming from the wind. A large number of flying insects rose up, as if a black fog was rising. There was no need to explain. Hong Fan had personally experienced what Xiao Chu meant. He was pierced by the sun as soon as he raised his eyes. Chapter 449 Cruel. Drums sounded from the main tower. In the rear of the Zerg, a green, white and purple rainbow slanted into the sky, and without verbal provocation, the three human masters naturally confronted each other, and they fought for a moment. A battle at the Yuan-Si level is like an elephant wrestling, which is an uncontrollable factor for the ant colony underfoot. In the battle examples of the Shengaiyu army, except for the high-ranking members of the Sea clan who were driven crazy by the true fire, the commanders of all races would try their best to avoid this uncertainty. Xiao Chu retreated from the top of the city under the protection of his personal guards. Soon, the black wind swept in and blurred the sky and the earth. An inestimable number of flying insects swooped down from all directions to attack, and the sparse wooden sheds could only provide limited protection. Compared with the defenders in full light and heavy armor, the sub-insects have thin shells and weak vitality. A single blow is enough to kill them, and it often takes dozens of them to replace one human casualty. But their value is not in combat power. The buzzing sound of flapping wings will stimulate the hearing. The atomized sting poison will corrode the respiratory tract. The human soldiers continued to attack from above, and were forced to look directly at the sun, which inevitably made their eyes red and tearful. Faced with the overwhelming swarm of insects, physical warriors such as Hu Zhuang, Lin Luchuan, and Shi Yuan Wei were mediocre in performance, while those who specialized in wind, thunder, and fire were outstanding. However, Hong Fan fired a series of fiery waves, clearing a large area with one strike, but in order to avoid accidental injuries, his killing efficiency was limited by other people on the city wall. The chaotic battle lasted for 2/4 of an hour. The flying insects were consumed by half, but more than 1,000 human casualties were incurred. A horn sounded from the watchtower. Hong Fan observed with his peripheral vision and saw a mixed force of real insects and worker insects pouring in 2 miles away. A few minutes later, the Zerg ground forces advanced to 300 meters below the city. The watchtower horn sounded again, urging the artillery squad to go up to the city. Thunder soon exploded on the city wall. One by one, 30 Jin cast iron solid bullets penetrated the atmosphere, slid at a small angle for hundreds of meters, and bounced on the sun-hardened land, dragging out a 100-meter-long deadline. Any real insect, regardless of its size and defense, would be caught in the path of the artillery fire. At best, its limbs would be broken, and at worst, its trunk would be shattered, splattering a pool of green blood on the loess. The handsome insects had already known enough about the power of heavy artillery at Fian Pass. They drove the real insects to sparsely arrange themselves, leaving a distance of 10 meters between each other, to minimize the killing effect of solid bullets. The insect had advanced to 200 meters. The bed crossbows and iron armbows were ordered to fire, filling the roar of the artillery with more clear wind whistles. The 2-meter-long spears and arrows were enough to nail the soldier insects to the ground, but they were not enough to kill them unless they hit their heads. Relying on their claws or tail stings, they cut off the arrow shafts by themselves, dragging their dripping internal organs, and continued to move forward until they were hit by 2 or 3 arrows and fell down. At the beginning of the Shen time, 3 p.m., the vanguard of the insect tide waded through the last 2 trenches. The insect soldiers easily jumped over the several-meter-wide moat and arrived at the foot of the city. Urbay City was located on a peninsula beside Yaohu Lake. In order to prevent the lake tide from eroding the city foundation, the moat was narrower than that of many medium-sized cities. At this time, the black wind on the top of the city had become a little clearer, and the defenders were rotated under the order of Xiao Chujin. The real show began here. The lightweight soldier insects, who were good at climbing, waved their blades to insert into the cracks of the bricks and climbed up, and were hit by the wood and stones from time to time. More heavy insects that were not suitable for vertical crawling were at the foot of the city. They ejected their iron claws like mantis shrimps, focusing on crushing the blue bricks and peeling off the skin of Urbay City layer by layer. The vibration spread all the way to the top of the city. After stripping off the blue bricks, the soldier insects started to attack the rammed earth in the inner layer. Hongfan had never seen this kind of siege mode. Humans and snake people knew that the city wall was a dead object and an obstacle to climb over, but the insectide regarded it as an enemy and resolutely wanted to flatten it. The wall of Urbe City was 7 feet thick and 6 feet high. How stupid would one be to try to kill it? But when the dense sound of broken bricks lingered on the top of the city, the defenders all felt a trembling fear. The first lucky insect soldier climbed up the wall, its pincers flashing iron blue in the sun, and was immediately pierced into the seams of its armor by 3 spears, and died from the thorn bones that hit it head-on. Under the cover of flying insects, more real insects climbed up the top of the city, and under the targeting of the elite team, they were like moths to flame. The worker insects were weak, and the flying insects were even more vulnerable, while most of the real insects were trapped under the city, digging stones and soil. The battle situation seemed easy. But everyone knew that this was just the beginning. The insectide was not like a human army, nor was it a snake man who needed sunlight to keep his blood warm. Once they started attacking, they would not care about day or night, and would not retreat easily. In the first half hour, Hongfan frequently used the fire jade in the desert armor, like a fiery golden knife wandering on the top of the city. He even went down the city twice, using the hot wind hell to clear the way and kill several general insects that were pressing in the rear. In the 3 counties of Huaiang, not counting the advanced preparations, the army's wave of strong attacks would not exceed an hour. Because the soldiers would get tired, morale would drop, and the command would be chaotic. But at dusk, when the insectide sent out the 4th batch of reinforcements, Hongfan even saw the exhausted soldiers and insects seating and resting on the spot. A page of sunset glow was as red as a raging fire, burning the black moon. The battle continued. There were no more shouts and shouts on the top of the city. And the heroic spirit of the defenders had been assimilated into the silence of the insectide. After resting for the 3rd round, Hongfan went up the city for the 4th time. Like the other inmates, he wore double-layer black iron armor and held a mace. He did not use his true energy unless necessary, so as to stay on the top of the city as long as possible to maintain the front line. A few more hours. The night was deep, and the moon had already set under the Kingshang mountain. It was still unknown how far the dawn was, and the world was as dark as being pressed in a coffin. At this time, Zhou Wenliang and his ilk also suffered from several exhaustion of their true essence, while Gu Yixin frequently used the city walls to pull and rely on the help of the innates to relieve Xiao Tanghuang's pressure. Even so, he had more and more wounds on his body. Another half-day later, March 29th, afternoon. The battle had lasted for a night and a day. It was not the kind of night and day that Huaiang State fought for a while and stopped for a while, but a 24-hour battle that literally never stopped for a moment. By Shenshizheng, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the insect swarm had invested a total of more than 4,000 real insects and 80,000 sub-insects. When the sun was setting, the earth melted in the slanting light, and another 1,000 real insects and more than 10,000 sub-insects silently pressed forward, with twisted and slender arthropod shadows tied to their sides, gathering under the city. Hongfan stood in the most desolate section of the city at the core, leaning on his bald caltripone, looking at the watchtower with bloodshot red eyes. Erbe Cheng had to hand over the first trump card. Xiao Chu personally waved the purple-gold thunder flag 3 times, and when the defenders on the city lay down and hid, the pre-buried explosives outside the city were immediately detonated. Hongfan did not retreat. He stood facing the enemy, watching the flames burst and flow, slightly singeing the corners of his robe. The sound waves were like wind and earthquake, piercing into the ear holes like chisels. The wet soil scattered on his face, warm to the touch. Hongfan sniffed the gunpowder and was lost in the sound an elephant. Under his feet, more than half of the 1,000 true insects had lost their combat effectiveness, and most of the sub-insects died from overpressure. In the distance, the insectide was black, and although there were many true insects, there was a shortage of sub-insects. It was not cost-effective for the general insect to continue the attack, no matter how powerful the tanks were. They could not be wasted without infantry. So the pheromones in the air underwent complex changes, and the surviving insects retreated under the deep purple sky. Hongfan threw the caltrips bone flower at the foot of the city. In front of him, a layer of the 20-meter-thick city wall was cut off, and it collapsed from a 90-degree overhang to a steep slope of more than 70 degrees. The dead real insects left behind an incorruptible exoskeleton, shining with iron light and standing firm. On the left and right, the green walls could not see their original color, and only the corner tower dozens of meters away still had some stone-colored mottled. One night, the defenders on the city rotated 17 times, with a total of more than 15,000 casualties. 30% of the bronze cannons exploded due to overheating, and the battlements torn apart by cast iron shotguns were everywhere. The cruelty of the insect swarm was completely exposed to Hong Fan from then on. It not only did not care about its own life and death, but also forced the enemy not to care. Exhaustion surged like a spring, and Hebei City was quiet. Hong Fan staggered a few steps and sat down with his legs pressed. The next city section, Huzhuang, like a meat mountain, jumped to the bottom of the city, tore off the fragments of iron armor on his shoulders, and grabbed the charred soldier insect front claw from the center of the explosion and ate it. The corner tower was half destroyed. Gu Yixin stood on a high place, sharpening the gun with his fingers. There were more than 20 wounds from electric shocks and cuts on his body. His eyes were covered with the wounds. Hong Fan lay back, his consciousness sinking into the spiritual platform. Under the dragon soul tree, vitality was overflowing like mist. The warm itch was coming from the overlap of the spleen and stomach meridians of the foot Yangming and foot Taiyan. Chapter 450, Isolated Island. 3 days later, it was the 2nd day of April. The night was just beginning. On the top of Hebei City, the flames of the braziers fluttered like lion manes. Hundreds of craftsmen raced against time to repair the corner towers and battlements, and the sound of hammers and calls was endless. Young Master Hong, today the scouts reported that the insect swarm had built a new mother nest, located in Qiang Mountain, 80 miles to the north. Xiao Chu, wearing a golden armor, grabbed her cloak to avoid the 3 laborers carrying wood, and walked out of the corner tower. This mountain is made of rock, and only the flat area in the south of the mountain is covered with thin soil. The mother nest is built deep in the natural cave in the belly of the mountain, and it is heavily guarded. She stood on the wide city road on the other side, with the cold light of the moon on her nose. Is it possible to assassinate a mother insect again, Your Highness? My sandflow knife can quickly cut through rocks. If you want to break through several layers of stone walls underground, it will not be a problem, Hong Fan replied after consideration. But if it's to penetrate a rock mountain, I'm afraid I'm not strong enough. Xiao Chu quickly hid his disappointment and smiled bitterly. The bigger the war, the harder it is to take shortcuts. I was just being lucky. The city section not far away was mixed with 2 colors. The rammed earth base was originally half collapsed by the insect swarm, and Hong Fan used sand to solidify it into rock to repair it in the past 2 days, which solved the defenders' worries. Xiao Chu reflected on himself. In this short period of time, the people around him gave too many surprises one after another, so that every time there was a challenge in the situation, all the senior officials of the Shengaiyu army, including himself, could not help but have expectations. Such a talent, it is indeed not a courtesy to the world to win over. Today, I ordered Zhou Gong to go out of the city for inspection. I saw a large number of sub-insects gathering, with a total number of more than 70,000. It is expected that they will attack again tomorrow. Xiao Chu's tone was slightly stern. I don't see that there are any more explosives buried outside the city. Hong Fan glanced at the cleared city and asked. It's useless to bury them again. Xiao Chu shook his head and looked into the distance. The wasteland under the moon was full of colorful and shimmering silver light, which was the wriggling black tide. The appearance and behavior of the insect swarm are deceptive. Young man, don't underestimate their wisdom. The same trick often doesn't work for the handsome insects the second time, she reminded. The handsome insect may not understand the relationship between gunpowder and explosion. Hong Fan wanted to argue like this, but when he remembered the new location of the mother nest chosen by the insect tide, he swallowed his words back. Yao Hu is on the right, under the blue moon. He suddenly remembered the tattooed warriors he had seen before, and the 4 words exile to the army and dare to die newly tattooed on their faces. I remember that 4 days ago, more than a dozen warriors followed the Star Master Dai to fight. Hong Fan asked. All died in the battle, Xiao Chu replied casually. A total of 17 people, each of whom was guilty of the serious crime of burning, killing and looting but was at large. And the names of 2 of them were even listed on the evil list. Now that the insect plague is coming from the west, they were caught by our army in a hurry, and there is nothing to complain about dying to atone for their sins. She suddenly looked at Hong Fan. These past 2 days, I've noticed that you and Gu Qiang seem to have something to ask, Xiao Chu said. waving her hand to signal the guards to step back. "I've been away for a long time, so I don't have so many taboos. Now that there's no one around, you can ask," she spoke in a casual manner. "It's about Fanshan society," Hong Fan said while paying attention to the other party's expression, but he didn't see any changes. During the last battle, Xiao Tanghuang was nagging Brother Gu again. According to him, not only is the Thousand-Eyes demon god still alive, but Zulong is in danger. He lowered his voice to ensure that his words would not reach the ears of a third person. "Absurd," Xiao Chu replied calmly and disdainfully. "Whether it's Fanshan society or Qiansh sect, they are all a group of traitors who fabricate lies for their own selfish interests." She spoke like a hammer. "These rats inherited the legacy of my Xiao family, but they followed a foreign race and subverted and rebelled. You don't know that in the past 200 years, there have been rebels from Fanshan society returning from overseas to surrender. What the 13 kings said is without any evidence, which is something they all admit." Hong Fan believed what Xiao Chu said. He had read the records before, which clearly stated that the ancestral dragon had appeared 13 times during the Dragon Calling Festival within 100 years, and the most recent one was 20 years ago. But even so, he would still think of the purple eye he saw when he looked inside Jinhe City from time to time. This evil eye was still buried deep in his brow at this moment. Xiao Tanghuang emphasized that his ancestors saw the thousand-eyed demon god with their own eyes in the Dragon Palace of Shenjing. Hong Fan asked again. "Then let's take it as what he said sincerely." Xiao Chu smiled. After 200 years, he still believed the nonsense of the 13 rebel kings, and even participated in such a big mess. "I think he believed in his ancestors without a doubt, but you should know that it is known to the world that the demon god was killed by the ancestral dragon. The battlefield that year was in the heavy mountains east of Hanzhou, leaving behind the purple impermanence whose scale far exceeded the heart-eating impermanence realm," she answered very patiently. As the eldest princess of Dahua, Xiao Chu certainly felt that these questions were absurd and meaningless, but as a commander, she deeply understood that taking care of and comforting the emotions of Hong Fan and Gu Yixin was her important job. Hong Fan nodded silently. The realm of impermanence is created by the remaining spirit after the death of a strong man. Since there's the purple impermanence, the thousand-eyes demon god must have died on the battlefield. But thinking of the expressions of Xiao Zhangxi and Xiao Kefi when they died, Xiao Tanghuang's earnest words, and even the names of the three of them, Hong Fan was still confused. If it is just for the private interests of the sect, can a lie really be told for 200 years and passed down for 10 generations? Putting aside the past of Zulong and the thousand-eyes demon god. How to explain the abnormality of this war? He has many questions, but now each one is unclear, so there is no need to say more. Xiao Chu left under the protection of his personal guards. There was no wind in the fields. The clouds were still in the atmosphere, and the gaps were hiding the uneven sky. Hong Fan climbed up the corner tower alone. Through the countless flying insects that were vaguely visible, he seemed to hear the silent torrent rushing high above. The next day, April 3rd. At noon, Hong Fan carried a steel shield and a heavy axe, and a javelin on his back, and stood on the top of the city. As Xiao Chu predicted, the swarm launched a second offensive. At this time, the number of real worms outside Hebei City was 19,000, and the total number of real worms in Shangzhou should not exceed 30,000. As for the subworms that can hatch anywhere without a mother nest, they have gathered nearly 100,000 in the past 3 days, and the overall scale is already difficult to imagine. The swarm of worms continued to attack as usual, first with air harassment, and then with ground troops advancing with heavy artillery and crossbows. At first, the real worms routinely destroyed the city walls, but soon found that the strength of the walls had changed fundamentally. The compressive strength of the rocks currently manufactured by Hong Fan is 200 to 300 megapascals, similar to granite, which is not only several times that of ordinary cement, but also nearly 100 times that of rammed earth. In just a quarter of an hour, the swarm of worms changed their strategy and set up worm ladders to climb the city. The pressure on the city wall was reduced, and the load on the top of the city was heavier. The defenders fought for 36 hours in a row, from noon on the 3rd day of the first lunar month to the early morning of the 5th day. At midnight on the 5th day of the first lunar month, the top of the city had become a sure slaughterhouse that was unbearable to watch. Corpses were spread everywhere. Some were flattened and drained of blood, with a hole in the middle of the armor that could let light through. Some had their legs and feet chewed up by their mouth parts. Some were cut in half like lard, and many more died of poison. At the beginning of the Mao period, 5 a.m., the fighting between the two armies slowed down a little, and the defenders took turns to defend the city. Hong Fan took this opportunity to go down the city for a short time, sat on a bench, drank half a belly of cold water, and ate 2 dry buns. During this time, an old craftsman with a gray beard held armor plates and red ropes and urgently repaired 11 holes in his steel armor. After drinking enough water and eating enough, his rigid brain became a little more active, and he hurried back with 2 brand new golden pumpkins. The 3 arsenals in Urbay City had been filled before the war, with 80,000 pieces of top-quality steel armor, not to mention other types of weapons. Hong Fan did not know the losses in this battle yet, but only knew that the vitality gained from the last battle had only been digested a little, and now it was full again. From a utilitarian point of view, a war with too high intensity is a bit of a waste for the Star Lord. As he was thinking, he saw an officer leading 2 people carrying bamboo stretchers on the city trail, carrying a tall corpse down. The ordinary soldiers were dragged down. Hong Fan had an idea, and he looked curiously. After trying hard to identify, he recognized that the dead person was Yin Fihu, the Xianchan from Liudi City who had traveled north with him. His face was red and swollen, and his proud long beard was only short. His hands hung weakly outside the bamboo pole, swaying with the steps of the carriers. "Excuse me," Hong Fan stepped forward. The fatal wound was on the chest, and the epidermis and internal organs were burned, and purple electric fire flashed occasionally. When asked again, he said, "The leader of the Yin faction accidentally received a palm when he assisted the ancient spear leader to resist the purple lightning thief, so, a Xianchan died at the hands of Yuanzi. So, a person died in the human-insect war. There is no more words." Hong Fan just nodded silently, watching this friend he had just met go away, and then went straight to the city. The sky before dawn was gray and gloomy, like a giant hand trying to grab the whole world. Hong Fan looked at the new batch of real insects coming from afar, and his mind had long forgotten what vitality and what realm it was, only a blank and depressed blank. The fight started again. There were nearly 2,000 real insects pressing down on the city, and they were facing the Sahizi camp of the Shengaiyu army. This camp had 6,000 man teams at full strength, and was newly built with 1/3 of the veterans of the Shengaiyu army as the skeleton, but it still couldn't withstand the situation. Everyone was too tired. Xiao Chu's repeated dispatches had no effect, so he had to wave the purple-gold thunder flag again. Thunder came after a few breaths, and Hong Fan looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the explosion was on the lake embankment of Yaohu Lake. The dust storm dispersed, revealing a gap in the stone embankment with a width of more than 10 meters. The lake water poured into the lowlands from then on, and soon expanded the gap into a sloping mudflat of tens of meters, so that the tree god's personal guards could not do anything for a while. The general insect received the order to retreat immediately, but the spread of pheromones has a great time delay. The expansion of the water area seemed slow but was actually fast. Waves jumped up at obstacles and whirlpools rolled up at gaps. In 5 minutes, it crossed the south of Urbay City and turned the land into a swamp. The shells of real insects are heavy and cannot float on water. In the tide, those with large bodies can withstand the impact and expose half of their bodies on the water surface, but they will suffocate to death after a few minutes due to water entering their breathing holes. Hong Fan stuffed the smashed golden melon into his belt and jumped onto the watchtower. According to visual estimation, the total loss of the Zerg in this battle was more than 5,000 real insects and 90,000 sub-insects. Only about 30% died in this wave of water attack. For many days, many warriors in Urbay City disdained the delay of the commander's command. According to them, the Zerg had pressed all the way since the first day, and the city should be broken within 3 days. But now it seems that the command center of the insect tide may have long been certain that humans have a backup plan, so they are forcing the latter to use every card at a price they can afford. Brother Hong, with this golden soup protecting your body, you can finally be quiet for a few days. Shi Yuanwei came at lightning speed and landed beside Hong Fan. In this battle, he and Yin Fihu assisted Gu Yixin in resisting Xiao Tanghuang many times, and they were under great pressure and injured. But when Hong Fan saw the muddy water gradually filling up the lowland around the city, he felt that Urbay City was becoming more and more like an isolated island. The wind blew from the southwest. He took the opportunity to look towards the direction of Shenjing again, and his heart was heavy. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.